Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to Donington Park for the second visit this season by the 750 Motor Club, where we have Championship Finals weekend and lots still to be decided. You're in the company of myself, Ian Soman. Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box today. We'll be hearing from Matt Suckling as well down in the pit lane during the course of this weekend's racing on the full Grand Prix circuit, 2.5 miles in length, so including the Melbourne Loop and those two hairpins to end the lap. And it's already seen plenty of action during the course of this morning's qualifying session. It's a bit of a grey day, but I think it's going to stay dry. Temperatures probably about normal for this time of year, 12 or 13 degrees, and not a lot of wind, so should be settled throughout the rest of the afternoon's racing. We have 10 races coming up for you today, 2 before the lunch break. Very shortly we'll have the cars out on track for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. We've also got before lunch the Radical Club Challenge, and then after lunch we have the 45-minute race for the Tiguan Road Sports Series. 2 races this afternoon for the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup, plus Nankang Tyre Sports 1000, 5 Club MX5s and Jedi Racing Cars F1000s all have solo races this afternoon. And let's say a very good afternoon to Josh Barrett. Josh, good to work with you again for the first time since we were here on Easter Monday in the commentary box together.
It feels like it wasn't that long ago, but it actually was almost a whole season ago. We're here for our first of 2 championship finals weeks back to back, and several champions to be crowned, which is very exciting, isn't it, over the course of the next 2 days here at Donington Park. Donington is always a great place to come racing anyway. The grids are pretty large on the hull. We've got some capacity grids today as well. And it's a great racing circuit, whether we're on the national circuit or the Grand Prix circuit like we are this weekend. So regardless of the championship situations, I think we're in for some very good racing as well.
We are indeed, and as you can see going through shot there, that you've got cars heading out onto the grid for the first race of the day, which is going to be for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. Yes, the MR2's heading out onto the grid for their 15-minute race. They go straight into the race with no green flag lap, and it is their final 2 rounds of their 14-race season. Sean Trainer leading the way coming into this weekend, and by our maths I think he needs just a 3rd place finish in this opening race of the day to wrap things up as far as the championship is concerned, with 1 race still to come, which is later on this afternoon. But anything can happen in MR2 racing, and we will see if Sean is indeed able to wrap things up for what would be his, I think, 6th championship in MR2s. Good grid of 26 cars set to line up, including at the back there you can see Martin Collins, who Patrick Mortel, the coordinator earlier, was telling me it's going to be his last race in a Mark 1. He's got a Mark 3 to race for next season, so it'll be interesting to see where he lines up on the grid when he's back next year.
Yeah, that's right. That might be the end of the era, mightn't it, of having Mark 1s in this championship. The championship become rather roadster Mark 3 heavy, hasn't it? Not just on the grid, the number of cars, but how many at the front as well. But
Patrick was telling me there's a few people looking to build Mark 2s or have bought Mark 2s ready for next season, so we might see a few more of those cars out. Pole position, I can tell you, is the number 78 car, though, of Jim Mew, and besides him is the number 27 of Sean Trainer. The second row of the grid is going to have 53 Scott Edbrook alongside 11 Adam Lockwood. Row 3 is 84 Neil Stratton and 9 Timothy Heron. The 4th row 15 Gavin Aldworth and 65 Veer Aldridge. On the 5th row 17 and 7, that's going to be Maxine Nichols and Jeff Howarth. The 6th row 69 and 26 Daniel Bryant and Paul Cook. Row 7 is 10 and 34, which is Andrew Baranowski, and 34 Shane Mansbridge. On the 8th row 5 and 12, that's going to be Ian Ledbetter and Aaron Laverty. The 9th row 35 Richard Brown and 82 Andrew Ruthven, and then 47 Richard Dales, 51 Andrew Strange on row 10, 76 Martin Orger and 72 Tim O'Brien on row 11. Row 12 is Neil Hemming and 87 and Patrick Stone at 20, and row 13 is 30 Andy Williams and 3 Martin Collins. So that is the way that the grid has lined up. We're into the countdown procedure at the start of this 15-minute race for the Rogue Motorsport MR2 Championship. There's Sean Trainer, the white car with the red and blue stripes. He is the man that, with a 3rd place finish in this race, we think will provisionally wrap up the championship. And then he's got his rivals not too far behind him. Adam Lockwood on the 2nd row, Neil Stratton on the third row of the grid. Neil Stratton in the yellow car. Red lights go on. We're about to get underway then for the first time this afternoon. The lights go out, and it's a good start by Jim Mew on pole position. Not such a good getaway by Sean Traynor, but I think he's going to hold on to second position as they come past our commentary position here at Redgate Corner. So it's Traynor in second, Lockwood and I think Scott Edbrook are side by side for third position. There's a bit of a drama further back. There's one going off through the gravel trap at Redgate and Hollywood, but they, I think, will be able to rejoin. So it's actually quite a decent lead, this, for Jim Mew as they head through the Craner curves for the first time, Josh. And there's several off at the back.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, including 51, which is Andrew Strange's Mark 3, and he's got quite a lot of damage, although that's not stopping him from rejoining. The other is 35, which is Richard Brown, who looks like he's also going to be able to rejoin, the retired Army officer. But yeah, good start from Jim Mew, the driver who took his first win in the championship at Anglesey, and he's been having a great season in the Toyota MR2 Championship. He had podiums as early as Snetterton, but a big improvement from Jim from previous year. He's been around the championship for quite a few seasons. The driver from Portsmouth since 2020, in fact. It was a very good year. Had that race win at Anglesey, and he's trying to win again to round out the season here at Donington Park, getting away from the championship leader and the two kind of main contenders for the championship, Sean Traynor and Adam Lockwood.
Yeah, heading through the S's. There's one of those cars that was involved in that incident on the first corner. It is
20, I think.
20, I think. Yeah, that's Patrick Stoner's Roadster.
Just wonder if it's a separate incident, because there was a part of the car, looked like a rear bumper at the old hairpin. So been a lively first lap at the rear of the field. That's not really been affecting the front runners. The Class B leaders there go through, led by Tim Herron. Tim Herron trying to take the Class B title this weekend. Andy Ruthven is leading on drop scores. He qualified very poorly indeed, down in 18th. Remember here last year, where it looked like he was going to wrap up the class title last year, was a bit of a nightmare. And it's turned into not a particularly good start to his day. I think after drop scores, he's 17 ahead of Herron, but he's got nothing to drop. So how bad today is for Andy Ruthven? He will have to count those points. Yeah,
so I think everything's cleared itself up at Redgate and the Craner curves that was off on lap number 1. Into the pits has gone Paul Cook. Paul Cook, who made a very late entry in a Roadster, first time driving a Roadster, but he's built many, many times in Mark II cars. There you can see his car, that's the one on the left, heading down the pit lane. So it looks like Paul Cook's race might be prematurely over, I am afraid, as we've got a battle going on further down the order. That is the 7 car of Jeff Howarth, getting past the number 47 of Richard Dales, and that's going to be for the 13th position. Patrick Stoner, meanwhile, sorry, not Patrick Stoner, but anyway, we've got another car off now. Where are we looking? That's the 72 car of Tim O'Brien that's now off well into the gravel trap. I was going to say Neil Stratton in the 84 car was trying to get past Scott Edbrook for 4th position. Now we're watching the battle for the lead, because it looks like Sean Traynor has caught right up with Jim Mew. There was 7/10 of a second between them at the start of the lap, and he's almost with Mew now as they head into the chicane for the second time in this race. So there's yellow flags there. That might be because of that car that we saw that was stranded.
There's one on the left of our screens, the driver's right. So that's separate, I think. So we're not sure whom that could be. We've had 3 didn't come through at the end of the first lap, including Andrew Baranowski, Neil Hurren. We know about Patrick Stoner, so it would be one of the other 2 at this stage. So down towards the end of the lap. Through the Grand Prix, look, Jim Mew quicker than Sean Traynor, pulling away, and Adam Lockwood coming back to Traynor. So battle for second in this race is back on. Adam Lockwood missed a meeting earlier in the year, didn't he? And that hurt his championship battle a little bit. Traynor's had 6 wins to Lockwood's 3. And there in the pit lane,
that's the 51 car of Andrew Strange there that we can see. He was involved in that incident at the top of the Craner curves, wasn't he? So that's why, and it's looking like there's some work being done by the Rogue team there to try and get that car strapped up again, possibly to get it back out into the race.
Andy Ruthven's had a decent start to this race. He's up to 13th place and is 6th in class, I think. So he's kind of where he needs to be, I think. 2 finishes might be enough, really. But Tim Herron is leading Class B. So you've got that Class B championship battle as well as the overall battle, which is appearing to be going in the Traynor's way. This race is not going terribly well for many drivers.
No, Ian Lettbetter, the latest driver to head off into the gravel trap. He was in 9th place, so he's now dropped, well, he will drop back out of the race. And talking of dropping back, Sean Traynor has lost contact with Jim Mew a little bit. It was a second the gap over the line as car 87 just making its way out of pit lane. That's Neil Hurren, who was the driver that, or one of the drivers that didn't come around at the end of the first lap. He now has done and has gone back out into the race. So it's Jim Mew leading, Sean Traynor second, Adam Lockwood now with Sean Traynor for third. These three have broken away from the rest. Scott Edbrook and Neil Stratton still disputing fourth position. Then the three Class B, the Mark II cars, the slightly older, heavier but more powerful cars together, which have been less numerically significant in the championship as time has gone by, but as I was saying earlier on, possibly more cars to appear for next season, so we shall see.
This gap keeps fluctuating, doesn't it? One moment Sean Traynor's falling away, then he catches again. We've got another car off. That's Neil Hurren's just come out the pit lane. He's off at the old hairpin now. It feels like it might be a busy day for the marshals, how we've begun. So up across the line comes Jim Mew, and 2 tenths quicker with Traynor, so the gap has come down. But Scott Edbrook in fourth is the fastest of anybody. Scott, who's in his first season, he's had a pretty good year. He's had that one podium at Anglesey, but he's consistently been in the top 6. He led at Oulton Park, but drove very, very sideways, and it got a little bit too sideways eventually in the very wet conditions we had at Oulton Park. But it's been a good first season against drivers who've been racing this championship for so many years. Yeah, lots of experience in the sort of first 4 or 5 drivers in this championship, really. So interesting that he's been able to sort of get in amongst them and set the fastest lap of the race as well. As we're watching, we could see there Maxine Nichols in the number 17 car, and she's a driver that's really come on so strongly this season. She's had a very good year, has Maxine, really been getting some better results. 9th in the championship coming into this weekend, driving her late father Mick's car that he used to race. And she's just really, I think Patrick will tell you, a switch has been flicked and she's really found something this season. But it was as soon as she drove that car, wasn't it? Since she changed cars, so whether it was all to do with the car, it's a possibility. Patrick says not. He thinks there's definitely something that's changed in her driving as well. It's a different specification of car that she raced previously. She really has come on. The car behind her, Jeff Howard, that's the one who lost the bumper down at the old hairpin. It's got very close between the top 4 now, and Adam Lockwood had a look to the inside of Sean Traynor, couldn't make it, but Jim Mew's lead has absolutely disappeared now. We've still got half of this race to go, and you kind of wouldn't put it past any 4 of these drivers coming out on top. And Adam Lockwood, if he's going to keep these championship hopes alive, really needs to be getting past Sean Traynor pretty soon. But for now, Jim Mew then continues to lead. Traynor second, third Lockwood, fourth Edbrook, and they are as close as that now. But Neil Stratton, who wasn't that far behind him, he's dropped off in 5th. Yeah, he has, hasn't he? So about halfway through this race, so it looks like it's going to be an 8-lap race for the opening event of the day, the Road Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. 4 for the lead. Neil Stratton on his own now in 5th position, and then you've got not so much of a battle actually for the lead in Class B, because Tim Hammond is now about a second and a half clear of Via Aldridge in second place, and Daniel Bryant another 8 tenths or so behind him. But you've got 5 Class C cars followed by 5 Class B cars inside the top 10, so they're sort of fairly well segregated, the 2 different divisions around him. That's 6 of them together now, because Andrew Ruffin has moved up into 11th place. That's 6th in class, so that will bring the lead to a pretty interesting place, I think, between him and Heron going into the final round of the championship if Ruffin continues to struggle. He's been going well in this race, he's been working his way up the order. Guess what? There's a car off at the old hairpin. One of the Mark IIs, wasn't it? Couldn't work Shane Mansbridge, maybe? And he's just been given the track limit black and white driving standards flag. If that was him, he might be in trouble, although he's not going in advantage by going that far off the track. Leaders out of Coppice Corner and down the straight to the chicane. Sean Traynor's tucked up right underneath Jim Mew's leading car, but the slipstream not awfully powerful seemingly. He can't pull out of the toe. Through the S's they go. See, we've got the tyre stacks in place this weekend, so try and stop any track limit problems on the inside of the corner, at least at the chicane, like we've had at some other meetings over the course of this weekend, so this season. Battle into that part of the track, and that is where Andy Ruffin is then, trying to gain positions, the former mini racer. He actually won a race outright at Silverstone this year, so he's had some very good overall results as Andy Ruffin. He is now caught going Aldridge, and more positions he gains here is all important for that class title battle. Yeah, meanwhile, the leaders coming over the line to complete lap 5. Number 78, Jim Mew, the leader from 27, Sean Traynor, 11, Adam Lockwood, 53, Scott Edbrook, 84, Neil Stratton is a bit further back. It's side by side, though, for third place now, as Scott Edbrook was trying to look to take third place away from Adam Lockwood, who's been a winner this season, and
he's unable to do so at the moment. But Sean Traynor here, sitting in second place, about a second behind the leader, looking to take what would be his 6th MR2 championship on the 10th anniversary of, or 10th anniversary season of taking the championship for the first time in 2015. 4 of those championships came in Mark IIs, but he won the championship last year. That was his first in one of the Mark III Roadsters, which he took a little bit of time just to become quite accustomed to, as he had been with the MR2s, Mark IIs.
Yeah, he won the Class C title in 2020, but not the overall title. Yeah. That went the way of Aaron Cook when he was racing a Class B at Mark II. But yeah, hasn't won the overall title until 1 year ago. And he's looking in a good place to double up back-to-back years. Have that 6th championship if he can. Maxine Nichols is still involved in a battle, but it's with different drivers, seemingly. And 76 is in there, who was 4 places further behind. So something's happened here, I think, to Maxine, because Martin Alger is behind her now, which wasn't the case, and Aaron Laverty. So that's changed. So I reckon Maxine Nichols dropped a couple of places to 14th.
That's right. So we've got 4 minutes of this race left to go. Josh?
It was Shane Mansbridge who went up a lap ago. So he's dropped to 6th in Class B behind Andy Ruthven. So Ruthven up into 5th in the class. So that's an extra point to his championship hopes.
Absolutely. So we have also had Theo Aldridge. He's been off, I think, at Starkey's Bridge as well, by the looks of it. Over the line they go again, the leaders to complete lap 6 now. New fastest lap of the race for Sean Traynor in second, a 1:52.710, so a new fastest lap for Sean. And he closed that time by about half a second on the race leader Jim Mew, and put a bit of daylight between himself and Adam Lockwood as well.
Ruthven up to 4th in Class B now. He's just got past Gavin Aldridge, so Gavin Aldworth, so that's getting better and better news for Andy Ruthven. Tim Herron has got the fastest lap within the class, but the championship gap, I think, be something like 10 points between the two going into the final round. Which is a nice place to be, I'd suggest, for Andy Ruthven. Tim Herron's been racing his championship for so many years, hasn't he? So it would be kind of nice if he could take a class championship, something he hasn't managed before. What about for the lead of the race? Can Sean Traynor win the championship with a victory? That's a great way to win a championship. It's what Tom Ingram did last weekend in the British Touring Car Championship. He was going to win the championship anyway, but he won the race just to make it that bit better. And can Sean Traynor replicate that?
Heading down the back straight towards the S's for the penultimate time in this race. He's not able to make a move there.
Mew was all over the place on the brakes. He braked so late, the car was twitching about. That's meant his exit is slower.
It is. So Sean Traynor now checking to the left-hand side. That puts him on the outside line for the Melbourne hairpin. It's brought Lockwood a little bit close to both of them as well, that little moment for Mew. But now up on the inside, he gets the cut back to Sean Traynor. It's going to be on the outside line for the Goddard hairpin that ends the lap. So can he get alongside? No, he can't. So it is still Jim Mew that's hanging on. That fastest lap for Sean Traynor, by the way, is about a quarter of a second outside the lap record, which is held here by Adam Lockwood, who did a 1:52.45 last October.
1 lap to go. Leaders, top 4 altogether, still 1.4 seconds separate them. Those fastest laps also important from a grid point of view for race 2. So Sean Traynor might well go from pole later, which almost makes this race, this lead, more important for Jim Mew, because he's only going to start 4th later. So if he's going to win for the second time this year, I think this race is the place to do it. And he's leading down the Craner curves. We know Sean Traynor at this part of the race has been quicker. He's challenged a few times, but for Jim Mew, the driver from Portsmouth, in the car built with his son Toby, who I think helps him prepare the car. 13 years of age, Toby, who's helping Jim run this car, and Jim now driving it away from Sean Traynor behind him. So the gap's starting to extend between the top 2 as they go through McLean's corner. Sean Traynor, the 5-time champion, only really needs to stay where he is to add another to his tally. So how hard is he going to fight this, particularly now that Jim Mew's got a few car length advantage on this, the 8th and final lap?
Yeah, so almost at the end of this race now. The top 4 are now 6 seconds, 7 seconds nearly ahead of Neil Stratton on his own in 5th position. Just not been able to quite live with these. And it looks like Jim Mew has got a bit more of a gap this time and a bit more controlled through the S's than he was a lap ago. Are we going to see a late challenge possibly from Scott Edbrook on Adam Lockwood for 3rd, down towards the Melbourne hairpin? heading into the right-hander now. They come back out of the corner and no change there really, so it looks like it's going to be Jim Yu that's going to come through here for what would be, this is going to be his second race win of the season, to add to the victory that he had at Anglesey. Oh, Scott Edward very late on the brakes and doesn't quite get into the back of, fortunately, of Adam Lockwood there. It's going to be Jim Mew that comes through for his second win of the season in the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, but provisionally the champion with second place there is Sean Traynor, his 6th time champion in the MR2 Championship. Third place in the race goes to Adam Lockwood, 4th to Scott Edbrook despite that late, desperate lunge. 5th place goes the way of Neil Stratton, and then to win Class B, it looks like it's going to be Tim Hammond. He is over the line to win Class B in this race. Yeah,
so he's going to close in on that championship margin, so the second race is really where the Class B title will be settled. And Andy Ruffin on the final lap's got third because Danny Bryant hasn't come through, seemingly. So 69 Daniel Bryant has not come through, and he's had a spin, has he, Ian?
Yes, down at the old hairpin. So he has been delayed. He has come through now, but yeah, he was delayed in coming through.
So that's another point for Ruffin. So I think the gap after drop scores between the two of them will be 11 points going into that final race. So probably a finish, or a decent finish for Ruffin will be enough, but it does put the pressure on still going into that final round. No mistakes can be made.
No, exactly, and there were a lot of drivers making mistakes in that in that race. It looked like there wasn't a lot of grip out there, possibly with lots of cars going off onto the grass, having spins through the gravel. So quite a lot of drama. I think everyone has more or less come home. There was Patrick Stoner and Paul Cook were retirements, but I think everyone else did at least take the checkered flag, or will take the checkered flag in that one.
It was interesting because the top four always really close, and nothing actually changed, did it?
No.
There was a few looks at a move, but nothing actually changed. Let's see, I think, if we can have a look at our results from the first race of the weekend.
Yeah, so this is the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship 15-minute race that ran for 8 laps, and it was won by Jim Mew in number 78. Second place and 1.12 seconds behind was number 27 Sean Traynor. In third place, number 11 Adam Lockwood. Fourth was 53 Scott Edbrook. Fifth was 84 Neil Stratton. And then winning Class B in 6th place overall, that was with number 9 Tim Heron. And then these next 5 cars, all Class B cars. So 7th number 65 Veer Aldridge. 8th number 82 Andrew Ruthven, getting that place on the last lap. 9th was number 15 Gavin Aldworth. Rounding out the top 10 was number 34 Shane Mansbridge, despite a brief off. Also to come, Jeff Howarth was 11th, Daniel Bryant 12th, Richard Dales 13th, and Aaron Laverty 14th. Maxine Nichols 15th in the end, ahead of Martin Audra, Ian Ledbetter, Richard Brown, Andy Williams, Tim O'Brien. Martin Collins in the Mark 1 was 21st, and the last driver on the lead lap. Neil Horan and Alan Strange rejoined from the pit lane after early dramas, and Paul Cook and Patrick Stoner were early retirements. Hopefully everyone will be back out for race 2, Josh.
Yeah, because we did have that one incident with a lot of cars through the gravel that seemingly all got out, which is impressive, and actually good news for the race, because that means yellow flags were not needed for too long. So hopefully that continues throughout the course of the weekend. 18 races in total here at Donington Park for the first of 2 season finale weekends. We've got Mallory Park to come next weekend, so an exciting couple of weeks for the 750 Motor Club, all live streamed through the YouTube channel and various other places.
Yeah, looking forward to the event at Mallory. First time we've live streamed from there, and of course the Burkitt Relay at Silverstone, which I think is pretty much a capacity 67 car entry. Giles Greenbridge was telling me, but if you're still interested, get your details in. There might be a space for you to squeeze in somehow. There's the random races team, not sure if that's full yet, but we'll see if James Winstanley might be able to find you a slot somewhere for the Burkitt Relay, which is 2 weeks today on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That is the curtain closer for the 2025 750 Motor Club season, other than the Plum Pudding races, which are at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, and entries have now opened for that. So if you want to take part in those races, head to the 750 Motor Club website and get your entry in. Right, we've got one more race before the lunch break here, which is going to be for the Radical Club Challenge. And we are hoping to hear our top 3 in a moment, but we'll just might find that there's some distance between the top three and Matt, who's due to interview our successful drivers from the MR2 Championship. So we'll see if we can get those to meet somewhere and have a conversation before too much longer. But if not, we will be looking ahead shortly to sports racing action, because the Radical Club Challenge is having its final race meeting of the season here.
With an extraordinary grid, and the biggest grid of Radicals for some time, I think, anywhere in the country. So this is going to be quite exciting, I should think, and the biggest sports prototype grid the 750 Motor Club has had for a long time as well. So exciting race in prospect ahead of lunch, what will be a slightly shortened lunch break after the Radicals, with racing due to get underway something like 1:45 this afternoon. So I think we'll start our build-up in a moment to the Radical Club Challenge.
Yes, so the Radical Club Challenge will be out on track shortly. Some gravel to be swept away by the marshals. Before we get to that, though, quite a lot of it dragged onto the circuit during the course of that MR2 Championship race. So it'll be just a moment or two before the cars are released onto the circuit for what is a 25-minute race for the Radical Club Challenge. 2 25-minute races for these cars today. The championship has been pretty much but not entirely settled, and that's in favour of Gordy Much, because he now has a perfect score, and it's still mathematically possible for one other driver, Shane Stoney, to get a perfect score as well during the course of today's racing, because they compete in different classes. So really what happens then, because that's perfect scores after drops, is not adding back the scores that they would otherwise drop from their 2 lowest scores of the season. So really, providing Gordy Much can pick up a point in one of the 2 races today, that will be him confirmed as championship champion. That just needs him to start the race. As we can see, the cars are now out there forming up on the grid, and I think that probably means that he is going to be the overall champion. But Shane Stoney looking set to win Class A. The reason he's a little bit on the back foot is there's 2 0 scores from earlier on in the season. Josh?
Yeah, a gearbox problem in qualifying at Snetterton, so that's what ruled him out of those 2 races there.
Yes, so otherwise, though, it's been a dominant performance from Shane at the front of the championship in Class A, and Gordy Much, very experienced racer, both of these very experienced racers now, similarly dominant within Class C, which is specifically for the SR1s, a sort of a new addition this season as the bike sports morphed into the Radical Club Challenge for this season. Class A is for cars with tuned up to 1500cc engines. Class B is for production higher booster engines, again up to 1500cc, and it's the fixed spec of Radical SR1s that make up Class C. Championship's been to Brands at the beginning of the year, Silverstone, Snetterton, and the Brands Grand Prix circuit in July. Back to Silverstone for a race on the international circuit in August, and then concluding here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit with by far the biggest grid of the year. 31 cars we should have following qualifying.
Although Stoney's won all those races, he hasn't yet wrapped up the Class A title, has he? So he, I think, needs a top 6 finish in Class A today. So therefore, it should be done, but he obviously can't afford another problem, because Leon Morel can still overcome him. But the Class B Championship, that's very much to be contested this weekend. After drop scores, Dan Headlam, I think, 7 ahead of Pedro Oliveira, but Oliveira is the one on the sort of move in the championship, because he has won for the last 4 races this season within the class, whereas Headlam won the first 5. So Class B particularly closely contested today.
Let's have a look then at how the grid is going to line up, because the cars are just about to head off onto their green flag rolling lap ahead of this first race of the day for the Radical Club Challenge. Pole position has gone the way of the Radical PR6 of Shane Stoney, the man that's dominated Class A in the championship this season. He is in car number 89. He's on pole. Besides him is a man who is no stranger to the top of the championship standings, Leon Morel, running champion. He is there in car number 1. Second row of the grid, you've got number 12. That's Lowen Stevens, who first came to, I think, the attention of both Josh and I at Castle Cooper earlier on in the season. Next to him is number 57, the best of the Class B qualifiers, one of the contenders for that championship, Pedro Oliveira, number 57, there on the outside of row 2. Row 3, you have the 55 car, which is his rival for that title, Daniel Headlam, and besides him is number 84, Paul Stewart. On the 4th row of the grid, it's number 11, Philip Brown. Besides him is number 5, Stephen Bell. Sorry, 86, Stephen Bell. On row 5, it's the 72 car of Barry Liversidge, and the 90 is Ben Higgs. Ross Drew in 7 and Ian Charles in 24 are on the 6th row. The 7th row is 92. Superb qualifying session again from Gordy Much in the SR1. He's the first of the Class C cars. Besides him, he's got number 41, which is Ian Carvell. On the 8th row, it's 13, which is Ian McDonald. Besides him is number 5, the stalwart of the 750 Most Club, Doug Carter. Richard Gilman in 19 and Scott Lear in 37 are on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10 is 15, which is the car of Daniel Hudson, and Calvin O'Connor is next to him in number 3. Then it's George Nutton in 45 on the inside of the 11th row. Alongside him is the 30th Mark Raisin. 37 is the car of I'm trying to find where he is. Scott Lear, yes, he had a grid penalty. And next to him is the 50 car of Darren Nutton. On the 13th row, it's the number 18 car of Finley Williams, and Vic Sudera next to him in 66. The 14th row, 17 is Stephanie Herbeker, and Alex Spooner in number 91 being the car of John Davis, I think. At the back then, row 16 at the back is number 77, which is Christopher Seymour. I think we possibly missed out in my little run through there, Alex Spooner and Phil Waite. But 31 cars we should have then, Josh, for this 25-minute race, which has a rolling start as well.
Yeah, epic grid of 10 SR1s, so by far the most we've had this season of Radical SR1s. There's Gordy Much in the middle of your screen. When the race begins, if he starts, he will become champion, assuming he doesn't do anything silly over the course of the day. So Gordy Much set to become the Radical Club Challenge champion. In Class B, if Oliveira wins both races with fastest lap, I think he will claim the title regardless of what Dan Headlam can do. So he needs those fastest laps and those race wins to come today. So Class B, very heavily contested. He was a whole second quicker than Headlam in qualifying. It was a mega lap from Oliveira within a second of Stoney. So that is very, very good indeed.
And red flags are flying, so I don't know what's happened. There must have been some reason why on what was the green flag lap for this race, something has happened that has meant that the start has had to be aborted. Not sure what that is. I've not seen anything come up on my screen. I don't think we've picked up anything on the cameras that would indicate why this is. There is a car at the end of the pit lane, which is 21. That is Phil Waite, isn't it, in the Radical SR1, which I think was an addition to the programme. And there is a marshal heading out with a broom. So
something being dropped by a car, because there's marshals also on the track at McLean, as well as the marshal we just saw go for our shop at Coppice. So I suspect something has been laid on the circuit. So rather than risking a race start with a slippery circuit, we are going to investigate the track firstly and then see if anything needs to be done.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. There is some fluid down that the safety car has reported at Coppice.
So now is this why we saw lots of MR2s go off in the previous race?
So
if the safety car's reported, it means it must have not happened on this green flag lap, but from the previous race.
Yeah, so actually that's quite handy that it was a rolling lap then in that case, and that the safety car was leading the round. The marshals are there; they're sort of testing the grip with their boots to see if they're sort of well, seems fine to us.
So there was a race meeting a few weeks ago. I wasn't here, but I was told about it, which everyone kept going off at, but there was no real reason why that it could be found. So is there something going on? There are various theories here at Donington, aren't there, about what could cause it. But there was a race meeting a few weeks ago, and cars were going off all over the place all morning. Yeah. And we saw loads of MR2s go off in that previous race. Yeah. But nothing's been reported by the marshals, obviously, that there's anything on the circuit. But
specifically, the safety car has reported a line of fluid, which the marshals have gone out to see what they can see. But the brooms, they're not in use. So
it's a mystery.
It is a mystery. So I mean, better safe than sorry. Good that the safety car observers sort of call that into race control, and they've checked it out before the race, because with 31 slick-shod cars on a circuit that might not be offering all the grip that you'd expect, then that potentially wouldn't be a good scenario. So we'll go again. Whether we'll lose any time off the scheduled 25 minutes remains to be seen. I've not seen any notification of that just as yet come up on my screen.
It's been a great move this year, hasn't it, this championship?
Oh, yeah.
How it's converted into this Radical Club Challenge sort of takes you back to the days of the Clubman Cup, wasn't it, that Radical run in sort of the early 2010s, which had big grids like this of various different models of car. And it's all come back now, really. We've had good grids all year, really, haven't we? But particularly this weekend here at Donington Park, a huge grid, 31 cars.
Yeah.
And a good mix, too. The three classes are all pretty evenly subscribed. And there's 10 in Class C, 13 in Class B, and 8 in Class A. So each class has got a pretty even number.
That's right. And the Class A's, so far this season, have been mostly the PR6s, but some SR3s in there as well. Class B's, all various derivatives of the SR3s, the RS and the RSXs as well. And Class C, as we say, just for the SR1. So
I think we have got, although it doesn't show it on our screen, some of the Generation 1 cars, some of the Gen 2 cars.
Yes.
There is a slight difference. So it's good that you're able to race the original SR1s, which previously you haven't really been able to find a racing home. And particularly this weekend, there's lots of new names in that class, because in fact the driver who I think is claimed second in the championship within Class C, Aaron Rose, he's not here, is he? But you've got lots of new names. The Nuttons have come out, the father and son team, George and Darren, have raced in the SR1 Cup previously, which is no longer a thing, which basically what Class C of Radical Club Challenge has taken over. So good to see they're out. Hopefully we'll see them out more regularly next season. But they're not the only newcomers this weekend. Finley Williams, Alex Spooner and Phil Waite are all having their first race within this championship today. So this, I think, bodes well for next season.
it does. So we can see now out on circuit there is the Donington Park Circuit Response vehicle, which has just driven up the exhibition straight the wrong way, is turning around on the grass, and what's going to happen next? Is it going to stop, or is it just going to head back from whence it came? The marshals look like they're heading back to their posts.
So what did the safety car driver feel that no one else can?
Well, who knows? But the circuit response has sort of turned around again and is heading back up towards Coppice Corner. That's the vehicle which will have on it some of the equipment to deal with a fluid spill, oil or fuel or whatever might be spilt onto the circuit. They've got all the equipment on board to deal with that, but at the moment it's not being called into action.
The other concern for cars like this is whether they can all keep their engines going or will refire when we do resume after a delay like this. Hopefully not quite as temperamental as perhaps some single-seaters are. There was a monoposto race at Fruxton this year that took about 40 minutes to get going because cars kept stalling, which was frustrating for many.
I'm sure.
Yeah, indeed. So hopefully that's not the case with these Radical sports cars. Of course, Radical based now here at Donington Park, as are the 750 Motor Club, sort of in offices pretty near to one another. So it's sort of apt that the final here at Donington Park has got a grid like this.
Absolutely right. Just looking back throughout the season, as we say, Shane Stone has done most of the winning in Class A, but at Snetterton, when he was not able to take part, it was Leon Morel that took the 2 overall victories there. Class C all the way through the season has been Gordy Much, but Class B there has been a bit more variety. Daniel Headlam has won 5 times so far. Stephen Bell also had a race win on the Silverstone National Circuit. And Pedro Oliveira has won the last 4 races, hasn't he?
Yep.
In Class B at Brands Grand Prix and at Silverstone International as well. So that's been the class where there's been most sort of diversity of different race winners. Whereas Class A, I think probably would have been won by Shane Steady all season had he not had those gearbox issues at Snetterton that you were referring to earlier.
Also at Donington, there was at Snetterton, there was that bizarre moment where Gordy Much got pole overall in damp conditions because the SR1's run on treaded tyre. It wasn't really good for slicks or wets, those conditions, and Gordy Much got an overall pole position. Cars are now on a second go at a green flag. We'll get confirmation in a moment whether we are going to have 25 minutes. I see lots of comments coming in on the 750 Motor Club live stream chat. Also making the point that we have been, that the entry for this grid is fantastic. Archie Hobson, I can see, saying that. The question, I'm not sure you know the answer to this, Ian, about Scott Lear, what his penalty was for. Actually, I might be able to get that up on here. He's from Silverstone, isn't it? That's why he's further back on the grid. So a 5-place grid penalty from an incident at Silverstone is why Scott Lear is further down on the grid than he would be otherwise. But he qualified very well this morning, second of the Class C cars. So Scott Lear could be in for a good result, his first full season of racing this year. And also questions about how long the racing is going on for today. Well, it's a long day, a full afternoon, which is going to go on till after 6 p.m, isn't it, with a full programme today. So
yes.
Do keep tuned in on the live stream. Make sure you subscribe, because as Ian said, we're streaming tomorrow, we're streaming next weekend at Mallory Park, and in 2 weeks' time at Silverstone for the Birkett Relay. So you'll get notifications about that, of all the 750 Motor Club racing to complete the year.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not confirmed, but we may well be back on the live stream next year as well. I know that the calendar plans are pretty well advanced for 2026. I'm sure we'll be hearing announcements about 750 Motor Club dates for next year very shortly as well. So do keep an eye on the new look 750 Motor Club website as well, that was launched a couple of months ago. That will have all of the information on the news when it is announced for how we look in 2026. I know lots of people will be keen to find out about that. So working our way around this green flag lap for the second time. Yeah, I've had no notification that we're having a reduced race distance for this one. So we're sticking with the 25 minutes, I think. Just
a reduced lunch break, I suspect. We can't really afford to start any later than the timetabled afternoon, I don't think.
No, so it might be a very brief lunch break.
Although it is somewhat more brighter now than it was yesterday afternoon and earlier today. So that's probably good news for the light levels at the end of the day, should it stay like this. Also good news for the temperature. Seemingly, that temperature doesn't come into the commentary box.
No, we're sort of well shaded from the sun here, aren't we, in our commentary box at Redgate, one of the Redgate suites. So we are watching them head around the Melbourne Loop, heading up towards Goddard for the start of this race, the 25-minute race for the Radical Club Challenge. About to get underway then. Shane Stoney it is on pole position, Leon Morel alongside him. Second row is Lowen Stevens and Pedro Oliveira, making their way out of Goddard Hairpin. The red lights on the gantry will go out any moment now to get this race underway. And they do, and we are off and running. It's a decent start by Shane Stoney from pole position. He's got his nose in front of Leon Morel, who's going to try and take a wider line into the corner, try and sweep all the way around the outside. It looks like it's Pedro Oliveira that's there in third place. Another green and white car. There's contact further back. There's two that go spinning off onto the infield and one spinning back across the track. Who's that that's involved?
Phil Brown span across the track. It was Ben Higgs making his debut. Dived down the inside at Redgate. Had a moment on the exit. He originally hit Paul Seward, who's got damage. And then Ben Higgs had a moment out of the corner, took Phil Brown with him and some others.
Safety car has been called, which is not a surprise, because I think there was at least a couple of cars still stranded up at the top of Hollywood there.
Pedro Oliveira's got Lowen Stevens between himself and Dan Headlam. They can race till the yellows. There's Ben Higgs debuting today, but it's not been a particularly good debut after a good qualifying session for the driver from Essex. He's moving into Radicals from C1s. You might be able to get away with that in C1 racing, maybe not in Radicals.
Quite a different type of racing.
Stevens back ahead of Oliveira by the yellows, so the B contenders are back together. But for Phil Brown, a long time competitor with the 750 Motor Club. Now the leader's changed.
Morel, well, he was sort of halfway alongside. We weren't really focusing on the lead, were we? It's halfway alongside Shane Stoney around Redgate Corner. Then we're really focusing on what was going on behind him in terms of the contact. But it is, so it's Leon Morel that is leading, Shane Stoney second. And now we've got the safety car out and the yellow flags waving around the circuit, and the drivers have acknowledged that. But there is a bit of clearing up to be done. The rescue vehicle and the medic heading out onto the scene as well. That's perfectly normal in these situations.
Looks like Gordy Much took the start, so Gordy Much should score the point. And as I mentioned previously, as long as he doesn't get any penalty points out of the races this weekend, he should be good for the title. So I suspect he might well be putting plenty of ballast in the car to make sure it's not underweighted.
Maybe. Bad news is that there is a long line of oil now reported at the old hairpin.
Oh. Is this actual oil?
Well, is this the same oil that we had on the green flag lap, or is this actual real fluid that's been spilt this time? There you can see Phil Brown's car that's off. I think, was it the car of Ross Drew that was off, involved in that as well, possibly?
Okay, I didn't see the other.
Yeah, he didn't come through at the end of the first lap. The H-Field Club Paul Stewart, he was involved in that original contact, so he's picked up some damage which is being patched up.
Yeah, that's what I think happened originally. It was Ben Higgs went down the inside of Seward. They touched, so that's where Seward's damage came from. Then it was a separate incident Ben Higgs had out of the corner that caused the bigger problem for others.
So there's the team there doing a lot of work with lots of gaffer tape, which is not necessarily the right colour for the car, depending on which bit of it they're repairing. There are the marshals. They're ready with their brooms and the cement dust, because they do think there is some oil now that does need to be dressed, and they will do their best to try and dress this as the race goes on behind the safety car, I think. We are 3 minutes or so into this race as Paul Stewart blasts out of the pit lane.
The marshals need to be aware of this, at the old hairpin red flag, I think, aren't we?
Yeah,
so this
race now being stopped. And I think with the marshals on track, the all needing to be dealt with, the snatch vehicle there, rescue vehicle on scene, I think that's probably the right call.
So potentially Gordy Much hasn't quite won the championship yet.
Not yet, because there will be hopefully a restart. Now there's the 24 car, which was Ian Charles.
I think he might just be telling the marshals about the oil, mightn't
yeah,
he?
possibly. I think he's just having a word with those marshals saying, "You do know there's some oil down here, don't you, chaps?" Yes, that's why we're here with our brooms. It's probably what that conversation was like.
Going to the point I was going to make about Gordy Much, that car's been run by students from the University of Derby all season, and we're not far away from that university this weekend, so I wonder if there might be a party tonight, Ian, with some of those students. I wonder if some of their friends might have come down as well for this weekend, because that's not far from Donington, not far from the university to the circuit, and there should be a reason to celebrate come the end of the day.
Yeah. My question is, are we going to restart this race before or after lunch? I will see if I can find out.
Is there going to be a lunch break?
It might be academic.
We're only 40 minutes from the start of the road sports race here. I don't think we're going to have lunch.
No. Let's have another look at the start, shall we? Courtesy of Alpha Live. Josh, talk us through this.
So we look on the right. It's the black car, isn't it? Ben Higgs, who you'll see brake really late down the inside. Clips Paul Seward, which may have damaged his cars, number 90. Then out of the corner, what happened to Higgs? Oh, it was him and Seward made secondary contact, didn't they? Phil Brown got caught out. So how did Ross Drew get involved? Well, it was Phil Brown spinning across the front of the circuit. There was nothing Drew could do. And he then tagged the tyre wall. Others spun in avoidance, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, and there's another car that's gone off as well, I think, at the on the exit of Hollywood too. Couldn't quite pick up on who that was. I mean, the cars that didn't come round at the end of the first lap, Phil Brown we know about, the Higgs car we know about, Ross Drew, and the other car that's not come round is Doug Carter, number 5, in his Radical PR6, so he's also been involved. Those are the 4 cars that didn't come round behind the safety car at the end of lap 1.
If this race does not happen, and there's only one race this weekend, I think Gordy Much should still be okay, shouldn't he?
Yes, because
it still potentially be still going to that second to the drop scores, and it should still have more points.
You'd pick best 9 from 11, probably. We're getting very hypothetical here now, aren't we, as the cars are being stopped on the grid.
Well, there's been 2 red flags here.
Yes, albeit one on the green flag lap, but we'll see what does happen. The marshals are going to grid them up in a line. So I think what they will do, if they restart them, rather than go back to the original grid, it will be effectively a sort of safety car restart. It looks like what they're going to do if we get to that point, which saves a bit of time. Yeah,
saves time, so that's good, and it's fair as well, really. But the track is going to be in a bit of a mess, isn't it, looking at this? So one of those cars involved, either Seward, more likely Higgs, I suspect, has been dropping fluid.
It was Higgs' confirmation of that.
I would describe this as not the greatest debut you would like into a new championship.
No, it's not gone particularly ideally, has it? Unfortunately for Ben.
He qualified well. Qualifying was good effort to get in the top 10 in your first go in a Radical, but maybe a little ambitious at Redgate on lap 1 and has triggered quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no, there's a few cars involved. There's oil down as well, which needs to be attended to. We've got the rescue crew there. Medics, I think, have probably already gone. I think the medical com's probably gone. That's well, hopefully we've just taken the driver to medical centre for for checks to make sure that they are okay. That happens any time there is an incident, a red flag contact incident these days. You've got the snatch vehicle heading up the hill as well to assist with the recovery operation of the cars, I think.
Yes, that's the other thing, isn't it? How many flatbeds we've got for the amount of cars. So Drew's car's all the way down here, and Carter's car is with Brown's.
And that's the 19 car. That's Richard Gilman, who I don't think managed to get himself involved in any of that, but he's in the pit lane.
Maybe if we are going to restart something, the pit lane might be a safe place to be.
Possibly. So marshals here spreading the cement dust or whatever it is that they spread on the track these days to try and soak up the oil, and brushing it in to help it absorb. Right, Ross Drew's car's driving back of its own accord the wrong way around the circuit.
Doug Carter's car is going to need a flatbed.
Yeah, it is. It's needing a lift.
And
drives out of the car, by the way, which is good news.
Doug might well be doing the Burkitt because he's a regular there as well, a 3-time winner on scratch. So
Okay, so sorry, Josh.
Yep.
News has just come in, so we are going to resume this race after lunch. Not quite sure when that will be at the moment, but we are going to take a break for lunch now. I think we're here.
If Road Sports is going to still start around 1:50. This is going to say a 20-minute race, maybe 15-minute race. It's got to start pretty soon, so yeah, we won't be away for long, I doubt.
We will get some news, no doubt, from race control team about how long the race will be when it restarts and exactly when it will restart. But I think it's safe to say for the moment it's not going to. There's still a lot of work to do. So possibly what we could do, I'm doing some live producing here, is we could possibly go to an ad break. Let's see if we can do that, and we will be back with some more information shortly. Okay, so you can see the drivers are out of their cars, which are lined up line astern on the grid. The reason for that is we are now going into our lunch break. Marshals will be back on post at 1:40, so the race will get underway behind the safety car very shortly after that for 20 minutes. So it's going to be a 20-minute race starting just after 1:40, and then we'll be straight through with the remainder of the programme, which comprises Tagee Wheel Road Sports, the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup, Nankang Tyre Sports 1000, MX5s, the second race for the MR2s, F1000, and the second races for the Radicals, and the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. So racing to resume probably about 25 minutes from now, I would think. So do join us again very shortly. So, welcome back to Donington Park after the lunch break and this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. About 40 minutes ago, we tried to make a start for the Radical Club Challenge race, and it is just restarting now behind the safety car. For a 20-minute restart, we had a multiple car incident at the start of the race. Red flags were required. Ducato's car, you can see in the pit lane there, was among those involved. The team trying to get that back out for later on. So we had a red flag, we had an early lunch, and as a result of that, we are going to get underway again. The 20 minutes have already started to count down from this race, with the cars in the order when they were when the red flags came out. My name's Ian Soman. Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box. Safety car leading them round for the moment, with Leon Morel in the lead of this race from Shane Stoney in second, as we will be underway for full racing shortly. Josh?
Yeah, the track looks a lot cleaner than we kind of feared at one point. Might be a little bit less grip than there was, and some drivers wisely driving over that just to experiment with the grip levels. But yeah, the track looks pretty good, so that's good news. Well done to everyone involved in clearing up the incident we had. And actually, drivers are probably going to get a lot more racing laps than if the safety car remained out. So that is good news. An intriguing prospect with Leon Morel grabbing the lead from Shane Stoney. They were pretty close in qualifying, weren't they? Stoney was less than 4 attempts quicker than Morel, so it might be quite difficult to overtake. I think we had a similar situation at Silverstone, where Shane Stoney had to come through to take the lead of the race when he won last time out. So an intriguing race there, and then that Class B Championship battle, the one to look out for, to see if Oliveira can stay ahead of Dan Headlam and get that fastest lap bonus point too.
Yeah, and as this is a continuation of the race before lunch, Gordy Much picking up the point for starting. He will, we think, be confirmed as champion after this race, because he'll have an unassailable advantage. But he's still to go. He is, of course, in the Class C Radical SL1 and qualified really well up overall as well. 13th overall he was in the qualifying session this morning. And as always, taking the fight to the much more powerful cars in classes A and B in particular. So on the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix layout this weekend, and the safety car, the 750 Motor Club Golf, is just heading its way over the crest of the hill and down towards Melbourne Hairpin. There you can see Leon Morel, number 1, in the Radical PR6 on pole position. Similar car for Shane Stoney just behind him. Someone
that made a very good start was Ian Carvel, because he came from 14th to 7th on that half a lap of racing we had. So yeah, the former Volkswagen Cup champion, one to watch maybe.
And kept himself out of trouble quite nicely as well on that initial start.
There's Much only a couple of places behind that.
Yeah, so he's going well. Right, 17 minutes or so to go in this race. Very shortly we'll have the lights. Well, the safety car will pull in. It'll be a green flag, I think, that will probably start this race. Yeah, green flag there it is. Race getting back underway then, with 16 3/4 minutes on the clock, and it's Leon Morel leading Shane Stoney in second, and Lowen Stephens in third place. But it's Shane Stoney going to the outside of Leon Morel, trying to go around the outside of the first corner after the restart, but he can't quite make it work. So it's Leon Morel holding on. Stoney goes a bit wide. Lowen Stephens there in third still. I think it's Pedro Oliveira, yes it is, in fourth, with his Class B rival Dan Headlam just behind him.
Had another go, Stoney, down the crane of curves, couldn't quite get there, but yeah, those Class B cars just as close as each other as well. Lowen Stephens had a big twitch over the dust into the old hairpin, but Stoney still coming then at Morel. The 3-time bike sports champion leads the way from Shane Stoney, who last won a 750 Motor Club Championship 14 years ago in Sax Max as a teenager. There's Gordy Much flinging free way through. McLean's the SR1 leader. Looking to continue that record of Class C victories. This huge grid, still head up the hill.
Absolutely right. So a big field. Is Leon Morel leading, Shane Stoney jinking to the left as they head down to the Fogarty S's. There is, of course, an alternative way for Gordy Much to win this championship, which is Shane Stoney not to win this race with fastest lap. That's something we hadn't really considered. But Leon Morel still leading with 15 and a half minutes to go. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin they go. And Daniel Headlam is trying to dive up the inside of Pedro Oliveira for the Class B lead. They're absolutely side by side. And it's side to side, those two cars, but Oliveira just about holding on. Headlam's going to have another go as he into Goddard hairpin. No, that's really covered off quite nicely by the Brazilian driver, and Pedro Oliveira holding off his rival there. Close action further back as well. That's involving the number 93 car. That's Alex Spooner.
Yeah, some great racing in the SR1 side by side. Here comes Headlam down the inside to grab the class lead. So important in the championship within the Class B title race. So Dan Headlam back ahead of Oliveira. Headlam, who raced in F4 machinery a decade or so ago. Ahead then as a dive down the Craner curves. Oliveira, who was a second or so quicker in qualifying, now behind. He's made a mistake over the dust as well, running wide, and that's allowed Dan Headlam to pull further away.
Certainly has. So not what Pedro was hoping for there. After this restart, he's lost a little bit of time, bit of contact there with Dan Headlam now, who's taken the lead, the 55 car, arrived from Leighton Buzzard, 32 years of age, project manager, been racing since 2011, started out in Formula Ford 1600. 14 minutes of this race to go. It is still Leon Morel leading, but we're focusing on a battle amongst the SR3s at the moment, a bit further back.
You've got Vic Sedera in 6th, just ahead of Spooner, Wake and Scott Lear there in 37. He's dropped way back. He was second quickest in qualifying this morning, but he's running 9th within Class C. So he had a poor opening lap on that initial start, I think. But Scott Lear should have the pace to clear these cars ahead of him. Yeah, we'll see if he can come through the pack, but it is a quite closely formed pack at the moment. And you've got one of the class from a higher class, Ian Charles, trying to come through as well in the number 24. Change for the lead of the race. Shane Stoney's gone through ahead of Leon Morel, so Shane Stoney back to the front, as he has been so often this season in that PR6. The former Double Mini Challenge champion, former Radical SR1 champion was Shane Stoney, and he leads the way then from Leon Morel as they dive down the Craner curves on lap 4 of the race into the old hairpin. They're pulled clear of Lowen Stevens there in 3rd place. Yeah, Lowen, the teenager, in his first season of racing, has done quite a bit of testing in different cars, including Ginettas before this, but burst onto Tina Castle Coupe with some wins in the one-off trophy race there. Here's this SR1 battle, and that is Spooner, I think, that is making up ground. One's gone off ahead of them, which is 18, I think. Which is, yeah, trying to figure out who that is. It's Williams, the Williams car that has gone off. Finley Williams into the gravel trap up there at Redgate Corner. 12.5 minutes of the race left to go in this Radical Club Challenge, sticking with the SR1s for the moment. It's Vic Sedera in that number 66 car, 41-year-old from Leicestershire, so at his home circuit this weekend. He's got Alex Spooner just behind him in number 93. Really good race between these SR1s here. But there, way ahead of them all, is the class leader, Gordy Much. We're going to get a safety car, by the way, but Gordy Much looking to win the championship in the University of Derby run SR1. He's inside the top 10 overall and leading Class C by some way after those first couple of racing laps we had. Yeah, and I think it's the Finley Williams car which is still stuck off in the gravel trap. We can see from our commentary position with the JCB rushing to try to hoik that out of the way. So hopefully it won't be too long an intervention this, and we will be able to get a few more racing laps in before the end. 11 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this opening race of the day for the Radical Club Challenge. A bit troubled with red flags and safety cars so far. Shane Stoney up there behind the Golf, trying to keep some heat in the slip tires. Leon Morel, is that the sort of headlamp type cover that has popped out? There's something trailing from the front of that car. Not that they that had lights, I don't think, but the sort of cover that sort of slots into where they would be look to be dangling, possibly. A bit of contact there. You can get road legal radicals, can't you? So they would have headlights. Yeah. Well, the race ones tend not to have the covers like you suggest, but that might have be a problem on the second place car, but it shouldn't affect his race too much, you wouldn't have thought. No, so summary is 89 Shane Stoney the leader, number 1 Leon Morelli second, number 12 Lowen Stevens third, and 4th overall leading Class B is 55 Daniel Headlam, ahead of 57 Pedro Oliveira and 86 Stephen Bell, and then Class C it's 92 Gordy Much that is in the lead of that class in 10th place overall. Second is the car of George Nutton, number 45, he's in 4th place overall, and third in that class is the car of Darren Nutton, number 50. So the Nuttons second and third on their first appearance in the Radical Club Challenge this year. Yeah, George is a son. He's 26. and he started racing with Radical back in 2022, but he's had the last year or so out, so good to have him back. And Darren, who raced in Britcar a couple of decades ago, he also started racing within Radical at the same time as his son, and they're from Cheshire, so very, very much welcome in the Radical Club Challenge. Hopefully see more of them next season. They're having a good run, second and third in the class. It's going to be a short safety car period, as we had hoped, really, just the one lap, so we will go racing at the end of this. And Shane Stoney proved how sort of a quick and aggressive he could be on the restart, so Liam Morell's got to think again about how he might be able to reclaim that lead. And then the Class B battle, that'll be as fierce as ever. Dan Headlam ahead of the poleman, Pedro Oliveira.
Okay, so about to get racing again. There'll be under 9.5 minutes to go, which is probably enough time for probably 6 laps, I would think, in this restart. Maybe even squeeze 7, we'll just have to see. So Shane Stoney seeing the green flag, he's leading away then. Daniel Headlam has got Pedro Oliveira right behind him in 4th place overall, and for the Class B as well, Oliveira realising that this possibly gives him another chance after he dropped back a little bit before the safety car. Both of those have pulled quite well clear of Stephen Bell, who's 3rd in that class and 6th overall. But already Shane Stoney just starting to ease away a little bit from Leon Morell and Lowen Stevens.
Amazing how quick these cars are down the Craner curves. So Stoney going away from Morell, but those Class B Championship battlers absolutely nose to tail then. Headlam ahead in that SR3 RSX, similar car, the ex-Leon Morell car, driven by Pedro Oliveira, run by Leon's team, the car that's won the championship so many times in the past, the car driven by Pedro Oliveira. He's 20, lives in Bristol nowadays, and he's chasing down then Headlam as they dive downhill, down towards the S's. But that good move from Headlam before the safety car could prove critical, not just in this race, but in the championship battle as well.
So down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the first time after the restart. This is lap 6 of the restarted race. So he has the lead. Shane Stoney, Leon Morell 2nd, Lowen Stevens in 3rd. Then this battle for Class B honours, not much to choose between them. Got Daniel Headlam in 55 and Pedro Oliveira in 57. Both of them SR3 derivatives, the RSX though for Headlam. Looks like Oliveira's right in the tow here as they come along the Wheatcroft Straight into Redgate Corner. Doesn't decide to have a look down the inside there. I thought he might do, Pedro Oliveira, but he knows he really needs to get ahead to keep his hopes alive in the championship, really.
And Headlam was very wide out of Redgate Corner. That may well be noted by the officials. If you can't get past on the track, try and put the car in front to make an error. But Headlam then still ahead. Driver who started car racing back in 2011 in Formula Fords, whereas Oliveira only started racing in bike sports 1 year ago. So very different experience levels, but very similar pace over the course of this season. Headlam was very strong in the first half of the year. He won both races at Brands Hatch. He won at Silverstone, twice at Snetterton, where Oliveira's won the last 4 races. The 2 at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, and then the 2 on the international circuit at Silverstone. The SR1 battles, they carry on for 4th position. Vic Sedira just ahead of Alex Spooner as they head up the hill. Sedira, who's come in from Porsche Racing, he's done the full season in the Club Challenge this year.
It's Phil Waite, isn't it, that's got up into the position behind Sedira now in the 21 car. So that's been a change as we're watching the Calvin O'Connor SR3 RS go through the Fogarty S's.
He got passed by Paul Seward, who remember was at the back of the grid for the restart, and he's already into the top 12 now. So great race this has been from Seward in the 84, and he's dropped these 2 cars off Calvin O'Connor and Dean Hudson, 2 drivers who come from Kent. They're good mates. I think they came into bike sports at the end of last year in their car racing debut, and they continue so close together 1 year later.
And here's the change for that 4th position in Class C. It was Waite in the 21 car up the inside of Vic Sedera to take the place away at Melbourne Hairpin. So he's confirmed. I think he was a pit lane starter as well, if I remember rightly, at one point in one of the many starts that we've had in this race. There's the 37 car going through. That is Scott Lear. Where does he get? Has he made the progress that you thought he might?
Really.
No, he's still there in 7th, isn't he, within that class. So he's not elevated himself compared to the pace he was doing in qualifying this morning?
So Alex Spooner is 4th, isn't he? He'd cleared away.
Okay, so this is 5th. Right.
Yes, and so Waite 5th, Sadira 6th, Leah 7th. Leo Morelli, instead of going after Stoney, fell 4 seconds away already. And he's got Lowen Stevens all over the back of him. The 18-year-old from Somerset is Stevens. And you just wonder if Leon Morel's looking to see how his teammates getting on in that Class B battle, the car that Leon had raced last year. It looked like it was just as close between he and Headlam, but Lowen Stevens, who's really in his first half a season of car racing, so rapid in the Accept Andy Fido car. The car's up for sale via RJ Motorsport, so if you'd like a quick Radical to go racing in next year, that's the one perhaps to go for. Behind, the changes happened in Class B. Oliveira's back ahead of Dan Headlam, but Headlam in the tow is going to fight back down towards Redgate Corner. This is the championship battle for Class B, the Radical SR3 element of the championship for the Hayabusa, standard Hayabusa powered cars. And back ahead is Pedro Oliveira as they dive down the hill. At this stage, Headlam has the faster lap by 200, which could be championship decisive, but for now he's going to dive down the inside into the old hairpin, and he's back through. You don't often see that many overtakes in Radical races. We've seen at least 3 between these two with still 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, great racing between these two, and you sense that Oliveira's not given up. He's still very close to the back of Headlam's car. Oh, we've had a spinner. That's John Davis in number 91 at the Goddard hairpin. That's not in a great position, I'm afraid, with nearly 4 minutes of the race left to go. So we'll see what happens here. Here is Headlam. Here is Oliveira. This is 4th and 5th. This is the Class B lead. Important for the championship. You can see Stephen Bell, 3rd in class, 6th overall in the background. It's Headlam, 32-year-old, up against the younger driver, Pedro Oliveira, based in the West Country, as Josh was saying these days. I know that Luke Cooper's probably keeping his eye on the Pedro's progress today as well, the Castle Combe Formula Ford champion, as we watch them come out of the Melbourne hairpin up towards Goddard. Now, has that car been cleared from up there? Yes, it has.
I think if Headlam wins this, the championship could be done in this race in Class B, so it's even more important than ever for Oliveira to find a way through. So for the class title, this not for the overall championship, but that's what really matters to these two drivers. As you mentioned earlier, this has really been the most competitive class of the 3 this year. Class B, Headlam slower out of Redgate Corner, so Oliveira can carry the momentum all the way through Hollywood, down the Craner curve. You saw Headlam make a move down at the old hairpin a lap ago. Oliveira thinks about it, can't make it work, so Headlam's still ahead.
Certainly is. Oh, and now there's a car that's spun broadside across the track. It's Paul Stewart, who'd made such great progress. I don't think he'd quite made it back to the top 10, had he? But he was certainly just outside it at one point, but he's now lost a lot of positions again, and he will go across the line now. I'm trying to see where he is. 18th, dropped 6 places because of that spin.
Traffic for the Class B battle up at Coppice Corner. Just ahead of them, Leon Morel still under plenty of pressure from Lowen Stevens. They're 8 seconds behind Stoney now. This is an amazing drive. What else did we expect perhaps from Shane Stoney? He's only a fraction outside of his lap record as well. A couple of attempts outside lap record pace. What's happening in the background? Headlam still ahead for now. Maybe a car length further ahead than he was of Pedro Oliveira. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this.
Yeah, it's a great fight between these two, and it's an important battle for the championship as well in Class B. Fastest lap of the race with Shane Stoney at 1:28.466. He's the man that holds the lap record around here at 1:28.25. He's about 2/10 off that. There's some one off through the gravel at Coppice briefly in the background, but I think they've continued. Oliveira not quite as close to Headlam as he was, well, just a few moments ago, really. There's several car lengths opened up between these two now, and as you said, Josh, there's only one more lap to go, we think, at the end of this one, with Shane Stoney well clear of this battle. He's 18 seconds up the road from these two.
Yes, so still time for Oliveira to get through, and he needs to get through, I reckon, from a championship point of view within Class B. And if he's ahead, he might well have a very strong chance in race 2 of the weekend, but if he's behind in this race, I don't think there's any chance come later on this evening. So still ahead is Dan Headlam, driver who is looking for his first title as well in this championship. Just ahead of them, battle of a second continues between Leon Morel and Lowen Stevens. It's still Morel, the 3-time bike sports champion, who is ahead in car 1 from the SR3. I think the only SR3 in Class A is that driven by Lowen Stevens. Just shooting through shot there. That's how far ahead Shane Stoney is, who leads the motor race. Here's Class B. and the gap is similar, maybe a touch closer than a lap ago. It's all going to be on this final lap of the race that we begin in a moment's time.
Absolutely right. So up the hill they go. I can see that Vic Sadair has been through the gravel at one point. We're being told on our screens. Looks like he's back into the races. It's very close between those two. Looks like a bit more speed carried off the corner by Oliveira, watching the sister car, that of Leon Morel, who's a bit skittish over the runoff area on the exit of Redgate Corner. Does that give Lauren Stevens a bit of an advantage, a bit of momentum down through the Craner curves? Not quite sure it does. Leon Morel, of course, a three-time champion overall in bike sports. He's had other class championships as well. He's not going to win the title this year, though, up against that man, Shane Stoney, just going through the shot at Coppice in the lead of the race.
Of course, Stoney's about to wrap up the Class A title, as we thought he would as well with this result. What's happening in Class B? Still Headlam ahead, and this could be a Class Championship result as well, if he stays ahead of Oliveira for the next half a lap.
Yeah, up the hill to Coppice Corner they go, turning their way through that double apex right-hander. Meanwhile, Lauren Stevens hasn't given up on P2 on Liam Morel here. Morel in the number one car, still ahead. He's certainly going to know he's been in a race here, isn't he? I would think Leon Morel after this one. But Shane Stoney coming up to the hairpin for the final time. The clock has counted down to 0, so checkered flag is going to be made ready, and it is going to be a 9th win of the season for Shane Stoney in the Radical Club Challenge, winning Class A, wrapping up the Class A Championship as well. Pick up what's going on in Class B here. It's still Headlam ahead. Are we going to have one last lunge from Oliveira? I think he's too far back. Yes, he is. So unless there's something very strange happens out of the final corner, it looks like it's going to be Daniel Headlam that wins Class B, and we think the Class B Championship as well. So Stoney the overall winner, Stevens second, Morel third.
That changed then, didn't it?
Change. Yes, it did change. Just spotting that on the final lap between Stevens and Morel. Headlam fourth, Oliveira fifth, Bell sixth, Ian Carvell seventh, sort of held station from where he was at the restart of the race. And we're just watching, I think this is Robert Gilman and Gordy Much come through. So Gordy Much to sort of confirm his overall championship. 11 wins out of 11 for him so far this season in the Class C Championship for the Radical SR1s, Josh.
Yes, it's been, as you mentioned earlier, the perfect season, a dominant season. There's the best of the rest in the SR1s, which for the first time this year is going to go to someone that isn't Aaron Rose, and it's going to be George Nutton on his return to Radical Racing. His first time out with the 750 Motor Club, takes second within that class, ahead of his dad Darren, who will be third, and Scott Lear got to fourth in the end, so he did start to progress in the SR1 element of the race, and actually was a couple of seconds quicker in the car ahead. So Scott Lear did prove his pace that he had in qualifying, but took a little while to get there. So I think everyone's taken the checkered flag. Shane Stoney, the Class A winner and Class champion. Dan Headlam, the Class B winner, and we think the champion in the Class 2 and Class C, the overall champion and winner, Gordy Much.
Yes, so one more race still to come, though, this season in the Radical Club Challenge. That will be later on. I think I was going to say this afternoon, could be this evening, I think, by the time we get to that. But let's have a look at the results then from that first race. Shane Stoney, number 89, the race winner in his Radical PR6, 12 laps completed and won by more than 13 seconds from number 12, Lauren Stevens, who got the lead away right at the end of the race, or got second place away right at the end of the race from number 1, Leon Morel. Third place to Morel then, fourth to number 55, Daniel Headlam, who won Class B, fifth was 57, Pedro Oliveira, and sixth, 86, Stephen Bell. That your Class B podium. Seventh was 41, Ian Carvell, ahead of 8th, number 72, Barry Liversidge, 9th, number 6, Robert Gilman, and finally in 10th place, the Class C winner, number 92, Gordy Much, then 11th, Ian McDonald, 12th, Dean Hudson, Calvin O'Connor, Ian Charles, 13th and 14th. In 15th position, Paul Seward, after that spin, 16th, George Nutton, 17th, Mark Grays, and 18th, Darren Nutton. So the Nuttons, second and third within Class C. And then Scott Lee, number 37, was 19th. Alex Spooner, number 93, was 20th, and several more SR1s there completing the field. We lost Finley Williams into the gravel trap very early on in that race. So, another Radical Club Challenge race to come later on. In a few moments we'll move on to our longest race of the day, which is going to be for the Tequila Road Sports Championship, 45-minute race with pit stops. That will come up very shortly indeed. And then it's back to sprint racing for the rest of the day with BMWs, 116s and 120s, Sports 1000, MX5s, F1000s and of course the MR2s radicals that we have already seen as well. So that's all still to come for the rest of the afternoon.
And yeah, down here with our race winner overall and our Class A winner, Shane Stoney. Shane, many congratulations. 9th victory now in class for you this year. That was another dominant performance. Well done.
Yeah, it's good. Car was running well. You know, got a pretty good restart on the. Obviously, it was a bit of an interesting with the whole delayed in the start. Never had a delay where we go and get your dinner in the middle of the race. But yeah, obviously, you know, got a good start and then. Let the tyres come on a little bit more gentle and you know, and then got on the back of Leon and then yeah, he just made a little mistake, managed to get a good run into one of the hairpins and that was it. And then yeah, just got my head down and pulled some good laps out and yeah, happy days.
It's been a good season for you, hasn't it? Barring the Snetterton round earlier in the season, it's been win after win.
Yeah, it's been a good year. It's been a good year. Shame about Snetterton, obviously, that we just lost 2 teeth out of 4th gear, and that's the end of that. So yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, it's been a good year. Really enjoyed myself. Been some great racing. So you know, hopefully next year will be just as good.
And we saw some quick times right through that race for you. In terms of the initial start before lunch, there was some word about some oil maybe on the circuit. Did you feel that at all?
There was oil dry all the way down Craners early on, and there was a little bit at the very, very start, but it seems to go away pretty quick. It might have even been not oil, it might have been something else. So, but yeah, there's a few. I mean, there's a lot of debris, a lot of all sorts on the track at the moment. So yeah, but luckily all sorted, so we're all good.
Good stuff. Good luck for race 2. Thanks very much, Shane. We'll go behind Johnny and we'll get a quick word if we can with Dan Headlam. If we can grab a quick word with Dan. Many congratulations there. What a great fight that was with Pedro.
Yeah, it was really good fun. Nice and close the whole way through, and obviously swapped positions a few times, but it was yeah, great fun, to be honest.
And for you now, that's your 6th class victory of the year, so you've been racking them up through the season as well.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the season was slightly better, had a bit of a drop off in the middle, but yeah, back on top, and that's good.
Do you reckon you can go out for victory in race 2 as well?
That's certainly the aim, yeah.
Well done, congratulations Dan, and we'll get a final word with Gordy Mutch, who I think is provisionally the champion this year. Gordy, you just needed to start that race, you've done it, and you are the Radical Club Challenge champion for this year. Well done.
Thank you very much. You know, it's all credit to the students. They've done a faultless job all year. You know, coming into it, we didn't really have you know, a massive amount of expectation. It's all about, you know, letting the students, they control every single aspect of it. The tyres, the run plan, the engineering, the mechanicking, they prep the cars, they do absolutely everything. And we haven't come into the pits because of a technical or mechanical issue once this year. So yeah, amazing job to the boys and girls of Derby University.
Well, that shows it, doesn't it, on the results you've had this year, testament to you and also the team, every single win in Class C, which is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one more race to go, so we'd like to make it 100%. So we're on the edge there, but to wrap up the championship, one race early is really awesome. Obviously, Shane gave it a good run. It's unfortunate with Snetterton with his gearbox issue, but you know, we've taken that opportunity and taken the championship, and it's amazing to give Derby University their first championship.
Gordy, well done. Good luck for race number 2, and hopefully we'll see you back up here again.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Gordy Mutch, our champion this year in the Radical Club Challenge, and of course our Class C winner here at Donington Park for race number 1. More from them a little bit later on, but for now we're going to head back upstairs to Josh and to Ian because we've got the final round of the De Geerwa Road Sports Series to look forward to.
So the cars heading off onto the green flag lap for the final round of the 2025 Tagiwa Road Sports Championship, with 5 drivers and teams in contention for the title. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up then for this one. It's a 45-minute race with a pit stop of 1 minute between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. Several teams, though, have a pit stop penalty to serve as well. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But for the moment, the grid on pole position is the number 18 car started by Simon Major, alongside him 117 Martin Gadsby. Second row of the grid is 55, which is now Paul Simonson on his own, and the number 2 car being started by Alan Henderson. Third row of the grid, number 89 Scott Parkin, and number 6 is brother Ryan Parkin. On the fourth row, it's the 24 car of Chris Freeman, and 222 is Darren Goes. On the fifth row, it's 211 Giles Kirk, besides number 188 Joe Williams. On the sixth row, it's the 221 car, which is being driven by Paul Browse, and John Monday is in car 421. On the seventh row of the grid, scroll onto that in a moment, that is going to be where we find the number 8 car, which is being driven for the first part of the race by Matthew Tidmarsh. Besides him is number 12 Liam Crilly. On the next row it's 83, which is Will Puttergill, and 5, which is Jonathan Packer. On the 9th row 68 is John Dundee, and it's Josh Johnson in car number 121. On the 10th row 26 is Mark Burton, and 99 is Martin Gambling. On the 11th row it's 69 Jordan Newington and Mark Creed in 123. Matt Creed in it, I should say. On the 12th row, it's 36 Samuel Rasool and number 7 Jez Banks in 24th on the grid. On row 13, it is the 11th car of Simon Baker and 666 Sammy Bowler. On the 14th row, it's 65 Daniel Momet and Andrew Cooper in 41. On the 15th row, it's number 9, which is Luke Beardmore and Johnny Hayes in car number 93. On the 16th row, it's number 1 Samuel Dennis and 172 Chris Heathcote. On the 17th row, it's Gavin Johnson, number 31, and number 3 Ben McCauley. On the 18th row, it's number 60 Luke Reynolds and number 88 Phila Adcock. On the 19th row, it's 71, which is Martin Rogers, and 22 Chris Fantana. Tom Hiley in 531 and Chris Morton in number 40 on the 20th row. On the 21st and final row, it's 16, which is Robbie Boot, and the 17th car, which is Kevin Taylor BB. Right, we have got the big grid here for a 45-minute race. We've got a championship to be decided as well. We'll try and keep you informed as to what is going on with that, with pit stop penalties and all of the other details as this race goes on. But we are about to get underway for a 45-minute race here at Donington Park.
And slowing, there is the number 8 Matt Tidmarsh car, which was a Class B championship contender. The drama before the start.
It certainly is. Red lights are on. They are about to go out and the race getting underway. They do so. We're off and running then, and it's a positive start there by Simon Major in the number 18 set. There's one car already off on the grass, an unforced error that it seems, a little bit further back down the order, and it is Major instantly Martin Gadsby in the BMW that was fully qualified by the slightly faster driver Ian Jones. He's dropped down to third position off the line then, and they're all making their way through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time. So a little bit of settling down of the order to be done in this race. There are 4 different classes in road sports. Those classes split on power to weight ratio, and the 5 championship contenders came from 4 different classes, although there's already dramas, as Josh has said, for one of those, which is the Class B frontrunners, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in their Ginetta.
Yeah, they're a class championship contender, not an overall championship contenders. Out wide there, Ryan Parkin being passed by Giles Kirk, and Scott Parkin slowing. Scott Parkin is slowing, the Class A championship leader, who was an overall contender. This could have class championship implications as well, because Scott Parkin slowed on the approach towards Coppice Corner. The car is still slow as it comes out of the corner, so this is going to be an early pit visitor, and that is one of our 5 championship contenders out of contention already. There's been drama at McLean's. There's at least one car that needs to recover. There's Mark Burton, another championship contender, gaining positions after a penalty in qualifying. He's made a very good start indeed, gained several positions. More positional changes as Martin Gadsby loses a third place there to Alan Henderson, but it is Simon Major that leads. In second, Paul Simerson, new card for the team this weekend, Porsche Cayman, after the Simon Green Motorsport crew really have struggled with the BMW M4 they've had previously, but this new Porsche going really well for Paul Simerson, the Ferrari challenge racer, who's up in second place. And there, another championship contender, that's Matt Creed in the Renault Clio, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's in the white and yellow and black car that you can see in shot there. But end of lap 1, it's Simon Major leading by just over 1 second from Paul Simerson in second. Alan Henderson is third, so it's 18.55 and 2. Then 1:17. Martin Gadsby is fourth.
No longer.
But not for much longer. Darren Goes has gone through in the 222 car. He's now 4 places from a starting position. Giles Kirk 211 is in, I think, 6th position. He's about to go 5th. He was the driver on the grass, I think, wasn't he?
Yep.
At the start of the race.
And into the pit lane has come Scott Parkin, so he's out of overall contention, and that could hurt his Class A Championship battle too. There's 5 cars that can also win the Class A title, and his closest rival is leading the race. Simon Major come into this 7 points behind Scott Parkin for the Class A Championship, and this could change a lot for the Dockside Developments man.
That's right, so we're working lap 2 of this race. All of the top 10 cars are Class A cars, and then 11th, really down to 18th, of all Class B cars, so kind of the power to weight ratio split in the classes, working out more or less how you'd expect at the moment. Pick up how things are going on in the lower classes as well in a moment, because that's also very relevant to the overall championship.
Matt Creed is leading Class C, who has the best points in reality coming into the weekend.
And if he wins Class C, then he will be the champion, I think, won't he?
Yeah, but he's got the longest pit stop penalty of anybody at 25 seconds. So to build that, he's going to be challenging, and that is because he has won the last 2 races. He won at Silverstone and Snetterton.
So there is the other Dockside Developments Audi going up a position. That is Ryan Parkin in the number 6 car. He's got ahead of Giles Kirk now for 6th.
And on the first lap of the race, the lap record was broken by Simon Major for all of 2.8 seconds before Alan Henderson broke the record. 1 minute 40.304. He's passed Paul Simerson for second.
Okay, he's there in the Lotus, which is often fast but sometimes fragile as well, that Lotus.
That is a car still in contention for the Class A Championship, but they need to get past Simon Major, and particularly with Parkin potentially out of the race, it is not out of the question, although they're a long way back, that Alan Henderson and Dan Tude could take the Class A title.
And it's 3 cars side by side there, including our Class C championship contenders, Jez Banks and Daniel Perry. In fact, it's just Jez Banks now in that car for this weekend, isn't it? Only going solo, so he's involved in the thick of that battle with the likes of Samuel Razul in the number 36 car, the BMW driven by the recently married Sam McKee, who's here watching on at the moment, as is Samuel's wife Chloe watching on as well.
That's 3rd place, Jez Banks has just grabbed, and as you say, he's in the championship contention, as is for his Class C rival, Matt Creed. 4 points between the 2 of them coming into this, but Creed leads it and is 4 or 5 seconds ahead at this stage of Jez Banks. A 3rd driver that was side by side in all of that, but passed them both with Sammy Bowler in her Mini. She's in a Class B car. She had problems in qualifying this morning and is progressing through the order, so she's into 22nd place, I think, in all of that. Up across the line, by the way, has come again. Is that the same thing has happened? Actually, 3 times. Major set the lap record. Henderson set the lap record, but Paul Simerson has now set the lap record. More championship drama because Martin Gadsby, who was in Class A championship contention, there's so many people who can win championships in this race, he has come into the pit lane. So down the pit lane has come Martin Gadsby. So perhaps something was not right with his car. That's why he was losing positions towards the beginning. But Paul Simerson, 1 minute 39.8, new lap record. That new to the team Porsche, going great guns in the early stage of this race. I understand Simon Green had to go to the continent to get some parts of the car on Thursday, I think, and that could be all good news. There is Dan Jude. He's about to take over one of the championship contending cars, but for now he's trying to sort out the team car, Ben McCauley's Lotus Elise.
Yes, Ben in that number 3 car that runs within Class C in the championship, all not well with that car. 39 minutes of the race to go. There's the 69 class, Jordan Newington in his Class B Vauxhall Corsa. Who's he doing battle with there? That was the Martin Gambling Lotus, wasn't it? Number 69.
So in Class C, Matt Creed only leads by 1.4 seconds. He's not able to pull away from the New Zealander Simon Baker, and that could have championship implications with the long pit stop that's to come for Matt Creed. So he's not pulling away. Here they come, actually. Oh, they were coming. Up the hill, the Class C leaders. Matt Creed ahead of Simon Baker. Simon Baker in one of the Mazda RX-8s on this grid. A rare car really to see out racing. There's a couple on this grid. Particularly rare to see a New Zealander racing in a British racing championship, and he's had a good season. He's been a regular on the Class C podium.
Yeah, and that means he's got a 15-second penalty to serve his pit stop, whereas Creed has got 25. So it's only 10-second differential between them. So it's not the full 25 seconds that we need to take into account here.
Jez Banks got 5, so they could all really merge together after the pit stops. And Sam McKee, Sam Roskell's car got nothing, so actually they could be in the great contention. But we've still got 8 minutes till that pit window opens and everything changes. There's a car that stopped on the national circuit there and pulled into retirement. The lead of the race is still Simon Major. Martin Rogers has pulled off in the only relay car in the race. So how does this work, Ian? With one car that's pulled out Martin Rogers' Peugeot, with Pip Hammond's car in the pit lane. Yeah,
I don't know. Is he allowed to go once the pit lane window opens, possibly? Or is that it? Is that the team out of the race? I'm not quite sure.
Slightly different rules to the Burkitt, isn't it? Which is in a couple of weeks' time, where there might be several of these cars competing, I suspect. There's the lead already in traffic, just gone through stop. Major. Who is, remember, a Class A Championship contender, as is the car behind, Alan Henderson's Lotus. Oh, there's been a big accident for a Janetta. Is that Andrew Cooper's new car?
Just trying to look, it's certainly made contact with the barriers. The marshal heading to the scene.
Cooper's not come through, so I think it might be Andrew Cooper's.
Safety car is being requested.
Also not come through. Oh, there was a Mini on the national track, so that's probably the other car that I saw off, 65 Daniel Mehmet. But it is Andrew Cooper's new purchase and first race out, I think, today.
Yeah, I think so, and that's a great shame for him. 65 Daniel Mehmet, confirmation that was him. It looked like Andrew Cooper getting out of his car, so that's very good news. But yeah, safety car, of course, being required with that. That's pulled onto the circuit now, and it is pickup, I think, the racing lead it is.
Even worse news for Matt Creed, the potential championship leader, because longer the safety car goes to the pit window, which it probably will.
Yes.
And good to see Andrew Cooper up now as well, so he's walking away from his car. But yeah, longer, if you've got a pit stop penalty, longer you serve in the pit lane, you're going to lose more positions, although you won't lose as much time perhaps when everyone bunches back up. So it doesn't work in one way, maybe works in another, but it's not ideal for Matt Creed. So maybe this is a good point actually, and we're under safety car. So much has happened in 9 minutes. Just have a look at that championship battle, because the points are pretty close.
Should we run through that? So let's do it sort of by the person which the car with actually most points on the board coming into this weekend is the car in Class D, which is the Philip and Matthew Adcock car, isn't it?
Yep.
They had 62 points. Where are they in the race at the moment? They are second in Class D behind Chris Fantana's MX-5 at the moment, so they're second at the moment. So they had 62 points.
But there aren't enough cars in Class D to get maximum points, because there's only 5, so they can get 12 for a win as the most.
So that's going to hamper them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then the other drivers in contention. Well, Scott Parkin's out of the race now, but he was leading Class A. He had 50. Other drivers that were in contention: Mark Burton on 56 points.
He's second in Class B at the moment.
And then Jez Banks on 58.
And he's third in Class C at the moment.
And Matt Creed on 55.
Who leads the class.
So it's still... the whole pit stop situation is an interesting one, but Matt Creed is the driver who can get the highest score of anybody, because he can get up to, I think, 71 points by my reckoning, and the next highest that anyone get is the Adcocks, Phil and Matt, father and son, on 68.
But they can't now.
Not only they can't, they can get 65 points they can get.
So that means actually Jez Banks is in a better position, isn't he? Because he's 1 point behind, but can score 3 points more.
Absolutely right. Nice to see Maxine Nichols has just wandered into the commentary box to say hello. How are you doing, Maxine?
Very good, thank you.
Give you a kiss live on commentary. There we go. It's good to see Maxine out in the MR2's going well. Our Pip Hammond is now going out, I can see, in his course. We were wondering what was going to happen there in that relay car, but he is out. There is the Janetta. Now it looks like, okay, the front bodywork has become dislodged.
Which isn't unusual in Janetta race.
No, it's not. And there's damage clear to the left front corner. And yeah, not quite sure how much damage there is there, but I'm sure someone more qualified can have a look at that. But yeah, just going back to the championship then, Matt Creed probably in a prime position, but these pit stops really do throw a spanner in the works, especially with the safety car. Safety car will probably still be out when the pit lane window opens in 3.5 minutes time, I would think.
Which will be roughly when everyone comes back round. So if you're at the front of the queue, you may not be able to pit, which is not good news for you.
That's right. There is no restriction on stopping behind the safety car in this particular category, as there is in somewhere we're not allowed to have pit stops behind the
so
safety
this could
car.
get even more confusing than it already is.
It could do, yeah, could do.
Because a safety car lap will take about 3.5 minutes, so it's going to jumble the order, I suspect, next time round, because the recovery is still going to go on, I suspect, on the next lap round. So the order of the race, let's tell you about that. Leading the way is number 18, Simon Major in the Cupra. Second is number 2, which is Alan Henderson's Lotus. Third is Paul Simerson in that new Porsche. Fourth is 222, Darren Goes in the Audi RS3. Fifth is number 6, which is Ryan Parkins TT. In 6th is Giles Kirk in the Super Cooper. And we've got a problem for a car coming across the line now. You can see it on your screen. Paul Browse is slowing with a problem in his Cupra. And that means everyone else is wondering whether they can overtake him or not. But a problem, therefore, for the Browse Cupra, which isn't going to go much further. But he's putting a gap between cars in 7th and 8th positions, I think. Yeah, from Chris Freeman to Joe Williams, a big gap has evolved between those two machines, and that is slowing everyone else up. So, yeah, at the moment we've got a problem for Paul Browse going very slowly in what should be 8th position. So there's a big gap developed between 7th and the rest.
Yeah, it'd be helpful in a way if he pulled off, wouldn't it? Because, but I suppose he wants to get back to the pits.
But doesn't want to pit until the pit window opens.
No, which, well, yeah,
Which
the race is going, he'll be fine, won't he?
So the intrigue here is if the leaders will be able to pit this lap or not. Because if they don't, however many cars cannot pit will have a disadvantage.
Okay, can we see from here how the recovery? No, we can't. How the recovery is going of Andrew Cooper's car, because that will affect things. We think it is just that one car that is circulating. Yeah, the marshals have noted that Paul Browse has not been able to maintain his pace under the safety car. The car, the 65 car of Daniel Memmott, the Mini, that does need a full lift as well from the sort of national circuit link.
So the leader has got a 20-second pit stop penalty, so Major's going to lose a lot of positions here, where Alan Henderson's only got 5 seconds.
15.
According
to this list.
Yeah, I wrote 15, but it said 5. So that's so Paul Simerson in this new to him Porsche has got a good chance of a strong result here, as has Darren Goes in his Audi. He's going to do a full season next year, so that's good to see. He's moved over from racing in other 45-minute races, which he's won titles in before. So now having a go at the Road Sports Championship. He's had an outing at Silverstone, didn't he, which went fairly well. He got a 4th, I think, at Silverstone, and could have an even stronger result here. But yeah, this pit lane will open in 10 seconds. I wonder if the safety cars just backed him up enough so everyone can get in this lap.
So, and they will do now, won't they?
Probably everyone, from a tactical point of view, as long as the safety car doesn't come in, everyone would want to pit this lap, but the order's going to be really jumbled afterwards.
Yes. I mean, the advantage is that they'll all come out at the same time, which makes the race a bit easy to follow.
But not in an order that might make much sense.
No. So are they going to come in? They are not.
So the pit window is open. And so the top 3 have made a big mistake here, I think, Ian.
Yeah, everyone else behind them, it seems to be sort of diving down pit lane. I guess maybe they thought they'd got to pass the pit window open board.
Not in this championship.
No, maybe that's what they thought, though. I hadn't appreciated that, but you're right. Everyone else is coming in, besides these sort of handful of cars, a couple of back markers in there as well. And you can see they have to park at an angle, 45-degree angle, outside their pit garage. There's now a medical car now heading out onto the circuit, I can see. Whether that's just to reposition itself, maybe, I don't know. And also out of the pit lane goes the number 60 car, which had gone in for reasons not quite known, which is the Lee Reynolds, Jack Reynolds Honda Civic. So that was a stop outside of the pit window, I think, for them. But yeah, they need to park at 45 degrees after the minute is up, or longer if it's a pit stop penalty. They have to push back out into the pit lane.
The Class D lead has stayed out, Chris Fantana. The safety car's going to be in this time, which is probably even worse news for Major, Henderson and Simonson, unless the other thing that did happen at Oulton Park, which might be in the thought of the top 3 teams, is the red light always stayed on
at the end of the pit lane.
Yes. So obviously if that happens, they lose a lap.
Yes, so that is the other thing here. It's that's an interesting consideration because there's now a lot of cars in the pit lane. Yeah, the safety car is not going to be in this lap, is it? Because the
lights were out, weren't
they were out. So maybe the lights had stopped working, but there's still the recovery vehicle on the side of the circuit. There's another one going out, but yeah, safety car is not going to be in this lap. Now, the danger is that some of the drivers think it will be.
Ryan Parkin's taken what will become the lead of the race. He's the first car to exit pit lane. So that's good news for Ryan Parkin, who hasn't had an amazing year, has he? So if he could go out with a strong result, that would be great news. And everyone else is leaving the pit lane right in front of the commentary box at the moment. Just looking to see how Matt Creed and rivals are getting on in Class C, because that's championship implications. They're not come out as of yet, I don't think. But surely he's going to lose several positions in all of this.
You would have thought so. Right, we've now got that medical car in the middle of the train behind the safety car as well, which is interesting.
Jez Banks, I reckon, is taking the lead of Class C, so this could bring that car back into championship contention. Creed is yet to leave, so I think he's at least 6th. So he's got work to do. He's 7th, possibly. That's my guess at this point. We'll get confirmation at the end of the lap. I think Matt Creed's something like 7th in class, with a lot of work to do, with the closest car in the championship leading the way.
Safety car lights are back on, which is reassuring, seeing as the recovery is still yet to be completed. We have got 26 and nearly 27 minutes of this race left to go, and are still behind the safety car. Now you've got to think that all of these drivers that didn't pit this time, and included in there is the Class D leading car, Phil and Matt Hadcock. That's the yellow BMW compact that's just gone through shot. That you think they would pit this time.
The one good news for them is neither did Chris Fantana, so the Class D battle is sort of unaffected.
But you'd think all of these drivers would head for this. And maybe some drivers didn't head for this. Maybe they thought it would just be too busy, too congested.
Well, that's the other.
And they thought, actually, we're probably going to get more than one safety car lap, so we'll take that gamble.
I think when you're in contention, you've got to take the tactical point of view, haven't you? Maybe in Class D where there's not so many cars, and actually you gain so much track position if you don't. If you stay out, which they're not doing. Everyone's coming back in. So everyone has come in. Now it's the lapped cars, isn't it, behind the safety car?
Yeah.
Well, the one car that hasn't come in is Thomas Hiley. So Thomas Hiley is the new race leader in the Mazda MX-5, which is, 3rd in the train. The one car that has not pitted in this race, other than the cars that went a lap down, is the new race leader. There it is.
Yeah, that's the number 2 car. So that's Alan Henderson handing it over to Dan Jude, isn't it, in the number 2 car?
If Dan Jude got in the car rather than taking the rear engine cover off.
Yeah, I think he's now going to know he's exploring something underneath the engine cover.
Almost like he doesn't trust a Lotus to last the race.
Yeah, let's just make sure. So the car behind the safety car, there is the number 17 Kevin Taylor BB Mazda 2, showing that car with Adam Headley, the number 17 today. And then just behind that is the car that was in the pits a bit earlier than it should have been for a scheduled stop, Lee Reynolds and Jack Reynolds. So that's still due, I think, to make its scheduled stop.
So the leader in reality is Ryan Parkin. From Giles Kirk and Darren Goers, Chris Freeman is 4th and Joe Williams is 5th. There's Paul Simonson, who could have been the race leader. Instead, he is going to be in something like 30th position. So that's how much time it loses you. Here comes the Andrew Cooper car on the flatbed, minus front and rear bodywork.
Yeah, so it's a lot of bodywork.
Oh, now the rest get a red light just to make their life even worse than it already was. And Daniel Hughes now took his helmet off. So Alan Henderson, who had been going really strongly, that car might not rejoin the race.
So the Cooper car is going to head off on the back of the recovery truck at the sort of gap at Redgate, where the recovery truck can drive back into the paddock. So now the cars are released from that red light at the end of the pit lane.
So championship contenders, we were down to 4, weren't we?
Yes, no Scott Parkin anymore.
So Mark Burton is 8th in Class B, so he's lost several positions with his pit stop penalty of 15 seconds. Then, because there's 2 championship contenders from Class C, Jez Banks will become the leader when the other 2.
lap behind the safety car as well.
For the likes of Creed and Burton, they want as many racing laps as possible now.
They do. It's really in their interest. We're nearly at the halfway point in this race now. 45-minute race with just about 23 minutes left to go. The order on the timing screen is still not a very sensible one to give you at the moment. Josh has been trying to sort of correct the positions as he's been giving an update.
If Banks wins Class C, Matt Creed needs to get to third with fastest lap. And we are going racing.
Oh, we are going racing. That's caught us by surprise. 1 or 2 heading into pit lane, including the Thomas Hiley Mazda MX-5. And there is the race leader. That is Ryan Parkin then. Number 6, the leader. From number 211, Giles Kirk in second. Darren Goers in his third and trying to go second on the way into Redgate Corner, but doesn't make that work. And then fourth is Freeman in the 24 car. Chris Freeman in the Honda.
I've got a Cooper on my screen, so we'll see what car it actually looks like on the
I
screen.
think you might be right.
Okay, so new car this weekend for Chris Freeman. So there's our race leader, Ryan Parkin, who's not won a race this season. His brother won at Snetterton. There's been at least one different winner in every race, hasn't there? Simon Majors won twice,
yes.
But once he did himself, once he did with Alan Blenko.
Yes, that's right.
So there's been at least one different winner in every race this season, and actually it's pretty likely this race is going to be won by someone else.
It looks like that now, doesn't it?
And with Ryan leading, that could really help Scott out in the Class A Championship battle, because Scott's not returned to the race, I don't think.
No, off goes the 1-2-1 car. That's Josh Johnson, isn't it? That's off the road there in his Volkswagen Golf up at McLean's.
He was third in Class B on the restart.
Was that on his own, or was there someone else involved in all of that? So 21.5 minutes to go. Ryan Parkin, the leader.
Matt Creed is 7 seconds behind Jez Banks in Class C on the restart. Obviously, there's loads of cars between them.
And 21 minutes of the race to go, so we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, it is a Cooper, isn't it, for Chris Freeman in that 24 car. So in Class A, I think, rather than Class B, as shown in the programme. 3 cars side by side there as Simerson goes past 2 of them there.
Creed is in this battle, isn't he, with Sam McKee and Luke Bateman, who's on very, very wide. This was for 4th in Class C. There's one place. Matt Creed hasn't got it yet. I think there's a bit of history, isn't there, between Matt Creed and Mazda RX-8s this season, so he would like to make this place safely. He's already passed Gavin Johnson. There's a major that's now Blenko, of course. So Alan Blenko looking to win the Class A title if he can. Simerson 16th. That's an amazing restart, isn't it? Because he was like 30th.
Yeah.
That is an amazing lap from Paul Simerson. How far is he behind the leader?
23.5 seconds behind Ryan Parkin.
Okay, so how high up the order can he get? So Creed is now 7th in Class C. So we've got 2 places on. Oh, so we didn't get past Beardman in the end. The RX-8 stayed ahead. There is Banks. So that's really the championship battle. 7 Banks on your screen now versus 1, 2, 3 Creed. They are the 2 most likely, although that man there, Mark Burton, is another contender. He is 5th now, and he was 9th on the restart, so he gained 4 places in Class B, so he's not out of it yet.
Really sort of lottery there in the middle of the race, wasn't it? That safety car and those pit stops have really jumbled the order. It's made for quite an exciting second part of this race. We're now baking down to a 20-minute sprint race here. Look at this, there's 6 or 7 cars in that battle.
That's Class C cars
for Class C.
So it's all important, really, from the championship point of view. So this is all for 2nd in Class C, I reckon.
Yeah, and they've all just been passed by Alan Blenko, haven't they, as well, in the Cooper that was leading the race.
So you've got 11, which is Baker, 36 is McKee, 93 is Hayes, and then have you got possibly Creed up next? So he's gained some. Oh no, it's the other clear, isn't it? It's the Heathcote car.
Change for 2nd place there overall. Darren Goers has gone up to 2nd now. Chris Freeman 2nd, and Williams is down to 3rd. Giles Kirk has dropped back down the order to 7th. Lost about 9 seconds on that lap, so maybe a small mistake for Giles Kirk in the lay-on.
Mark Burton up to 3rd in Class B, so he's gained 6 places in 2 laps. Matt Creed's round the outside of his mate Chris Heathcote. There's his contender up the road, but he doesn't need to get ahead of him, does he? He needs to get close to him. What did I say, 3rd and fastest lap?
I think so, yeah.
He's 6th now, about to go 5th up the inside of Heathcote. I don't think it'll make his life too difficult. And through he goes then. So you've got Jonathan Hayes up next ahead of him. Penalties coming through for the car in 7th place, Giles Kirk, has got a 76-second stop-go penalty, I understand.
Okay, and try and figure out why that was. I've not got anything. Oh yeah, not parked in the right angle during his pit stop.
Okay, so he is 7th, Giles Kirk. He was higher up than us earlier, though. Matt Creed flashing his lights now at Johnny Hayes. So Matt Creed is going for the championship here. Remember, this is the first year as a championship for road sports, and it's been an amazing season with these huge capacity grids, really, at most rounds. Matt Creed has won 3 times in Class C. He won at Croft, and he won the most 2 recent races at Snetterton and Silverstone. New lap record now to the race leader, Ryan Parkin, 1 minute 39.830. That's 6 tenths underneath the lap record.
Right, news from Matt Suckling, which he did give me some time ago, and I'm only now reading. Scott Parkin, the reason that he has retired was the clamp that holds the turbo. We're watching Matt Creed make a position here, possibly within class, down towards the hairpin. He's going past the Hayes BMW, so up another place goes Matt Creed. Just to finish off what I was telling you, Scott Parkin, the clamp that holds the turbo came off. That happened on the green flag lap, and it was a diff failure for Martin Gadsby, which caused the BMW Compact to retire that was running briefly in 2nd place during the first part of that race. Sorry, Matt, for ignoring your messages.
Creed has got the fastest lap in Class C by 900 until now. Sam McKee sets the fastest lap in Class C, 149.6. So that means Creed needs to get to 2nd rather than 3rd to win the championship if Jess Banks wins this race. And he hasn't. He has got past Jonathan Hayes. So Creed is 4th now, but 3.5 seconds behind the next car. He's got 16 minutes to catch and might need to pass 2 cars yet. Unless Jess Banks loses a place, and he currently leads the class by 2 seconds.
Okay, it's there is a lot going on here, a lot to keep our focus on. But you're doing very well, Josh. You're keeping on top of the points there.
And you have to do this all yourself, unlike last week. It all came up on the screen for you.
So there is the 221 car, so the 22 car, which is that of. It is the 221, isn't it? Paul Browse. That was the car going slowly at one point. That's just made a move on back on Giles Kirk. I think Kirk have got ahead now. That's swapped around again. There is the who are we looking at? Yeah, we're just looking at that battle coming through now, aren't we?
Which includes the Class B leader, doesn't it?
It
Johnny
does.
Monday. And it's side by side, nearly for 2nd in class, which includes Mark Burton, who is a championship contender, remember? So what does
that's with Liam Crilly, isn't it? Who's the other car in that battle in the BMW.
I just wonder if Burton got to the front, whether he could then become a contender too, possible at this stage. But at the moment he's 3rd, isn't he, in class? But Mark Burton's made very good progress. But yeah, that's odd, the Browse issue, isn't it? Because that car was going so slowly, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, but it's running strongly in 6th position somehow.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how, but I suppose it made it back to the pits, didn't it? And managed to sort perhaps whatever the issue wasn't get back out again.
Perhaps it did it on the track and caught everyone as well.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't lose any place. So that's Johnny Monday leading Class B. And Class B has only seen one double winner, hasn't it? Mark Burton. Johnny Monday's yet to win, so it could be yet another winner. There must be so many different winners this year in road
So
sports.
it's been so competitive, hasn't it? Huge entries all the way through the season. The championship status has really worked very well. It's been a very popular championship. It's growing. I'm sure it will continue to grow next season as well. I think there's some interesting calendar entries lined up, so we'll see how that pans out.
14 different winners so far. Parkin hasn't won yet. Monday hasn't won yet. So it's there's a good chance we could get 2 more. Now, what were we saying about the Browse car?
It's slowing again, isn't it? Because through has gone Johnny Monday now in the 421 car, which is leading Class B at the moment.
Was it just a mistake at the hairpin? The car seems to be back up to speed now. But Johnny Monday's going well here, isn't he? I'm not sure how much we've seen of him this year. But he's done a few races, hasn't he? He's had a 2nd and a 3rd in class, but not the win. In that, I presume it's still a supercharged car, as it has been in the past. Simerson is 8th now, and behind them, Mark Burton's just past Liam Crilly for 2nd in class.
Yeah.
Blenco's coming as well, so both Simerson and Blenco have made great progress here.
Yeah, Simerson made 3 places on that lap. Blanco just the 1 place, but between them there's only couple of seconds or so, really, between those two cars.
And for Blenko, he's trying to win a class championship in all of this, isn't he? He's the only one now. I don't think Henderson got back out, did he? So that's out of it. Gadsby retired early, so he's out of it. I don't think Wayne Lawson got in. He was a reserve. So it's down to just Alan Blenko now to stop Scott Parkin from winning the class championship.
Yes.
He needs to get to 5th to do it, I reckon.
And he's currently in 8th place within the class. To get to 5th, he does need to find about 12 seconds, I think. That's a tall order with only 12 minutes or so of the race left to go.
Matt Creed sets the fastest lap in Class C by half a tenth. That could be an important bonus point. 1:49.614. So that means he only needs to get back to 3rd.
Oh, and that was that a lock? Was that it looks like a bigger problem, doesn't it, for our Class D leader? Yes, the broken front wheel on the Class D front-running car. Matt Adcock now aboard that car. Whether there's been some contact there that has caused that damage or whether there's just been a failure, but this is bad news for the Class D championship leader.
He had been catching Chris Fantana for the class lead, but no points out of this race then for the Class D. And at the moment, coming into this race, the championship leading car, Matt Adcock. So the drama of this race just keeps on giving.
The good news is I don't think they can be caught for the Class D championship, can they? So they'd already won that. So that is at least something. And maybe, big squeeze your title, everyone survives, but maybe the overall championship was just going to evade them anyway. So, okay, disappointing way to finish the season, but nevertheless a good, strong year.
There's Ryan Parkin. He leads by 10 seconds, so it's all going at this point very nicely.
Just ahead of Pip Hammond out there in the Nova, who was in the commentary box for the last road sports event.
Did a very good job. And I suspect doing a better job in the car than we might be able to
yes,
manage.
Absolutely. I don't think we should do a job swap. That would go well.
So the Class C cars are about to come across the line. Don't look at the sticker on the side of the car.
What sticker?
I don't know. I couldn't see it. So Class C cars across the line. Jez Banks leads by 2 seconds from Simon Baker. He's 1.6 ahead of Sam McKee, who's now only 1.1 ahead of Matt Creed, because Creed was a second quicker on the last lap. He just set another fastest lap in the class. So if we can see car 1, 2, 3, Matt Creed, championship deciding moments might be coming up shortly. So Matt Creed catching Sam McKee at the moment, and 3rd, I'll get you to check this in because I think they'll be equal on points, he and Banks, but they've won more, Creed has won more races.
Okay, well, I'll do that in a minute.
Just to make sure what I put in
next time
accurate.
I hand back to you, let's do that. At the minute, we're watching Ryan Parkin leading this race by now 11 seconds from Darren Goers. So it's number 6, the leader. 222 Darren Goers is 2nd. 24 Chris Freeman is 3rd. 211 Giles Kirk is in 4th place. No, those two have swapped around. 188 Joe Williams is 4th. Giles Kirk 211 is 5th. Paul Simmons is up to 6th. Alan Blenko is up to 7th now. What did we see? He needed to get to 5th, did we say?
So many things to remember. Yes, 5th would equal him with Parkin, and he's won more races.
He's only 3 seconds behind Giles Kirk now, who is in 5th place. So that's possible now. It didn't seem possible 3 minutes ago, but now it does.
Passing Simerson might be challenges. Really, it's Kirk and Williams he needs to pass. So Williams is only over 2nd up the road. So that is on. And Alan Blenko started racing the 750 Motor Club 26 years ago, when he finished 4th in a championship. So could he 26 years later be a champion? Not an overall one, but a class championship, which really is all you can really do. Winning the overall championship relies on others quite a lot.
I think that's Jordan Newington in the shot, just going in for his pit stop penalty. 30-second stop and go he's got to serve.
Here we go. Matt Creed's drawing up alongside Sam McKee for 3rd position in Class C, and he's being urged on by the team. So there's Banks leading it. 2nd position is Baker. 3rd is McKee, and that's where Matt Creed needs to get, and he dives up the inside into Redgate corner. They're side by side as they go out of short. There's a car that's pulled off the road as well, which is another Ginetta. That's John Dundee, but further up the road, heading through Hollywood, you had Sam McKee just about fending off Matt Creed, who needs to get past him to win the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship.
Yeah, that'll put them level on points, I think. Is that what you thought as well?
And they've won more races, haven't they?
Exactly, yeah. So,
or has he? No, because he's won 3, and if Banks wins it, he'll win 3, won't he?
So we go to 2nd places, I think.
Yeah, let me look. Neither of them have had a 2nd. They've both had a 3rd.
Yeah.
So we'll go to... I haven't... Right. Let's get the big spreadsheet out.
Okay, yes, it's...
I forgot about the...
let's just hope something decisive happens to stop them being level on points here. 8.5 minutes to go in this race, and it is Ryan Parkin leading by now 12 seconds.
So more fourth place finishes for Jez Banks could win this championship. So therefore Creed needs second, doesn't he? Not third. So we go back on that point, I think. So second Matt Creed needs, regardless of fastest lap.
Yeah, and how far away is he from that at the moment? He is about 2 seconds or so.
For the Class A Championship, news is good for Alan Blencoe, because the car ahead of him, Giles Kirk's been given the black... Oh, no, not two, no, wrong number. 2-2-1 rather than 2-1-1. 2-2-1, black flags, apologies. So that's Paul Browse.
Yes, that's the car that's got to serve a long stop and go. The 2-1-1. If Kirk does have to serve
it's a
stop and go
different
penalty, big problem. So he's going to be out of position over there. Is McKee and Creed are side by side as they go through Redgate Corner. They're still side by side as they head through Hollywood and down towards the Craner curves. I can see from our commentary box window they are still absolutely wheel to wheel. Here they are, Josh.
Yeah, and they're catching the car ahead, which is the important one, it seems, for Matt Creed. So we thought third might be enough. It may not be now, though. And Sam McKee's not going to let him have this third position easily. Seems like if you're newly married, it doesn't slow you down very much. Big slide for Sam McKee as he come out the corner across the line. Alan Blencoe's up to fourth. So the Class A Championship looks like it might be going the way of Alan Blencoe. The overall championship is still up for grabs. We have to take a big deep breath so we head down to Matt Sutcliffe, then we'll bring you news of how the championship's going.
Down here in the pit lane with the Adcox, unfortunately some dramas with your cars, guys. Matt, you were in the car at the time. Just talk us through what happened.
Yeah, so I was chasing Chris, knowing that we really needed a win if we wanted to stay in contention for the overall. And I saw I had an opportunity to get a good run onto a back straight on him. But as I hit the inside curb, there was just a bit of a bang, and then you realised quite quickly that something was wrong. The shock absorber has failed. I was rubbing on the inside of a tyre. So. Unfortunate, it's one of them. Unfortunate it happens while we're here trying to win the championship, but could have happened to anyone. So.
Such a shame. You're doing so well this year in terms of Class D, and Phil, just a quick word with you as well. I think the overall championship is done, but I think you still might be in contention for Class D.
We've won Class D. We know that for definite, and we're hoping we'll still be in the top 3 of the main championship. But I'm smiling. I know he's a bit raw at the moment, but it's our first DNF for a hell of a long time. Yeah, it happens, and it's been such a great championship. We're really happy that actually we're now finishing Class D champions. Come back next year and have a go at the overall championship.
Good stuff, and Matt, for you as well. Not the way you wanted to enter the season, but overall the season has been a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what 750 have done, making road sports a championship this year, has really resonated with everybody up and down the paddock. So hopefully we'll get a lot more entries next year, and it will be just as good as this year.
Matt, Phil, sorry about the bad luck to end the season, but good luck for next season. Cheers, guys. There we go, the Adcock sound with that drama, but more great racing on track, guys.
Certainly is, and we saw on the inset there while we were hearing from those drivers that the battle was still going on between Matt Creed and Sam McKee. But I think he's now Matt Creed ahead, isn't it? Up into third place within that class and chasing after Baker, but he's nearly 3 seconds behind at the start of this lap.
Yeah, we think he needs second now, don't we? So going back on what I thought earlier, or Banks to not winning it. He is being caught by Simon Baker. There's 1.1 seconds between them. Creed is catching massively quickly. Just got a shot of them through Coppice. And here they are then. So Banks in the Janessa leads. It's 7. 11 is Baker. That is not 3 seconds back to Matt Creed now, though. So the championship is still on. It's not won yet. There's 4.5 minutes to go. Matt Creed needs another place. And at the moment, if it stays as it is, because Jez Banks has had more fourth place finishes, that's how they win the championship. That's pretty extraordinary if that goes for that.
It seems that that's how it's all going to be decided, subject to official confirmation. But yeah, there he's flashing his lights as well as he was heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin there, Matt Creed. Now, how much longer is he going to have in this race? Maybe 3 more laps, something like that. Just depends exactly where Ryan Parkin is, who's just ahead of them, isn't he? So he's going to have 3 laps to go now, isn't he, I think, Ryan Parkin? So these will have 3 laps to go as well in this road sports race. So that's going to make it a 23-lap race, I reckon.
Baker caught Banks by 2 tenths, but a second and a half quicker than them was Matt Creed. So this is a real drive of a champion, should he get there, Matt Creed. He's been, 10th on the restart, became 8th, I think, as 2 cars pitted, and he's worked his way up into 3rd place, and he's catching rapidly the 2 cars ahead. But out of anybody, I feel like Simon Baker might not be the one to make it his life easy to find a way through.
I mean, it's looking like all of the other 3 classes are sorted now, doesn't it? I think Alan Blanco to win Class A, Mark Burton probably going to win Class B, assuming he finishes, and Class D, as we heard already, had been won by the Adcots before this weekend. So it is just Class C that we need to see sorted out, and it is still very much up for grabs. There's Sam McKee in the 36 car. He's just going to have a lap put on him by Dan Goes in the number 222 Audi car. He's just going to go past him, and he'll be catching the battle amongst the first 3 then in the Class C, and with any moment.
That last lap, Matt Creed went 1.6 seconds under his own lap record from last year.
Wow.
So that is how much he's pushing on to try and win this championship.
We're pretty much going to get 3 for the lead, aren't we, in Class C by the end of this?
And it's that total started at Croft, wasn't it? All those months ago, there was a really close battle for the class honours at Croft, and sort of a good budget class as well, isn't it? Class C with these types of cars. What a great way to get into this championship and seemingly become a champion.
Yeah, there's seemingly a lot of people spending not a huge amount of money. It's interesting, isn't it? Because often you find that the more competitive class, and Class C has been very competitive. Oh, Darren Goes, you could be trying to make your mark on the championship there by diving the inside of a championship contender. That worked out, fortunately. But yeah, sometimes the most competitive class doesn't give you an overall champion, but it might do here, which is really interesting.
Some of the reasons because all 4 classes have been so competitive. Alan Blanco's just set a new lap record, by the way, 1 minute 39.5. Oh, and Baker's sideways. This is going to change the championship because the second place car's off the road, and Matt Creed has gone through, and that is where he needs to get to, 2nd in Class C.
Now, does he know that, though, or is he still going to be pushing to try and catch Jez Banks in the number 7 Janetta that's running in 12th place overall? Does he think he might still need to get ahead of that car and be pushing a little bit too hard?
What could change it if Jez Banks gets the fastest lap, because that will put them back equal. So it's not over yet, but Jez Banks hasn't really got close to that Matt Creed lap time. He did a PB last time, but needs to find another 2nd, which would be difficult, you'd imagine. Yeah,
he's really got to pull something from up his sleeve there, hasn't he, to try and stand a chance of getting the fastest lap, you would think. Creed has got his lights on again. That's cheeky, isn't it? Flashing your championship rival, saying, get out the way. Come on. He's going to be passed now by the Freeman car, that is, isn't it? That's in 3rd place overall. This would be a good result for Chris Freeman in his first time in that car, in the Cupra, drive from Loughborough, just down the road. And also in there is Blanco as well. So Blanco also now getting around the 2 Class C leads. So Blanco could be up for the podium here overall as well.
Yeah, at this point, the drivers on the podium haven't been on the podium all year, I don't think. Parkin, Goes and Freeman. But Alan Blanco could change that on the final lap of the race. Matt Creed would like to win this race by winning the class. He locks up going into the hairpin. They're about to pass the Class D leader, Chris Fantana. 1 lap to go then of this absolutely dramatic season decider.
And there's the change for 3rd overall. Blanco trying to go around the outside of Freeman, the 2 Cupras together, but they've not done it. And Creed is now right with Jez Banks for the Class C lead as well as they head into Redgate and Hollywood. The 3rd place battle still side by side ahead of them. There's the overall leader, Ryan Parkin, who's about 20 seconds up the road of that battle.
How can such a dramatic race be won by somebody that's had such an undramatic 45 minutes, seemingly?
Everyone else has been having the dramas, I think, is the answer to that question. And Ryan Parkin as well. And now that's the 4-2-1
the
car.
Class B leader.
The Class B leader. Johnny Monday is pulling off.
Oh, that means Mark Burton's going to win Class B.
Yeah.
That won't bring him in, will it?
You'd better check the maths, but that car's now pulled off at the end of the week off straight. You check the maths, I'll watch the screens, because we've got Matt Creed, number 1, 2, 3, right with Jez Banks as they climb out of McLean's up towards Coppice Corner for the final time in this race. The clock has counted down to 0. Ryan Parker already on his way through the S's, and a little bit further round the lap.
Burton's 3 points out of it.
Okay, so even that retirement doesn't change the overall situation. There's Blanco. He might even get 2nd here. He's not too far behind Aaron Goers here. Ryan Parkin a little bit further up the road and already heading towards the checkered flag. There it is. So Ryan Parkin wins for the first and only time this season in the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship. It's side by side for the Class C lead as they went into the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. It's still Jez Banks just ahead. but it's going to be the car that's in second place here. I think Matt Creed that is just about going to do enough for the title, although he's going to try and get the win. Locks up going into Goddard's for the final time. Can he get the place on the switchback coming out of the final corner? Up to the line they go. It is just going to be Jez Banks that holds on to take the Class C win on the road from Matt Creed. But for the championship, Josh?
By a point, I think. You have checked this here.
I've got to check again now.
I think by a point, Creed has done it. In such dramatic circumstances, really.
Yeah, he got the fastest lap as well, didn't he? So I think it's actually 2 points. I think he's doing.
Oh yeah, might not. I
think so. He would go on to 68 points, Matt Creed, and Jez Banks 66. Mark Burton, he can't get to that even with that win that he will now have in that class. So I think he'll be third in the championship, probably. Yes. Yeah. As a result of all of that.
Alan Blenko with Simon Major has won the Class A championship by 3 points. I reckon. So that was a great drive for Alan Blenko.
And they did have 3 wins during the course of the season. That car had 3 wins, certainly not always with both of them in it.
2 wins.
I think they had 3, did they not? Between Simon Major had 1 on his own.
Yeah, he won at Silver. They both won both Silverstone races, haven't they? I think you're thinking of Club Enduro, but they've had more.
Yeah, that's what. Anyway, 3 wins is what they've had, I think, between them, is what we're saying. Anyway, there's the winner of this race, Ryan Parkin. It is that
Ryan's first win for a while, I think, isn't it?
It is, and on his own as well. Sometimes he shares with Dylan Brichter as well. Is he sharing tomorrow in Club Enduro? Yeah.
Although bizarrely, Dylan Brichter, because he did one race they didn't finish with Scott Parker, and he's going to win the Class A championship.
Okay.
And could win the overall championship by driving a car very briefly.
Okay, hopefully we'll have a look at the results in just a moment of that 45-minute Takiwa Road Sports Championship race. And before we switch back to sprint racing for the rest of the afternoon, Ryan Parkin it was number 6 that took the win at the end of 23 laps by 16 seconds from number 222 Darren Goers, who was second by only 0.2 of a second in the end from number 18 Simon Major and Alan Blenko.
Quickly say, I think that's Blenko's first championship victory in anything in 26 years of racing. Amazingly, he had lots of seconds in high-level stuff, but never a champion, I don't think.
Okay, well that's good news for him. 4th 24 was Chris Freeman. 5th was 55 Paul Simerson. 6th 188 Joe Williams. 7th winning Class B was number 26 Mark Burton. 8th number 12 Liam Crilly. 3rd in Class B and 9th overall 83 William Puskill and Chris Nyland. Didn't really mention them at all during the course of that race, I don't think. Rounding out the top 10, the 421 car of Monday, although that was a car that stopped on the very last lap. Paul Browse, number 221, was 11th. Then our Class C top 3, 12th, 13th and 14th. 7 Jess Banks, 1, 2, 3 Matt Creed, and 11, which was the car of Simon Baker. 15th, Sam McKee and Samuel Wasoul, who started the race. 16th, Sammy Bowler. 17th, 172, which was Chris Heathcote. 18th, number 93, Jonathan Hayes. 19th, number 69, which was the car of Jordan Newington. And rounding out the top 20 was Gavin Johnson and Ewan Lintz in their Honda. And then you can see the rest of the drivers outside the top 20 on screen, and there's probably at least one more screen to go. Such is the size of the entry in the Takiwa Road Sports Championship as well, Josh.
That must be one of the most dramatic championship conclusions we've had, not just at 750 Motor Club events, but I think in British motorsport. That was because of all the class situations. It was not the easiest thing to follow, with lots of stuff happening, with a jumbled order because of the safety car and pit stops. But Matt Creed, who you have to say perhaps deserves it because he came past so many cars to get there, didn't he? Setting new lap records, going faster than he'd ever gone in that car before, and has had those 3 class victories over the season. And to chat to all our winners down in pit lane is Matt Sutton.
Thanks very much, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner for the first time this year. That race had more drama than an episode of EastEnders, didn't it? But cracking race. Well done, Ryan. Many congratulations. How was it?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I think we called it right on the safety car coming in, and then we got probably a second or so quicker than what Darren Goes got, so just jumped him in the pit stop. That'll definitely upset him, which I'm glad about. And then we just went for it. And then everybody seemed to just drop back a little bit, but then my 5th gear's dead in the gearbox, so it's a sequential, so I'm having to go up 2 gears at once. I lost like 1.5 seconds every lap there. The car felt good otherwise, so yeah, good.
There was so much going on in that race which you probably didn't understand what was happening being out front, but unfortunately your brother had some dramas as well.
Yeah, they told me on the radio he got a turbo to manifold gasket problem. We're running like 1,000 degrees EGTs on these cars, so when you park up, then you start again. Sometimes you just have that problem, which unfortunately at the beginning of this race. So, yeah.
I know it's the last race of the season, but what a way to go out in style with a win.
Yeah, and the kids were watching as well, so they can stop talking about all my second place trophies.
Enjoy it though?
Yeah, it was good.
Good stuff. Good luck for next year.
Cheers.
There we go, a race winner. Let's go across and get some class winners as well. We'll bring in Jez Banks very quickly. Jez, well done. Class winner there. How was that for you?
Hard work. Normally I drive with partner Dan Perry. He's in the States, so this is my first solo drive in the car. My first solo win in class. But yeah, really, really hard work.
So what you're trying to say is don't bother coming back from America, you can do it on your own.
No, I would never say that because I don't want to pay all the costs.
And it was a dramatic race, as we've been saying, lots going on. Were you involved in any of that at all?
No, I thought the safety car was going to do for us because Matt had a 20-second stop penalty more than us, which I thought might cost us, but we managed to get out. I think there was some scrapping in class behind, and I just had clear track. They were catching me at the end. We haven't quite done enough to win the championship. I think we're P2, but I'll take the win today. It's good enough.
What a great battle it was, though, with Matt out there.
Yeah, it really was. He is fast and ruthless.
Good stuff. Well done, Jazz. Congratulations. We'll then bring in, I think, who we got here? Is that Mark Burton? Mark, let's bring in Mark quickly. Well done, Mark. You pick up victory in your class, and for you, what a great race, what a great season.
Yeah, it's been great. Great season. A few ups and downs this year. You know, we've had a couple of penalties and things to overcome, but we've done it. Today we got a penalty from qualifying. I took too many track limits in qualifying, so that's on me. I had a 5-place grid penalty, but by the end of the first lap, I'd already got those 5 places back. We stopped on the safety car. Perfect pit stops by JTM, which was perfect for us. And then I got my head down and just overtook the guys I needed to after the safety car. And unfortunately, John Monday, he was flying. He broke down on the last lap. So it's gutting. I feel for him. But it meant we won, so I couldn't be happier today.
And with the safety car coming out of the pit stop, did you kind of time that all to correct and make it work for you?
Yeah, we weren't sure where to pit at first because of how busy the pit lane was. But we just thought, you know what, let's not risk it. Let's just take the pit stop now and be done. And it was the right choice. So the team did a great job.
Enjoyed the season overall, though?
It's been a great season. You know, 750 put on a great series, and this year it's a championship. It's been really good, really friendly paddock, great driving standards, really hard, close racing. Couldn't have asked for more.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations to you, Mark. Let's bring in, who we got now, Chris? Yeah, Chris, come and join us. Well done to our Class D winner there. I think that's your second win of the year now in class, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been on the podium all year. 2 wins, 1 second and 3 thirds, I think. Yeah, so it's been a good year. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
You can't complain about that, can you, when the season got underway and everything's gone pretty much to plan. But in terms of Class D, do you finish as runner-up now?
Yeah, that cemented P2 in Class for me. Best I could have done was 1 point off P1. So a couple of penalties at the start of the year hurt, but, you know, I fought my way back, got a second win of the year, and really enjoyed it.
Did you know that the Adcocks had a problem because they unfortunately retired from the race, so that kind of brought that gap down, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to say I told you so, but he was wide at the old hairpin so many times. So it was either overdriving or he had a problem, and then half a lap later he started smoking. I could see it in the mirror, and he pulled off, which is a shame because we were having a good battle. But that's motorsport's the way it goes.
The good and the bad always, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well done, congratulations on your class victory. And let's bring in Matt Creed as well. He's our overall champion this year in the Tagir World Road Sports Series. Matt, how does that feel? You got a nice round of applause from the team behind you. You look pretty happy with that.
I'm over the moon. Like, I feel like I'm going to cry. It was a really good race, 25-second time penalty as well. So to get back to second, over the moon, feel ecstatic. Yeah.
There was definitely determination there. We saw you exit the pit lane with screecher tyres, and a great fight you had as well with Jez.
Yeah, brilliant fight with Jez. We've been fighting all year as well. So I was closing on the gap as the last few laps and nearly got him at the start and finish straight on the last lap, but second will do. But class overall champion, that's what I was really going for. So over the moon with that.
All the hard work this year has paid off. Anyone you want to thank along the way?
Do you know what? It's my friends, my family, my wife, Ryan, Hayley, my son, Tom and Teddy coming along, and all my mates. So there's a bunch of mates. There's 5 of us in a car with cars, and just come here to have fun and to win overall champion. It's brilliant.
Matt, well done. You can go and celebrate now in style.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Cheers, guys.
There we go, raw emotions there, which is always great to see in terms of a man wrapping up a championship. So well done to Matt Creed and all the team who fought hard through that race to give us an epic Tagirwa Road Sport Series to end 2025. We cannot wait now to see what next year delivers. In the meantime, we've got more sprint races to look forward to. The 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup is on the way next.
Well, that was certainly a dramatic end to the Tagirwa Road Sports Championship season, and there's more racing like that to come tomorrow with the Tagirwa Enduro, Club Enduro as well, which is the 2-hour race. But we're switching to sprint race now for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. The 116s will be out tomorrow with their own endurance race for 90 minutes, but it's 2 sprints today, 15 minutes in duration. And the situation here is that Peter Keane is leading the championship and I think can wrap it up potentially in this race in the 116s, certainly in the 120s already, having gone to Matthew Highcock before we got to this weekend, Josh.
I think a 4th might be enough for Peter Keane within that 116 part of all of this, so that is possible. But it's been a very competitive championship, hasn't it? This 116 sprint category. 5 different winners over the course of the season. 5 wins to Peter Keane, 4 to his rival, Will Abraham.
Yeah, and he's 4th on the grid as well, so sort of where he needs to finish for this one. He was 4th fastest in qualifying, with Will Abraham fastest in qualifying among the 116s, but Matthew Highcock fastest overall. So we've got, what have we got? 6 of the 120s, and the rest of the 25 116s for this one. And again, we'll see more of these 116 cars out tomorrow for the 90-minute trophy race. It's the penultimate race, this final race to come up a little bit later on today, a 14-round champion that we've had. This in addition a couple of years ago to the 116 trophy, and it's been very successful, giving drivers the chance for extra track time. It's also been the launch pad for the 120 coupes, which are slightly quicker, a few seconds a lap quicker than the 116s. Still haven't taken off in great numbers, but let's see if they continue to build over the course of 2026 as well.
I think James Hipkins is having his first outing today, isn't he? So it's another car that has been built for this. So it's building, as you say, slowly. That's kind of how 116s started, and then all of a sudden it boomed in one go, didn't it? Getting from sort of just into double figures to these 30-car grids that we see regularly.
Yeah, we're about to head off on their green flag lap before the race gets underway. These 116s from between 2004 and 2006. So the 120s out there as well, which different, slightly different platform. So a little bit quicker, and the pretty standard cars as well. There's not a huge amount of modifications that have made these from stock from road cars. As they go off onto the green flag lap, let's see if we can have a look at a grid for this one. So set by the fastest times in qualifying this morning. 5:55 Matthew Highcock is on pole position. And besides him is number 5 Matt Priestwood, who's jumping into Anthony Seddon's 120i this weekend, who's a front runner in the 116s previously. He's been doing GT Cup this season. Row 221 is David Williams and 59 Rob Carvel. Row 3 is 109 Mark Bates and 209 Will Abraham, the first of the 116s. Row 4, 121 Luke Fox and 173 Dan Lavery. The 5th row is 151 Peter Keane, man in prime position for the championship, and 25 Ethan Ball. James Waring 228 and 24 James Hipkins on the 6th row. The 7th row 249 Scott Jeffs and 71 Jack Godden. The 8th row 27 Steve Lloyd and 777 Thomas Law. On row 9 it's 86 Pete Brand and 234, which is Lee Pearce. Row 10 is 83 Sammy Walton and 212 Sean McInerney. On the 11th row it's 666 Ben Wilshire, and so we've got row 11 666 Ben Wilshire, 30 Harry Miles. Row 12 is 47 Connor Anderson and 101 Will Tyndall. The 13th row 119 Oliver Kelly and 200 Giles Carter. Row 14 82 Benjamin Gallagher and 78 James Paul. The 15th row 34 Toby O'Reilly and 89 Freddie Tatham, with 53 Stefan Guarneri on the final position on the grid. So off they have gone on their green flag lap, and we're looking forward to what should be a very competitive race for the 120s and the 116s here at Donington Park this afternoon.
And the front row sort of resembles what the front of the 116 championship did last year, didn't it? Matt Highcock and Mac Priestwood.
Yes.
They battled for that title one season ago. Highcock won it.
He did.
But Priestwood won a lot of races. First time Priestwood, I think, raced with the 750 Motor Club this year. He's been racing at Janetta in GT Cup, but having his first outing in Anthony Seddon's 120. But Matthew Highcock, he's won 10 of the 12 races we've had so far this year. David Williams and Rob Carvell were not much off the pace, so potentially 4 at the front.
Yeah, I think he actually won 11 on the road, but he was disqualified for an issue at the previous Matthew Highcock. So George Healer was the winner classified there. Anthony Seddon was the one that won the first race of the season in the 120s.
Interestingly, in the 116s, so 5 wins from Peter Keane all came in a row, didn't they? Rather, the first 5 races were all won by different people. James Waring and Jack Gordon won at Brands, Luke Fox and Will Abraham won at Thruxton, and Peter Keane won round 5 at Oulton Park, and then he just couldn't stop winning for a while. 2 wins at Oulton, 2 wins at Snetterton, won the first race at Cadwell. Then Will Abraham broke that streak, and now he's on a streak. He won the second race at Cadwell and won both races last time out at Silverstone, and he needs to be doing that today if he's going to keep his championship hopes alive.
I wonder if he could extend his streak to 5, the same length as that of Peter Keane. He needs to win both of the races today to do that. That would actually mean that he's won 6 this season, wouldn't it? Because he also won a race at Thruxton as well.
Yeah.
So I think nearly everybody's back. We'll shortly have the green flag waved at the rear of the grid, and we'll be underway for 15 minutes of racing for the 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Sprint Trophy. 15-minute races. There is the green flag at the back. So it's Matt Highcock and Mac Priestwood. Have to get used to that, Mac Priestwood being in that number 5 car on the front of the grid. Red lights are on, they go out, the race gets underway, and it's a good start from Highcock from pole position. Not such a good start from Priestwood. He's going to have, I think, Rob Carvell getting alongside him for second place as they go in, and Carvell goes around the outside of 1 car. Is he going to be able to go around the outside of 2 cars? No, he's not, and in fact I think he's going to lose the position again to Priestwood as they go through Redgate Corner. 1 or 2 of the 116 is going a bit wide, but touch wood, everyone safely through so far. So it is Mac Highcock leading in the treble 5 car from Mac Priestwood in second, Rob Carvell, who was the champion last year, I think, in third, and then in 4th place it is David Williams.
Yes, and James Hipkins, who started 12th, he's up to 6th in his 120, so he made a pretty bold start there to get past all those 116s, which is being headed by Luke Fox. So Luke Fox has got the better of Will Abraham at the start, and Peter Keane and Will Abraham, the 2 championship contenders side by side. Keane backs out of it, so Abraham is second, and now Peter Keane's got everyone else seemingly trying to get that 3rd position away from him. So Keane made a good start. He's got himself seemingly ahead of Dan Lavery. A corner cut in there, grass gets flicked up, but it is then Luke Fox, the other Thruxton race winner, who leads the 116s from the 2 championship contenders, who are now nose to tail.
They are indeed, and he's got a bit of a gap as Luke Fox over the rest of them there, just a few car lengths. The sister car, AJ Duffel, a bit further back, I think, in the order.
Carvell's lost those positions he gained at the start.
He has, hasn't he? He's now behind the David Williams car as well, number 21, so he slipped back to 4th. Yes, it was Carvell who dramatically in the final lap of last season won the championship last year. He was in dispute with Anthony Seddon for that honour last year. Here they come up towards the hairpin at Goddard, this big group of 116s. It's Highcock though leading the race overall in the treble 5 car by a second and a half from number 5 Matt Priestwood in second, and there in the 116s it is Luke Fox from Will Abraham. The gap between them is 1.3 seconds. Then Abraham's got quite a queue behind him. Peter Keane, James Waring, Ethan Hall as well in the pink and blue car. He's very strong, but Will Abraham under quite a bit of pressure here from Peter Keane. Peter Keane, who it is that we think needs 4th to wrap up the championship. He's currently 3rd.
And that's if Abraham wins the fastest lap, which is now he's currently not doing.
No.
So, and that gap to Luke Fox. So it's going every way possible, really, in Peter Keane's favour. So he's there in 3rd place through the old hairpin. His brother Phil Keane shared a car with him at Silverstone, didn't
That's
he?
right,
When they won at Silverstone a couple of months ago. James Waring in this battle as well, a 17-year-old from Lancashire who won the season opener at Brands Hatch. And then you've got Ethan Hall, another pretty young driver there in the mint livery car. Dan Lavery, he lost positions at the start. He started third. He's dropped back. Lavery was on the podium all the way back at Brands Hatch. And been one of 10 drivers, I think, to finish on the podium this season.
There we go, there is the 1-2-1 car of Luke Fox just disappearing out of shot as Peter Keane tries to get alongside Will Abraham for the second place here in the 116 class. That would put him on the outside line for the first part of the Fox Yeses, and he tucks back in behind as they go single file through the corner. There's a yellow flag as one of the 120s has come to a halt. We'll pick up who that is in a minute. Meanwhile, Ethan Hall is now attacking Peter Keane for third position, I should say. And he's also got James Waring, so he's being ganged up on by two younger drivers here, isn't he? It is Will Abraham, is Peter Keane, I should say. Will Abraham with a little bit more breathing space this time.
Yeah, top four have come through, so it was either Bate or Hipkins that was off at the S's, and it may well have been Mark Bates, who's the man behind the championship, really, isn't he? Helps promote the 116s and 120s, but he had that moment at the S's on that lap. So Fox still 1.1 seconds ahead of Abraham, who he was a little quicker, Will Abraham, so he's starting to catch Luke Fox, and he struck off Peter Keane, importantly, perhaps, and here now we're hoping the likes of Ethan Hall and James Waring can find a way past. So Waring didn't actually get Hall in the end, did he? It looked like he was ahead as he went into the Melbourne loop, but he has dropped in behind once more. But it's just as close with Dan Lavery and Scott Jeffs also involved in that battle. Scott Jeffs, who sometimes shares a car with Will Abraham, so he will certainly be doing all he can to help Will in the mission to get ahead of Peter Keane in all of this. Hall is now... Yeah, so Hall did get ahead of Waring, didn't he? So he has made that move. And Dan Lavery is trying to follow him through. So the move did happen. Lavery there from Bedfordshire, started racing last year in this championship, and he is right behind James Waring, but they are getting away ahead now, aren't they? And if anything, Peter Keane has re-caught Will Abraham.
He certainly has. That gap has come down from what it was, in a position to attack again quite soon maybe, but you can see how close it's, how evenly matched these cars are. There's no big gaps opening up between them.
Matt Highcock's gone 3 seconds under the 120 lap record.
Wow. He's a very talented driver, winner of the John Miles Young Driver Award last year, but also running the MHR team.
His lap record's been broken now by Matt Priestwood.
Okay.
Another talented young driver.
Absolutely, who's been applying his trade elsewhere this season. Highcock for 5.5, Matt Priestwood 59, Rob Covell, the top three overall. 116 is coming through. There's the 2-3-4 car in shot now. That's Lee Pearce, who is in 14th position overall, and I think 9th within the 116s. And you can see actually that Luke Fox is quite close, as we've seen the 89 car have a spin, to the Matt Hipkins car, the 24 car James Hipkins car, that is the last of the 120s.
And he's side by side now, but so is Will Abraham, is he not? And Abraham's going to get him. Abraham has passed Luke Fox for the lead of the 116s, caught behind James Hipkins, who made such a good start, and now Hipkins is making a nuisance of himself for the championship leader, Peter Keane.
Yep, okay, so that's a different complexion on things. Will Abraham has got back in front, which is where he needs to be. He needs to try and set the fastest lap as well if he can. And Peter Keane is still third at the moment.
I think Waring has got the fastest lap so far.
As Abraham managed to fend off the attentions of Luke Fox, who tried to get alongside him there through McLean's. These are the two that shared the wins at Thruxton early on in the year.
There was a touch there between Waring and Lavery, but Lavery's got through for what would be 5th in 116. Peter Keane still hasn't got past that more powerful car, but he is still third in the race within the class, so that's what really matters at the moment. Luke Fox isn't going to give up on this win. They're 3 abreast in there behind. Jack Godden's closed in. Didn't qualify so well this morning. He's third in the championship as it stands. Should hold on to third, I think. But he's right involved in the battle now. Hasn't quite got past Scott Jeffs. James Waring's the one going backwards, isn't he? Got passed by Hall, Lavery, and now Jeffs has passed him too.
Oh, and there's a car for the guy, that's Mark Bate again, isn't it? In the 109 car. Had a spin at Fogarty S's a couple of laps ago, and I think that's the same part of the circuit, isn't it? This time into the gravel trap on the exit of the corner.
Concerningly.
Yes, and whether that might bring about a caution remains to be seen. Meanwhile, here's the 1:16 lead battle then, over the line to complete lap number 4 of the race. It's 209 Will Abraham leading, and Luke Fox 121 in second place, and a gap back to Peter Keane in third.
By 15 thousandths, Abraham's just grabbed the fastest lap in 1:16.
And that could again be important, couldn't it, in terms of trying to elongate the championship and prevent Peter Keane winning today. But I think Peter Keane is still okay in third position. And now we have the safety car come out, which is not a big surprise as we saw that car off into the gravel at the Fogarty Esses. There's only 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, so whether we get any more racing laps is yet to be seen. They can race to the yellow flags, which is happening at the moment. But the leaders, there they are, 1.7 seconds was the gap before the yellows. Matthew Highcock's got the record back, lap record, 1 minute 53, 1:70. That's 3.5 seconds quicker than what Rob Carvel went last year, although Carvel himself has gone 3 seconds faster than last year, so the cars are significantly faster than they were here a year ago. Not sure what changes might have been made, or it's just developing the cars, setting the cars up, and everyone's learning how to run these cars quickly now.
So safety car is now on the circuit, and I think it will pick up the leaders when they come out of Goddard's onto the start and finish straight.
In fact, Jack Godden, I think, might have got the fastest lap. So yeah, Abraham hasn't got it yet. He went quicker than Ethan Hall's best, but in fact, yeah, both Waring and Godden, who are 7th and 8th, have gone faster than that.
Yeah, fractionally, isn't it? It's very tight.
Yeah.
2:00.385 and Waring 2:00.303 has gone faster still. But you look at that whole field, so 2:00.303 is the fastest lap, but there's probably 15 drivers that have done within 2 seconds of that.
Peter Keane is ahead of James Hipkins.
How did that happen?
Now, he better hope he's done that before the yellow flags came out. Otherwise, that would have massive championship
implications.
It
could do. There could be a penalty applied there, couldn't there, if it's the case. Now, there's the snatch vehicle. That's just during the circuit at the Melbourne hairpin, and it's got to head up to the top of that hill. So it's going to be a while before it gets there. So, yeah, I'm not too confident there's going to be a huge amount more racing to be done in this.
If it doesn't come in this lap, that'll be it, won't it?
Yes, it will. So sad when a race sort of is neutralised in this way, and there's only a 15-minute total race distance, so it doesn't take much to wipe that out with a safety car period. But
Mark Bate might not be the most popular man in the paddock.
No, it may not be after this, with the safety car on track. There is the snatch vehicle now heading towards the Fogarty S's. So 750 Motor Club safety car leading around Matt Highcock in the Treble 5 car. He's had a very good season. He's also out later on this afternoon in the MX-5s as well. So he bought an MX-5 before Croft and gave that a debut there. So we're going to perhaps run some MX-5s, which do more MX-5 racing himself. Remains to be seen. You can see that there is some talk of certain cars a bit further down the road, that's exchanging positions underneath the yellow flags.
Peter Keane's very experienced, so you'd imagine if he had any concerns, he's let Jack Hipkins through, which he has. Now, presumably that means there has been an overtake under yellow. It's been redressed, but that doesn't stop it being looked at.
There'll still be an investigation, I would think, after the race.
So Peter Keane, if this race doesn't resume, provisionally will win the championship, but there could be a discussion afterwards.
Yeah.
Which hope will bring you news, if there is any news, ahead of race 2, which actually isn't very far away from now, is it? The second race of the day for these cars.
No, I can see that the 27 car of Steve Lloyd, that's had some contact at Redgate with another car. That's going to be investigated after the race. Not quite sure who else it was that was involved there.
The incident's still being dealt with, so I wouldn't be surprised if we go checkered at the end of this lap to save some time.
Yes,
because we're not going to get any racing laps in.
It would make sense if that was done. They do need the sweeper now at McLean's as well, so there is a bit of clearing up to be done around the circuit. So really, I think probably as soon as this is brought to a conclusion, the better, because they aren't going to get any more racing in. There's going to be no time for that because we can't go green this time, so we won't have time for any more racing ups. And yeah, we can now see, I think, that the checker flag is being prepared, so it will be waved at the end of this lap, which will mean, subject to official confirmation and all of that jazz, that Peter Kidd will be the 116 Sprint Trophy champion. So there is the checker flag. Matt Highcock takes the win from Mac Priestwood in second place, Rob Carvell third. Almost a Le Mans style finish there between the three of them. David Williams takes fourth, Will Abraham fifth, Luke Fox sixth, James Hipkins seventh, Peter Keane eighth. So Abraham, Fox and Keane, the top three in 116 Trophy. Then Ethan Hall and Dan Lavery rounding out the top 10. So a slightly disappointing way to finish the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup Championship race, first of the day. There is another one for them later on, but with that car needing to be recovered from the gravel at the Fogarty S's, then officials, with one or two other things to deal with as well, deciding that the best course of action is to throw the checker flag a little bit early than scheduled, rather than just have them do one more lap behind the safety car and still not restart the race and bring a premature conclusion to things. Let's have a look at the results though. At the end of what was not quite 15 minutes in the end, but about 13 or so, Matt Highcock the winner at the end of 6 laps in car treble 5. From number 5, Matt Priestwood in second place. Number 59, Rob Carvell third, and 21, David Williams fourth. All of those in 120s. Fifth and winning the 116s was number 209, Will Abraham. Sixth was number 121, Luke Fox. Seventh was 24, James Hipkins. Eighth was 151, Peter Keane, who we think has provisionally done enough to win the 116 championship. Ninth was 25, Ethan Horn. 10th, number 173, Dan Lavery. 11th was 249, Scott Jeffs, ahead of 228, James Waring, who dropped back a bit into 12th place. 234, Lee Pearce was 13th. And Sean McInerney it was in the sister car to Nick Foxworth and AJ Deville. This time he was 14th. 71, Jack Gordon was 15th. Pete Brand 16th in number 86. Thomas Law 17th in treble 7. Ben Dobbs 27 was 18th. Ben Wilshire at treble 6 19th, and 83 Sammy Walton rounding out the top 20 at the end of that 116 Sprint Trophy 120 Coupe Cup race, and they are due out again for the final race of this evening here at Donington Park. There are still another what have we got? 6 races to come. Yes, that's only race 4, wasn't it? So we've got Sports 1000 up next. Then we've got the 5 Club MX5 Cup, the final round of the Rogue Motorsport Toyota LBR2 Championship. We've got the Jedi Racing Cars F1000s and the Radical Club Challenge before the second 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup race at the end of the day. And a reminder that there is still some more motorsports to come here at Donington Park before the end of this season. This is the final car race event of 2025 here at Donington Park. But next weekend, the British Motorcycle Racing Club are here for a 2-day racing on the 18th and 19th of October. It's their season finale as well, so do head back to Donington Park for that. And then on the 30th of November, it's the Tagiwa Donington Rally. So rally stage race event racing returning to Donington Park. That's on the 30th of November, the Tagiwa Donington Rally. So do head to the Donington Park website, doningtonpark.co.uk, for more information about those forthcoming events between now and the end of 2025. And already you can see on the Donington calendar that the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is penciled in for the 18th and 19th of April next season. And that's one of the major events to come in the next calendar year. So cars heading towards Parc Fermé at the end of that race. And we'll hear from our top 3 drivers. I'm not quite sure. Oh, that's the car that's been in the gravel, isn't it? So that's why it's driving on the grass and keeping off the circuit, so as to avoid spreading gravel all around the lap. But yes, when the cars make their way into pit lane, Matt Suckling will be there to grab a word with our successful drivers. And then, as I say, we'll turn our attention to the Sports 1000 race, which is combined with Cup 200, of course. And still things to be settled as far as Cup 200 is concerned, although I think the overall Sports 1000 Championship has now been resolved. Sun out here at Donington Park at the moment, which is good news because I think we're going to be racing well into the evening after some earlier delays, and we'll need as much daylight as we can possibly get. Certainly the headlamps of those 116s and 120s I think are going to be tested a little bit later on in the day. So very shortly we'll be able to head down to pit lane. Matt Suckling will be there to speak to our successful drivers. Of course, Matt Highcock, the race winner, from Matt Priestwood and Rob Carvell, with the 116 honours going to Will Abraham from Luke Fox and Peter Keane. And I think we can head down to pit lane now.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner for the 11th time this year, Matt Highcock. Has been a pretty good season for you and a nice win to end the weekend. We've got another race still to come, but a good win there.
Yeah, it was very good. Just got the car in a good window now, to be honest. It just works every time. We don't have to change anything, mess with anything, just go out and it just performs. It's brilliant. And it was good to see Mac on the grid as well. He was with me all last year, so yeah, it was a good race. I enjoyed that. Obviously, shame about the safety car, but yeah, it was good nonetheless.
Well, hopefully it'll be a good race to end the season later on. In terms of your pace, though, I think you're about 3 seconds quicker than what you did last year, so that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think last year was damp though, the race. From memory, I think the race was damp. But the cars I've got quicker anyway, just with setup and development, obviously. So yeah, they're in a really good place at the moment. Super quick and reliable, yeah.
And you got really to grips with these 120s. What are they like to drive?
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, they're great fun. It's just like a 116, but more power, more grip, more everything, basically. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt, on the win.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Good luck for race 2. Right, let's just try and grab the other drivers if we can. We'll try and grab our race winner, Will Abraham, who all the guys are having a quick chat. Guys, if you want to come down here and join us, if you wouldn't mind, Will Abraham will start with our race winner there. Will, come and join us over here if you wouldn't mind. Well done, victory there. How was that?
Hard work, to be honest. I didn't have as much pace as I had in quali, so it was a bit of a fight, but I was helped out by a coupe and Fox having a bit of a fuffle, so managed to get around the outside of both of them and yeah, got in the leads, got a bit of a gap, and safety car came out, and that was that. So I don't feel like it did, a tremendous amount. It's just, yeah, kind of fell in place for me, so I'm very happy with it. But yeah, got a hard work in the next one because I'm starting last, so. Yeah.
The reason for that?
Never got a lap in quali. The one lap was disallowed and a red flag from that onwards in quali. So, yeah, that's that.
Well, you'll be pushing hard, I'm sure. In terms of Peter Keane, you are keeping a keen eye on him in the mirror because you two are fighting for that championship, aren't you?
Yeah, but not really. There's too much of a point advantage. I'm just going to try and win, and maybe not in the last race, but what happens. Pete's really fast, so it's going to be hard to actually fight for a championship, to be honest.
Well, good stuff. Well done, Will. Congratulations to you. Let's very quickly bring the other two drivers in, guys. If you wouldn't mind, we've got the next race not too far away. So second place in that race went the way of Luke Fox. Luke, second place. How was the race for you?
Yeah, not too bad. Bolted at the start and then had a kerfuffle with a faster class car and ended up, Will got round me and then the safety car came out and that was that.
Good stuff. And Peter, jump in as well. You came here this weekend, championship leader. Is that now done and dusted, do you reckon?
Yeah, it's done and dusted, yeah. So basically I don't have to really start the next race and it should work out pretty well even if Will wins. So pretty happy with that. We got a good start and yeah, like trying to get past Will. Unfortunately there was a coupe that was like in the mix as well, which is holding everybody up, which is a bit annoying really, but we got the position, we got what we needed. I need to be 5th or higher, so 3rd place, we'll take that, and that's a brilliant result, brilliant year, so happy days.
Good stuff. So glory hunt in the final one.
Just enjoy it, just go out and enjoy it, start P2, hopefully win it, so we'll try. We've got this man though, so it's going to be difficult.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Good luck for race number 2. There we go. We've got more from them a little bit later on the way next, though. The Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship are ready to go.
Yeah, already the cars forming up on the grid. So on pole position, it's going to be the number 2 car of Dan Clues. He is the champion-elect. Besides him is number 24, now as Balston. Second row is going to be 87 Tom Johnson and 42 Clint Newman. Row 3, 72 Johnny McGill and 15 Naeem Hack. On the 4th row, 44 Carl Austin and 88 Richard Webb. The 5th row, 111 Mike Whiteman Hayward and 98 John Kirkmore. Row 6, 83 Wayne Armstrong and 34 Stephen Dean. Row 7, 4 Alex Aloro and 22 Teddy Williamson and 28 Charlie Sladden and 33 Daniel Ashby on the back of the grid.
Interestingly, the grid is all merged, unlike at Brands Hatch when there was a split grid for Cup 200, and we know how quick those Cup 200 cars are off the line, so I wonder how high up Richard Webb can get by Redgate.
Okay, it is Dan Clues on pole position, though. He can't be caught. Ryan Yarrow has elected not to complete the season this year, and that has left Dan Clues unassailable in the championship this year. We've had the green flag at the back. Now we're working our way through the Final minute to go, 30-second board and 5-second board before the race gets underway. He's got Noah Osbaldeston besides him on the grid. He's 4th in the championship coming into this weekend in his first season of racing. It's Clues, then Carl Austin 2nd, Ryan Yarrow 3rd, and Noah Osbaldeston 4th in the championship coming into this weekend. It is Carl Austin only 7th on the grid though for this one, so a bit further back than he might have hoped to have been this time. In row 2 you've got Tom Johnston and Clint Newman, who's always rapid and spectacular to watch, so we'll look out for that. It's a 20-minute race, isn't it, for these? Red lights go on and they go out now, and it's Clues moving across from pole position, but look at that, there's Richard Webb coming up on the inside. There's one of the Cup 200 cars on the grass on the outside line, not the wisest of moves, but it's Dan Clues leading then. Looks like it's Tom Johnston into 2nd place and Clint Newman 3rd. So not a good start being made by Noah Osbaldeston there from the front of the grid, but the Cup 200 cars very rapidly away.
They were, and Webb, I think, got involved in a touch with Newman at Redgate, but John Cutmore's going with him. They're the two main championship contenders ready in Cup 200, and Richard Webb needs a lot of cars between himself and Cutmore all weekend, really, to do anything about it. But Clues then on his way to the titles, had 5 wins this year, and Osbaldeston is 3rd, isn't he? Between them is Tom Johnston, so you've got 3 Mattels up front. Tom Johnston going really well. He's had a couple of podiums, most recently at Brands Hatch he was on the podium, and he's up there in 2nd place, going really strongly indeed. But Osbaldeston, he had his first win last time out at Brands Hatch, so he's going chasing after him now. Who's had a moment at Coppice? Well, Charlie Sladden has pulled off before that, but somebody further up the road had a moment at Coppice Corner, a Cup 200 car, I think.
So there's Noah Osbaldeston then in the number 24 car. And that's Clint Newman, isn't it, up the inside of both of them? Tom Johnston being the other driver involved there in number 87 that started 3rd.
Well, he was 2nd going through the chicane. Oh dear, a big moment at the S's, I'm afraid, for...
That's going to be Alex Aloro, isn't it? And there's some bodywork that has gone flying. That's Naeem Hack's bodywork that has gone flying, the number 15 car. So again, all happening on the opening lap of this race. So it's Dan Clues with a big lead, 2.5 seconds. Clint Newman is now saying, look at that damage to the back of that car. Is that the Hack car?
Yeah.
I think it is. So there's some contact, front to back contact on that car.
You just see Maloro was involved some way.
You would think so. So there is the race leader Clues, number 2. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Clint Newman in 2nd place, number 42. 3rd is number 24, Noah Osbaldeston. 4th is number 87, Tom Johnston. And 5th now, I think, is the number 44 car of Carl Austin.
Only 11 cars came through at the end of the lap, so we've lost quite a lot.
And the safety cars being called for. So we've got Charlie Sladden, we can see, as no, the yellow flag's out around the circuit. I think they probably are by now. It's always hard to tell. We get the notification quite quickly on our screens, but sometimes before the drivers might see yellow flag, they do see the yellow flag now. So
yeah, I think some drivers saw before others, but that was all sorted. So we had a drama at the hairpin involving Johnston, Newman, and Osbaldeston.
Yeah.
Clint Newman was involved in all the drama a year ago at this race meeting, wasn't he?
Yes.
But he dived down the inside. He made it work in the end, didn't he? Because he's up into 2nd place. But we've lost Wayne Armstrong to the pits, Naeem Hack to the pits.
That's right.
And the other car that's off is Alex Aloro, isn't it?
Yeah, so the 22 car of Tony Williamson and his Mattel MC53 did come through.
Sladden stopped at Schwartz Curve.
Yeah, McLean's, yeah, Schwartz Curve, that kind of area. So, yes, a bit of clearing up to be done then. This is a 20-minute race, so a little bit more time to play with than in the 15-minute 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup races. So there's more chance of getting some more racing time in. What have you spotted, Josh?
Wayne Armstrong's out our window on a red light at the moment, so he's going to rejoin but a lap down. He is one of 4 drivers in mathematical contention for the Cup 200. John Cutmore, the leader, by 16 points after drops from Richard Webb. The Mike Wayman Hayward and Wayne Harmston are in mathematical contention in the theory that a Cup 200 car would win the race overall. It's only unlikely, but it is a mathematical possibility. The other championship to be decided with Naeem Hack out, it almost has done, I think, because the Sporting Cup is up for grabs. Colin Chapman's not here.
No.
Johnny McGill is the leader. He comes into the weekend 35 ahead of Hack on drop scores. So the main thing that Johnny McGill needs to make sure he doesn't do here is finish on the podium, because in the Sporting Cup it's for anyone who doesn't get a podium finish overall.
Yes, it's basically points for fourth downwards, isn't it? And you say the minute you get onto the podium, you're disqualified from that particular award. So yes, Naeem Hack was a driver that mathematically at least could have caught Johnny McGill, but that has rather been kiboshed by that incident at the Foggett. Yes, he's on the opening lap of the race.
The other thing to watch here is who gets second overall, isn't it? So it's likely Cole Austin and Noah Osbaldeston will overhaul Ryan Yarrow. They will definitely, or Austin definitely will. So then it's the battle between the two of them, and on drop scores just 2 points, I think, between them. And Osbaldeston here is third. Austin's made a good start from poor qualifying to fifth.
Yes. So this is the Sports 1000 Championship. So these cars derived originally from the Rogan Bike Engine RGB Championship that the 750 Motor Club initiated 25 years or so ago now, but they've really developed into prototype-esque cars, the Spires and the Rattels, but they do run on treaded tyres, rear-engined of course. And I think quite a lot of drivers now have bought cars like this to run on track days. They're not necessarily racing them, which is a bit of a frustration, because we'd like as many cars out there racing as possible. The Cup, they're one of the 1000cc superbike engines as well, whereas the Cup 200 cars, they're MK chassis with a 1340cc Hayabusa engine motivating them. And although they're a higher engine capacity, but they've been quite a good match for the Sports 1000 cars, and they, as Josh was saying, effectively compete for the same same set of points. So there's not a separate point structure for the Cup 200 cars. It's just where they finish in the overall position, which is why it's quite hard to actually work out what's going to happen as far as that championship is concerned.
Well, I think new for this year is they do get pole position and fastest lap points within their class, don't they, on top of the standard scoring system.
That's right. So that's a quick rundown on what this is all about. I mean, it's a very good value for money championship in terms of the speed that you can do in these cars, the lap times you can do. Very competitive lap times indeed, for a fraction of the price of other things that you could do similar lap times in. I'm not quite sure how the lap times compare now with British Touring Car Championship, but that was certainly a few years ago. That was sort of the benchmark. They'd say, well, it's the same on lap times as BTCC, but on an absolute fraction of the budget, a tiny percentage of the budget that you used to race a BTCC car. I think Josh is going to look into this for me now. So, because the fastest time practice this morning for these cars, let me just get that back up on my screen. That was a 1:36, I think that says, for Dan Clues.
But it was wet for qualifying here, so that's not a fair representation. The fastest lap in the race was a 33.
Okay, so you're not far off the BTCC lap times, though, are you? Really?
A few seconds, not too much.
Just yeah. So not much at all, and as I say, you're spending a lot less money on it. It's a very different type of car, of course. It's prototype S car, but this is on treaded tyres, and with a superbike engine, of course. Interesting, isn't it? If they were on slick tyres, I suspect the lap times would be quite comparable to the touring cars.
Yeah, it should be. Although the budget would be a bit higher, so
it would be. That's also true, but still much lower than a touring car budget. Yeah, quite interesting to compare them, and certainly very good value for money racing.
Fastest lap for a GT4 car here last weekend was a 1:34, so even closer to GT4 lap times, which is cars like McLarens and Porsches and expensive stuff.
Absolutely, so not too far off that kind of paces at all. So still working our way around behind the safety car here. We've got 11.5 minutes of the race left to go.
It's a shame for Naeem Hack, because he qualified really well, didn't he? Up in 6th place, which I think would have been his best quali this morning.
And that's with having one lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits, which quite a few people also have a lap time disallowed as well.
It's a Donington Park thing, that, isn't it? It wouldn't be a Donington Park qualifying session without some ETLs. But obviously we don't know what happened. When it happens at the S's, you always start to wonder if the tyre stack scenario came into it. We've had a couple of meetings this year where we've had split grids, haven't we? But we've gone back now to the merged grid, and I feel if that caught some people out at the start. We saw one of the Cup 200 cars on the grass, didn't we, trying to gain positions.
Yes.
So they're a bit more powerful and maybe a bit lighter as well, and they just, whatever the reason is, they always make much better starts than the Sport 1000 cars. And that can get a bit congested, as we saw.
Well, it's nothing like a Jet 2 holiday for Charlie Sladden there, who's being pulled back into the pit lane, and also there's that car of Alex Aloro that's being taken away on the flatbed. But those are both of the cars that were stranded. I think the marshals have probably recovered Naeem Hack's bodywork that came adrift, and they'll return that to sender later on. But shortly the track should be cleared, so we should get several more racing laps in before the end. We're just now below the 10-minute mark into the second half of this race.
Good to see a nice number of marshals here supporting 750 Motor Club at Donington. Hard work over the course of the day, it's fair to say.
Absolutely. No, many thanks to all of the marshals who are supporting us here at Donington this weekend.
No, the medical car's just left the pit lane, so we're not going to go racing at the end of this lap. So not sure something else has happened around the track.
Not aware of anything at the moment.
Right, the recovery's not complete either, so two reasons the safety car won't be coming in
so that
at
will,
the end of this lap.
That will head into the sort of assembly area, so it'll turn left at the exit of McLean's.
Now we see Tony Williamson making his racing debut today, driving from Leeds, who's in the ex-Phil Hutchings Mattel. So good to see that car back on the grid and with a new driver aboard it as well.
No, and we hope for more kart drivers bringing their cars back out. Obviously, we're without Colin Chapman this weekend. He was entered, but unfortunately unable to take part this weekend.
Yeah, he withdrew just a few days ago. I think he was very much hoping that he would be here, but I'm sure he'll be back because he is an ever-present really in this championship, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been competing in it for a very long time now. So look forward to Colin being back in 2026. 8 minutes or so left to go then. So we do have 13 cars still circulating. We started with 16, we lost 2 on the opening lap and plus Naeem Hack to the pits. There's the medical car, which I think is just going to pull in onto the national circuit link. So that's not going to hold anything up. And yeah, I think it's just going to go into its holding area there. It's just repositioning itself. It's not delayed at all because we still have that recovery to be completed. So yes, it's a championship that's already decided really in favour of Dan Clues.
If it stays as it is, Osbaldeston and Austin in that battle for second will be separated by 1 point, I think, going into the finale tomorrow. So for second in the championship, that's very much to be contested. That'd be a big story, I think, for both drivers.
Well, absolutely, because you've got Noah, who's only, is he 18 now, or is he still 17? But from Barry's to Edmonds.
17, I think.
Yeah, esports driver, first season of racing, done some karting last year. Has aims to progress further in motorsport, and he's very much had a good debut season. Carlton still not raced for that many years. An older and slightly more experienced driver though, and he is also contending for that second place in the championship. Safety car lights are out, so we are going to get racing again with about 6 minutes of the race left to go. Clues it is that's leading them around.
Motorbikes are noisy, aren't they?
They certainly are. There's one right outside our commentary box now. It's gone. I mean, we've got an aeroplane about to come overhead as well, so that'll be even louder probably. But yes, race about to get underway. Once again, Clues it is leading. Clint Newman, so he's looking poised. Doesn't need to make a move on the restart. And then it's Noah Osbaldeston, Tom Johnston, Carl Austin, your top 5. So let's see how this restart goes then. Round Goddard's they come. Green flag waves, 6 minutes to go. So probably 4 laps I would think of this race, maybe 5 if they're lucky. Might squeeze that out. And actually not that good a restart by Clint Newman. It's Dan Clues that's got the lead. Newman second, Noah Osbaldeston third in the Mattel. And then 4th is Tom Johnston with Carl Austin just behind him in 5th. And our 2 Cup 200 leaders together.
Osbaldeston alongside Newman here. That is committed.
Yes.
But he doesn't go through after all of that. That could have gone very wrong.
Yeah, no, that was quite a bold move, that, from the teenager to take on Clint Newman for second place there. So that's could be a sign of things to come. Could be in for quite an exciting few laps here. Want to go around the outside at McLean's. Got the overlap, but not enough. And he's dropped a wheel onto the dirt there on the exit of the corner. And so it's going to be Newman that holds on. Then they're bringing sort of Johnson and Austin definitely back into the equation here as they're battling, I would think, and allowing Dan Clues to get away. Here comes Osbaldeston again to the outside, and he must feel that he's got the edge over Clint Newman here, and this time he has got his car fully in front. Yes, he has. So no, Osbaldeston takes the place away, but is he going to be slow on the exit of the corner? Yes, he is. Clint Newman's going to come back to him as they go down towards Melbourne.
Yeah, I think he clipped the dirt on the inside and the outside. We know how good Newman is on the brakes down here into the Melbourne loop. He passed Osbaldeston a lap ago. Cole Austin, his championship rival for P2, is on the inside and moves ahead of Tom Johnston. So for Cole Austin, this is going to plan, as Noah Osbaldeston doesn't gain position, but Cole Austin certainly does.
Okay, so Austin up into 4th place, Tom Johnston down to 5th. Dan Clues, meanwhile, serenely pulling away, 2.5 seconds again in front of the rest of them. Newman 42 is 2nd, Noah Osbaldeston 24 is 3rd. And then I can see that Jonathan McGill now, he is ahead of those two Cup 200 battlers, Richard Webb and Sean Cutmore. He's just got to avoid making up another 3 places, Johnny McGill. Otherwise that would put him out of the Sporting Cup contention.
Down into the old hairpin. Oh, big swing. That is Cole Austin. What was going to plan has just not gone to plan at all. He's managed to skim the tyre wall and carry on. So he's still going to score some points out of this as he bounces back onto the track. But it would have been a very good sort of 1.5 racing laps that we've had out of this for Cole Austin until that point.
That could have been an awful lot worse though, couldn't it? Because he was heading through that at the rate of knots and managed to avoid the car tipping over, which can sometimes happen. Let's have another look at that here. Yeah, it got out of shape, didn't it? Through the craners, speared across to the left, onto the grass, into the gravel trap, and that is where you can sometimes dig in, can't you? And in danger of flipping over and just kissing the barriers there so lightly. But that could have been much more serious for Carl Austin. He lives to fight another day as we've got the 24 car of Osbaldeston again taking the fight to Clint Newman at the Melbourne hairpin.
You just wonder how this might end between these two. There's 2 laps to go at the end of this, but battle that's been feisty at times between Clint Newman and Noah Osbaldeston carries on. For 2nd, Dan Clues has cleared off ahead of them. Tom Johnston could end up on the podium here. Cole Austin's off. It's putting Johnny McGill frighteningly close to a podium, isn't it, from a Sporting Cup point of view, particularly if something happens to that battle ahead.
Yeah, it could do. Yeah, that's very interesting dynamics in this race. Anyway, there's still 2 laps to go, as you're saying, and it's Dan Clues now leading by 5.3 seconds from Newman, Osbaldeston and Tom Johnson 4th.
Wayne Armston, who had that pit stop, has just set the fastest lap in Cup 200. Which is quite a remarkable feat. Quicker than Richard Webb and John Cutmore, I think.
Yes, you're right. I was just have a second look at that, yes, and I think you're correct. So that's interesting to note. As we're watching Osbaldeston come out of McLean's and up towards Coppice for the 8th time in this race.
A gap now, isn't it? Newman, but we know Osbaldeston is quick round here. Had that first win last time out at Brands Hatch. It was a long time, the last round in this championship ago, over 2 months, but that's when he last won a race, the most recent race in the championship, and was the first driver to win who isn't Dan Clues or Ryan Yarrow. Had several other drivers on the podium, including Cole Austin, Dan Ashby, Clint Newman and Charlie Sladden. Through the Melbourne Loop, 1 to go at the end of this. Now, has Osbaldeston settled for 3rd here, I wonder? Because he's not been putting the pressure on Clint Newman like he was earlier in the race.
No, it's true. It's sort of calmed down a little bit now from what it was. Oh, Johnny McGill is not finishing in the top 3 very seriously by coming to a stop there. I think he outbraked himself into Goddard's hairpin and lost quite a few seconds because of that.
However, if that was a plan not to get too close and perhaps lose a place, that didn't work, did it? He's still in 5th place.
No.
If 2 drivers retire in front of him, there's still that risk.
There is indeed. So Carl Austin has not yet come through. I can see at the end of the lap. So apparently he's got into the pits ago. That's not necessarily showing on our screen as having done that. Okay, so yes, just heading right into the back entrance to the paddock. So that's where he has gone. So back onto this battle then. Clint Newman against Osbaldeston.
Richard Webb has just set a new lap record in Cup 200, 700 quicker than last year.
Okay. Yeah, so this battle between these two, heading on to the back straight for the final time, I beg your pardon, now in this race, with Dan Clues up ahead, and yes, Noah Osbaldeston, having boldly run alongside Clint Newman through the Craners a few laps ago, is now keeping his distance a little more, so it looks like that has settled itself down. Dan Clues really has not been too flustered during this race at all, has he? He's well out in front of this battle between Newman, who's slow out of the corner, and there's contact there. That was pretty much unavoidable, I think, from Osbaldeston. I think whether that was a gearbox issue or something for Newman, I don't know, but it's a win for Dan Clues here. So Dan Clues takes the checkered flag. It should be Noah Osbaldeston second, and third place to Tom Johnston. Yes, it is.
1, 2, 3 for Mattel. Has that happened before?
Oh, that's a very good question. And fourth place to Clint Newman, and then in the Spire, first of the Spires, Johnny McGill takes fifth, and Daniel Ashby going to come across the line in sixth place. But yeah, not like just a little problem coming out of the hairpin there for Newman, and it was Osbaldeston that was just caught unawares.
Yeah, that's right. So the drama did happen, not quite in the way we were anticipating. But yeah, 1, 2, 3 for Mattel, which is the first time this year, might be the first time ever in Sports 1000s, and a very long time since Aspire hasn't been on the podium.
Certainly is. Yes, we'll get the record books out for that one, I think. But no, well done to.
In Cup 200 on the last lap, John Cutmore set a new lap record, which is also the fastest lap, and a bonus point that Richard Webby did not get in, which is probably pretty handy.
Yeah, so they pick up about the same number of points, I think, don't they, from that race, probably, I would think.
Yeah, perhaps pole for Webb one more.
Yes, yes, that's true. Okay, let's have a look at the results of that Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship race, featuring Cup 200, as the last few cars just come across the line. It was Dan Clues the winner at the end of 9 laps in the Mattel MC53. Second, number 24, Noah Osbaldeston, another Mattel MC53, 8.4 seconds behind. And third was number 87, Tom Johnston, completed the Mattel clean sweep. Fourth was number 42, Clint Newman. Fifth was number 72, Johnny McGill. Sixth was number 33, Daniel Ashby. And then seventh, best of the Cup 200 cars, was 88, Richard Webb. He was just under 2 seconds clear of number 98, John Cutmore, with 111, Mike Whiteman Hayward third in that class. Stephen Dean was 10th overall. Then Tony Williamson was the final finisher on the lead lap, with Wayne Arms a lap down in number 83, the final finisher.
So I reckon Richard Webb can still equal John Cutmore if he wins the race overall tomorrow.
Right, okay.
So basically John Cutmore now has won the Cup 200 title 2 in a row, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th championship class title in RGB/Sports 1000.
Yeah, no, he's been very successful, hasn't he, for a long few years.
2008, 2009, 2016, 2024, 2025. So back-to-back titles, just like he did 15, 16 years ago.
Okay, so that's the Sports 1000s completed for today. They're back out again tomorrow for their final race of the season. That's going to be our last race before lunch tomorrow. We've still got 5 races to come this afternoon. We've got the 5 Club MX5 Cup coming up next. That's another 15-minute race. Then the Rogue Motorsport MR2, so 2 Japanese roadster races back-to-back. Then the Jedi Racing Cars F1000s Radical Club Challenge, and the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup to round out the day here at Donington Park. But last few cars coming back into pit lane. Very shortly we'll head down to that part of the circuit, and we'll hear from the top 3 with Matt Suckling before we head into MX5 action for the first time this weekend. First of 3 races that they will have during the course of the weekend. Some dust, I presume, from the perimeter road blowing across the circuit at Starkey's. We can see on our TV screens there on our live stream, provided by Alpha Live, producing the coverage, and the sweeper is on the circuit as well.
Wonder how many miles that does of a Donington Park weekend.
Quite a lot. Lots of gravel to collect and sweep off the circuit. Let's head down to Matt Suckling and to see who's got in the pit lane.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with Dan Clues, who is our new champion for this year. Well done in Sports 1000. A nice group hug as well for the Mattel Cars team 1-2-3.
Absolutely, a lovely 1-2-3. We were 1-2-3 in qualifying as well. So yeah, the boys are driving really well and giving me a hard time most of it. So yeah, really enjoyed it, and what a way to wrap the championship in style.
It was really good there, Dan. You've had a great year. I think 2024 you were a champion as well, weren't you? So you're a back-to-back.
No, I wasn't. No, Ryan Yarrow won it last year. I was second to him. So it's after 4 years of it, it's been nice to wrap it up after all. But
a shame about a lefty safety car there, wasn't it? Because you could have probably got your head down and got away, but a few incidents to start us off.
There was, yeah. There's obviously some stuff that sort of happened first lap. Hope everybody's all right. But yeah, it needed a lengthy safety car. There was bits everywhere. But yeah, we got going in the end, and I think full race or shortened race, I think we got the pace on them all.
And for now, the pressure is off for race number 2 tomorrow, so you can go out there and not really worry about too much.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we knew we were pretty close this weekend with it all, so pressure's very much off, and certainly for tomorrow. So,
well done, Dan. Many congratulations on the season and the championship.
Thank you, Matt.
There we go. Let's bring in Noah as well, who's just having a quick chat with Scott Mattel. So Noah, we'll come over here this way. Come and join us. You finally got to the top step last time out, didn't you? So that bit between your teeth is now there, and a good race there as well.
Yeah, it was a good race. Tough battles all round from start to finish, and the safety car really shook things up. But no, I'm really happy. I definitely got the most out of my car today. I couldn't. Yesterday we've been having some small problems, but the Mattel guys have done amazing to get all the mechanics, no matter what car they're on, have all helped. So we've scraped together what we can, and yeah, all I can say is I gave my best, and today Dan was a bit quicker, so he thoroughly deserved this 100%. We work really hard at Mattel, and to get 1-2-3, I think it shows that.
Slight issue towards the end. I think last corner, last lap, someone just kind of backed off in front of you.
Yeah, I believe Clint missed a gear out of the hairpin. It was last lap, high anticipations. It's very easy to do in these cars. We shift up a little bit too early. But yeah, that was a bit really. We had a really good battle, really strong battle the entire race. It's just a shame it had to end with bit of damage to both cars, but other than that we had a fantastic race, and yeah, I'm sure the Mattel guys get that in tip-top shape before tomorrow's race.
And from you as well now, some great moves being shown around the outside, inside, wherever you could kind of try and get through.
Yeah, I tried my best. Racecraft definitely come from karting. Yeah, honestly I did the best I could in those conditions, and I think being on the back foot behind in these cars is quite difficult as it is with the dirty air. But no, I think with my racecraft training from Neil Ridderford and I, remote coach, we've done fantastic work over the summer, and now I can finally show it.
Good race, good luck for tomorrow as well. Thanks, Noah. Let's bring in Tom as well, for the man who gets the final step on the podium. Tom, well done, third place in that race. You were kind of just lurking in the background on the rear of those two ahead of you.
Yeah, indeed. Just trying to keep in it, just see if we could grab a podium or grab a third place if they tripped over themselves ahead of themselves. It certainly came close a few times. I had a good seat to watch what was unfolding in front of me. Yeah, lots going on to watch. Wasn't as clean from my side as I'd hoped after starting and getting in second place. But yeah, it was an exciting race. More tomorrow, hopefully.
Let's hope so. And in terms of your year as well, you featured well. I think you're now inside the top 5 of the championship.
Yeah, there or thereabouts. We've had a few unfortunate spells of mechanical issues with the car, but Scott and the team have done a great job keeping it together, and I've tried to keep it on the black stuff. And yeah, hopefully next year or the year after we'll get a few more third places, second places, maybe a podium, and we'll see what happens.
Great stuff. Well done, Tom.
Cheers. Thanks.
There we go. Mattel then, as we said, on the top 3 steps of the podium in Sports 1000 for the first time this weekend. More to come from them tomorrow here at Donington Park, but we move swiftly on now with the next of our races, which is going to be for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. So let's back upstairs to Josh and Ian.
So time now for the first race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. 30 cars we had in qualifying for this one, and we do still have a championship to be decided over the course of the 3 races that we have this weekend. with 4 drivers still in contention for the championship coming into this weekend. Let's just have a quick look at the point situation there. The 4 drivers in contention are Oak Richardson. Well, he is the driver with the highest theoretical maximum score that he can get, so he's in a good position from that point of view, and he has been the front runner for much of the season. But all the drivers that can mathematically take that away from him, Ben Smiles, Michael Pearce and Ben Hansey, I think all could overhaul his points total. Wasn't a good meeting at Croft last time out for Oak Richardson, as he had 2 non-finishes out of the 3 races, whereas his rivals who we've just talked about, well, Ben Smiles had strong finishes in all 3 races. Michael Pearce had a DNF in race 1, and Ben Hansey picked up 3 solid points hauls as well to keep things nice and open going into this first event of the weekend. But it will go into tomorrow, this championship, I think, because Oak Richardson, if he was to have 2 DNFs tomorrow, whatever happens today, I think there would be a chance that his target could be overhauled. So that's the way the point situation is. We'll see how things develop going into tomorrow's racing, and Oak Richardson's got a bit of work to do this time because he's only qualified 4th on the grid on this occasion. One of the drivers ahead of him is one of those championship rivals, Ben Smiles, and the 2 drivers behind him are the other 2 championship contenders, Ben Hansey and Michael Pearce. But there's 2 drivers on the front row of the grid who aren't really contending for the championship this time. That's Thomas Holland, who's returning to the championship this weekend, a sort of a semi-regular competitor when he can, and has been a winner in the past as well. And Matthew Highcock, we've already seen out in race-winning form during the course of this weekend in the 120 Coupe Cup, having his 2nd race meeting in the MX-5. So they're not contending for the championship. Then you've got the 4 championship contenders, 3rd, 4th, 5th on the 6th then, Josh. So this could be quite spicy.
Yeah, that's it. Lots of people who probably quite like a overall race win out of this. Already seen 1 win for Matt Highcock today. Thomas Holland had won a race this year, hasn't he? He hasn't done many meetings, but he won at Brands Hatch at the beginning of the season. I think he's been doing the McLaren European thing this year, part of the SRO package. I think he's been a race winner there as well. Not been racing in Britain so much, but he's back this weekend. And while we wait for the cars to come out, let's see if we can have a look at this big grid of Mazda MX-5s.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. So 30 cars we should have, 15 rows of them. Pole position is Thomas Holland then, who we're talking about there. He's at a 157.315 in qualifying, so it's just about a 10th of a second faster than the treble 5 car of Matt Highcock, we've already spoken about. Ben Smiles, teenage in his first season of 5 Club racing. He is 3rd fastest in qualifying, lines up P3 on the grid, and next to him is number 17 Oak Richardson, the sort of championship favourite coming into this weekend, although Smiles has got the most points on the board already. Row 3 you've got number 40 Ben Hansey and number 70 Michael Pearce. Row 4 of the grid, that's where you're going to find 43, which is Bradley Gaunt and Matt Hallam, who's not done all of the rounds this season but has been quick, had a win at Silverstone last year. He is going to line up on the outside of row 4. Row 5, Leon Morel, another driver who we've already seen out racing today in the Radicals. He's having his MX-5 debut here. He lands up on the inside of row 5 in car number 14. Next, number 9, very experienced Ian Tomlinson, who completes the top 10. Row 6 on the inside is 128, Samuel Gormer. 21 is Matt Neal next to him. On the 7th row of the grid, it's 168, which is Zoltan Shibai. And Jack Lawrence, his mate, number 97, so they're on row 7 of the grid. Then it's Stephen Robinson, 68 on the inside of row 8. Next, number 29, Mary Barnard. The 9th row is 24, Ryan Lovelock, and 99, Martin Vernon. On the 10th row of the grid, that is where we find Matthew Short, number 72, and Adrian Johnson in 6th. Andrew Robinson and James McCann, 90 and 113, are on the 11th row. The 12th row is 512, that's Aidan Wardley, and 129, Paul Barnard, Mary's father. Then on the 13th row, it's 5 and 60, Glenn Whipcrook and Trevor Jenkins. The 14th row is 75 and 66, that's Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and Richard Cole, with Paul Lightburn in 10 and Nigel Hunt in the treble 6 car rounding out the 30-car field. Notably this weekend, no entry for Ben Short. You never quite know whether there is going to be a last-minute entry from Ben Short. He had a clean sweep of wins from race 3 at Silverstone to Cadwell Park race 3, so 7 wins he had in a row mid-season. Other winners this season: Oak Richardson, Thomas Holland, Jordan Johnson, and Simon Wilcancel, who's had 4 wins out of the last 6 races, but again not here this weekend.
Richardson's the only one to win who's in the top 10 of the championship, bizarrely, because all the others have been part-timers. Right, the race is soon to get underway. The no green flag lap, the countdown is on to the start of the first of 3 races this weekend here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit.
So red car, I should say, for Thomas Holland, number 74, sort of pistachio-coloured car for treble 5 Matt Highcock, and then you've got Oak Richardson in that blue car with a yellow star on the front. As the lights go out, the race gets underway. Richardson starting 4th. Can he try and progress up the order during the course of this race? Up towards Redgate they go for the first one. Is it going to be Thomas Holland, or is it going to be Matt Highcock that turns into the first corner first? It is Thomas Holland. Are they all going to get through? 1 or 2, or certainly 1 well through the gravel
Jack
there.
Lawrence.
Which is, Jack Lawrence, I think. He's going to rejoin about, nearly towards the back of the field. It is Thomas Holland then that's holding off Matt Highcock at the moment. Gap back then to the next group of cars, and Oak Richardson has dropped back a bit, hasn't he? He's dropped back to 6th place from 4th on the grid, so he's down 2 places. Not what he wanted at the start of this race.
He's the last of those 4 championship contenders, but I think really just needs 3 sensible races. One that he can't afford is a DNF.
Yeah, that's right.
Otherwise that will put him on the back foot. So here they come through McLean's. Get a brief view there of Michael Pearce, who's Michael Pearce a bit further down the order than we thought he might have been.
Yeah, exactly, the green car, yes. So he's not one of those that's got ahead of Oak Richardson, which suggests that somebody else has. Matt Hallam possibly, I think, is one of them. Yes, he is in the 44 car, ex-Castle Coombe Formula Ford race. Someone off in the gravel in the back and spinning, but not managing to collect anyone else, fortunately. Which is not what it looked like for a while. There's Ben Smiles in the 46 car, just ahead of Matt Hallam and Oak Richardson, but it's Thomas Holland the leader, treble 5 Matt Highcock second, and it's Ben Hansey that's gone with them. He's in 3rd, Smiles 4th, Hallam 5th, and Richardson and Tomlinson now side by side. And Richardson seeming to lose the position there.
Tomlinson started 10th, so he's had a good opening lap out of all of this, but it is Tom Holland who leads. It's his 23rd birthday on Monday, so a good way to end this week. Going into birthday week would be a race victory, but he has Matt Highcock, someone he's not raced against before, in his wheel tracks. Highcock's the 1 car there between the 3 BS Motorsport cars, isn't he, around? Now, are we going to get a safety car? The safety car's on standby, the way the looks of the shot there.
I think everyone that's been off has continued so far. Paul Lightburn it was in the number 10 cars that was our spinner at Coppice, so I think we're pretty okay for the moment, but we'll just keep an eye on how things progress. It's Holland leading from Highcock in 2nd, gap back then to Hansey in 3rd, and it's Ben Smiles in 4th position as they stream through the old hairpin.
Wheel through, don't they?
They do.
One a bit wide on the approach, but I don't think it affected them much. So Highcock's having a much better run in the early stages of Donington than he did at Croft when he debuted this car. He did get 1 top 10 at Croft, but battling for the lead here with Tom Holland. Then the Bens, Hansey and Smiles behind.
Yeah, Highcock in the barriers in one of the races at Croft, which sort of set him back a little bit.
Smiles has just had the 2 podiums this year. Hansey's only had the 3, so neither of them been on the podium that much, although they're championship contenders.
No, I mean, Smiles is someone who seems to qualify better than he races. Often qualifies well up the order, but then doesn't necessarily get the race results that back that up.
Did do some racing last year in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, first year of senior racing, the 18-year-old from Worcestershire. But he remains there in 4th at the moment. Richardson and Tomlinson have been passed by Sam Gorman. That happened on the previous lap, didn't it? So Sam Gorman's going well here in all of this in 1-2-8.
Yeah, he's had a pretty strong season at times, Sam Gorman. Looking back at the results that...
Just 6th has been his best, and that's where he is at the moment.
but he's had quite a few top 10 finishes, hasn't he? I think about 8 or 10 or altogether. It's a long season, this. This is round 19 of the championship. It's a 21-round season. They always have triple headers in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Here's Matt Hallam trying to make a place on the inside of Ben Smiles at Redgate Corner. Looks like he's gone through, so that's for 4th place for Matt Hallam. So he'll be pleased with that one.
He's not been on the podium yet this year.
Yeah, as I say, he's not done all of the rounds, Matt Hallam. Just been an occasional.
One race last year, didn't he? One of very few people. Was he the only person to beat Ben Short?
Yes, he was, I think, last season.
Tom Holland hanging on. He's set the fastest lap, and he's actually pulling away now from Highcock, who's under pressure from Hansey in 40. Ben Hansey had last year out, didn't he? Returned this year, not really been quite on the form where he sort of left off when he won the championship. But he has had podiums, including a 2nd place at Brands Hatch. He had a 3rd last time out at Croft as well.
So we're waiting for them to come down the exhibition straight once again. And it's still the same order. It's still Matt Hallam in 4th. And now Ben Smiles in 5th position. There's Oak Richardson sort of the next group ahead of them. Next group behind them, I should say, with Michael Pearce now behind him. So Pearce has got ahead of Tomlinson as well.
Richardson won those 2 races at the beginning of the year, didn't he, at Brands Hatch?
That's right. There's sort of on the front foot all the way through the season. And even when Ben Short has come in and won a load of races in the middle of the season, he's been pretty consistently in the top few places. So he's been accumulating the points as the year has gone on. He himself a very good stead for the championship. Oak Richardson, who's and the spinner. That's the 113 car involved there, which is James McCann.
I think Matt Short was the other.
Yeah.
Tomlinson's lost some places. He's down to 10th. So Bradley Gaunt moves up, going well inside the top 10 here. He has had a couple or 3 top 10 finishes this season. But he's up there into 9th. And Matt Hallam has set the fastest lap, 1:57.308. So he's catching the top 3. And Ben Hansey's 2nd. Did we see that? Or did I forget it happening? Ben Hansey now ahead of Matt Highcock, 1.1 seconds behind the leader at the start of the lap. So can Ben Hansey hunt down his teammate, Tom Holland? Highcock might not end up on the podium here because Hallam's having a go up through McLean's corner. And he's through. Where is Highcock?
Yeah, where is Highcock is the question now, yes. Got to figure that out. So something has happened to Matt Highcock. Ben Hansey had got ahead of the top. There he is. He's now at the rear of that group. So what if he had an issue? Maybe he was just going over the line or something, a gear selection issue or something like that. He's fallen to the rear of that group and he's back up to speed now, it would seem.
Holland's gone as they're battling behind. They're all going to pass Hallam's past Hansey. It's Smiles that's losing now as Highcock come back down the inside. So it's Hallam 2nd, 3rd Hansey, 4th Highcock, 5th Smiles. And Gorma's right in here. Sam Gorma looking for his best result of the season if he gains some places, which is very much possible because they're almost 4 abreast ahead of him.
Absolutely fantastic stuff in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, as it so often is.
He went through the middle.
He did indeed. So it's Hansey there. Is he? No, he's going to come out in 4th, I think. So it's Thomas Holland leading. As slow out there is Smiles, isn't it? Yeah, Smiles is slow out there. So it's now Hallam that's 2nd, is that right? And Hansey 3rd. I think that's the sequence. 5 going slowly there. Well, I'm having a bit of an issue. Is Glenn Whipcroft? Yeah. So Hallam up to 2nd. He's 2.5 seconds behind the race leader Thomas Holland. Ben Hansey 3rd. Samuel Gorma 4th. Matthew Highcock 5th. Ben Smiles 6th. Richardson 7th. He's actually now not too far behind either, is he? He's not too far behind Highcock. He's in front of the next subgroup, which has got Michael Pearce, Bradley Gaunt and Ian Tomlinson in it. But Richardson here, the 30-year-old from Buckingham, the Garden Centre managing director, ex-British Drift Championship competitor in the Self-Bit MX5. I think he is just taking it a little bit steadily this weekend, just to try and make sure of the championship after the dramas at Croft.
He's got past Smiles, hasn't he? Smiles has lost 2 more. Both he and Pearce are ahead.
I wonder if there's something wrong with his car.
He appeared slow heading up to the final corner, but everyone was changing position, weren't they? And Richardson now getting more involved. You just wonder if Highcock's not used to the type of racing there is in MX-5s, because he's had the pace, but now he's in the group, he's losing positions. It's a very different type of racing to 116s/120s.
That's true. I mean, certainly the 120s where there's not been so many cars, but the 116s he's been involved with, which different type of car, but very tight racing like this. Usually in the longer distance format, but he did the sprints and won the sprint championship last year.
Had Hansi looking at Hallam at the S's, just seeing Liam Morrell there. Yeah, and he's absolutely going for us, isn't he, Ben Hansi up the inside. I can see Sam Gorman getting the first podium here, because how racy was he a lap ago when he went through the middle? And he's up alongside Hallam here, so Hansi got second. Can Sam Gorman get on the podium, which I'd imagine would be a first in his racing career?
I think it would. Suffolk-based driver, looking to improve his championship standing, and this would be his points the power of good here. If we can turn this into a top three. At the moment he's fourth. Over the line goes Hansi, then Hallam, then Gorman, in sort of red and black on the right hand side of Joshua. Hansi's made a mistake, a half spin there. He's got it straightened up again, but he's going to lose the position to Gorman. He's going to go up to third, and Highcock's alongside him as well. Highcock might actually get the place from Gorman as Gorman overtakes Hansi there. Let's have a look as they go down the Craner curves. They're still side by side. Breathe in, everybody, and it's Gorman. Is it that's going to come out in front? No, it's going to be Highcock, because he's got the line for the old hairpin. So it's now Holland leading. Who's second?
Hallam.
Hallam is second, and it's Matt Highcock third, Sam Gorman fourth.
It's pretty entertaining, this, isn't it? If you're not Tom Holland, he's 3 seconds down the road. Everyone else. That was a weird mistake from Hansi, putting the wheel on the grass before he turned in. He was in second quite comfortably, half a second or so. And now Richardson is winning. So Richardson, having a calm race here, has ended up ahead of 2 of his contenders, and he's right behind the other now.
Well, it's quite hard to have a calm race in MX-5s, isn't it? Whatever your intentions might be.
Unless you're Ben Shaw with some of the years gone past.
Yeah, but you need to be out front then, don't you? Which is not at the moment.
They're going either side of Gorman, who I thought might end up on a podium a moment ago. He's had to lose 2 places. Richardson down the inside of both of them. And they're side by side with Hansi. Hansi's holding on somehow. Gorman might come back past him. He's already gone through the middle of 2 cars in this race. Not sure there's room for that. Highcock's going for second. It's all happening in 5 Club racing today.
Yeah.
What about Bradley Gaunt coming up the inside?
And Gaunt was outbraked himself, and Gaunt's been spun around. That's by Ben Smiles. Richardson's got involved in that as well, but survives.
He's got a lot of damage. Richardson's side of his car has got a lot of damage.
So much for the calm race. Here's the second place side by side. It's Hallam and Highcock here. Ooh, almost a touch between the 2 of them as they came through Goddard's.
Highcock started his lap in 5th. I think he has something to say about my suggestion of MX-5 racing and racecraft.
Just listening to the commentary. 2 laps to go in this race. It's Tom Holland leading by 4.5 seconds. It's Matthew Highcock in second. Matt Hallam is third with the fastest lap as well. And Sam Gorman is fourth. He sort of emerged from all of that down at Goddard's Head. He's in P4, but now has sort of 2 or so seconds to make up to get that podium place you were talking about earlier on. Then behind him now is Leon Morrell, who's made up progress from 9th on the grid, wasn't it? I think he was outside the top 10. He's up to 5th.
I think all the championship contenders were involved in that incident.
Yeah.
Because Smiles, who kind of... He was at the last... was one who's having a massive moment. Was that Gorman?
Might have been.
No, nothing behind. Anyway, might have been Matthew Neal. So Richardson dropped to 9th, Pearce dropped to 10th, and Hansi dropped to 12th in all of that. So all of the championship contenders were involved in that moment, the Melbourne Loop. So they're thinking anything the Road Sports Championship can do to create a championship final drama, we can try and give a good go at as well.
And Bradley Gaunt was the other driver involved in all of that. And
yeah, he was the one that triggered it.
Yeah. He often seems to find himself involved in things. Yeah. Anyway, down they go towards the Fogarty S's again. This is now Leon Morrell in the Eco Trailers car, up the inside of Sam Gorman there. So that's for 4th place, isn't it? So that, I think, is the car usually driven by Simon Walker-Hansel that Leon Morrell is in this weekend. And has won plenty of races this year.
Yeah, 4-time race winning that car. You could certainly say Radical / Bike Sports is a different type of racecraft to MX-5s.
You'll get away with that one, Josh.
He's got through though, hasn't he? He's got ahead of Sam Gorman. Ben Smiles, was that behind? Has he passed Tomlinson? We're going to be Tomlinson that went off on that previous lap.
Could have been.
Could well have been, yeah. So Tom Holland still leads.
Yes, it is. I can see the confirmation now on the screen that it was.
So he's dropped back. Mary Barnard's involved now. She's come diving down the inside. Someone that went well at the Burkitt relay last year.
So last lap of the race then, it's Thomas Holland leading by 4.3 seconds, number 74 from number 555 in second and 44 in third. Highcock and Hallam, but look at this.
How's Bradley Gaunt 10th? I thought he'd completely spun. Oh, big moment here for 68, which is Stephen Robinson.
And he's just slid back onto the circuit. Thankfully, he's avoided collecting anybody there. But
nope.
Oh, and that's another odd incident. That's the 168 car that's gone off now, which is Zoltan Shibai, the ex-Caterham racer. And now the 20... What? So there's something strange going on, everybody. Ryan Lovelock is now driving on the grass as well at Hollywood. Meanwhile, a race continues. There's half of the gravel track is now on the circuit at Hollywood as well. Right, what's going on in the race?
Who knows?
Ben Smiles and Samuel Gilmore watching on our screens. I think they're battling for 5th position. There's our race leader on screen now, Thomas Holland from Matthew Highcock and Matt Hallam.
When Matt goes for Tom Holland, that was a really dramatic race. He will wonder what on earth Matt is talking about, because he's been out front the whole time, and most of the drama's been happening further away than perhaps he would even see in his own mirrors. But for second down over, everyone has had an interesting race, to say the least.
Apart from, as you say, Thomas Holland in this number 74 car. So he was the winner at Brands Hatch, won the third of the 3 races we had at Brands Hatch. Richardson winning the other 2. But we've not seen too much of him since then. But into the hairpin front time, he's trying to have his drama right at the end of the race, is Thomas Holland, but he's going to see the checkered flag now. Where is it? There it is. And he does win. Was off the circuit goes 29, which is Mary Barnard, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what was happening in the background as Holland went into the hairpin. So that's a shame for Mary, because she was the one person left, I think, out of all those people that didn't go off at Redgate.
Yeah, I think you're right. So anyway, Thomas Holland the winner, number 74 from 555, Matt Highcock in second. Number 44, Matt Hallam was third. 14, Leon Morel took 4th position. Ben Smiles, number 46, took 5th. Samuel Gilmore, 128, took 6th ahead of Matt Neal, Oak Richardson, Michael Pearce and Bradley Gaunt. So the rest of the cars coming through on their slowing down lap. And the championship we always knew was going to go into tomorrow. Oak Richardson lost places in that race rather than gain them. He's got a bit of a damaged car as well after all of that.
He beat Michael Pearce, who was his closest rival.
Yeah, but finished behind Smiles. And what happened to Ben Hansen in all of that? Where did
he was 12th. Did he lose more places?
15th over the line. So that may well drop him sort of out of contention a bit more as we go into tomorrow's race. We'll update the points overnight and see how things are looking as we go into the final race.
I think Richardson's still about 60 ahead, so pretty nice place to be.
It's the thing you can't have tomorrow is 2 DNFs, because it's your worst 3 scores that drop. He's already got 2 zeros. He could probably just about afford 1 more, but not 2 DNFs tomorrow. That's the thing that he'll be keen to avoid, getting involved in other incidents. So I think we can probably have a look at the results now at the end of that 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup race, with Thomas Holland, number 74, taking the overall victory in a race that lasted 8 laps, and he won by 4.2 seconds from Matthew Highcock.
I think Hansi is still in championship contention, so all 4 of them still are there.
Excellent. 555 Matt Highcock was second. Matt Hallam, 44, took third. Then Leon Morel, 14, took 4th. A good drive on his debut in MX5s. Ben Smiles, number 46, was 5th. Samuel Gilmore, 128, was 6th. Another, I think that's a 6th place for him this season, something like that. 7th, 21, Matt Pennefather Neal. 8th, 17, Oak Richardson. 9th, 17, Michael Pearce. 10th, 43, Bradley Gaunt. Then Ian Tomlinson, Jack Lawrence, who was off at the first corner, Martin Vernon and Adrian Johnson, he was 14th. Further back, in 15th position in the end was Ben Hansi. Waiting for that to appear on our screen. Yep, then ahead of Stephen Robinson and Andrew Robinson, 16th and 17th. Zoltan Shibai, Glenn Whitcook and Aidan Wardley completing the top 20. Ahead of Paul Barnard, James McCann, Matt Short, Trevor Jenkins. round out the day once again. So shortly, hopefully we'll be able to head downstairs. I say downstairs. I think actually it's entirely possible that Matt is at a slightly higher altitude than we are in our commentary position today, given the slope of the start and finish straight. And
he's up the pit lane, really, isn't he?
Exactly, up the pit lane. So we will hear from him very shortly with our top 3 from the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. He's ready to go now. So let's go and hear from him.
Dan here in the pit lane then with our race winner for the second time this year, Tom Holland. Tom, we were just talking about what was happening behind you. You said you were aware because you were watching it all unfold in your mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, once I pulled a bit of a gap to the car behind, I just settled down. I didn't want to take any track limits. Last thing I wanted is to lose the win over a track limit penalty. But I was watching it. It was quite entertaining. I hope everyone watching was able to get a good bit of entertainment from it. But I just remember seeing a bunch of smoke at Melbourne and then just seeing only Matt and the 555. So, I mean, I hope it was an entertaining watch. I was just relaxing.
And in terms of you as well, it was a kind of an oblivious 5-second win out the road, kind of just got around without any dramas at all. So it worked nicely for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was not going to lie, I was really bricking it for the start. I was like, please get a good start. A good start in this series is half the race over, so it's then just trying to find your rhythm, find your groove, and just not make any silly mistakes. Thankfully, I did that, and I hope everyone else had a good race because I mean, it was a bit lazy for me, but I was happy to see everything happening on the around the track.
And we haven't seen you in the championship since Brands Hatch way back at the start of the season, where you took a win, and you're back here at Donington and another win to add to the list.
Yeah, this one's going a bit higher on the trophy shelf than a lot of the ones this year, but no, it's a brilliant championship. MX5 5 Club's been my family since I started back in July 2020, and even now with my mum, my dad, or dad now racing as well, and my girlfriend cheering me on from turn 1 earlier, they've all welcomed us all with open arms, even when I've gone away messing around in Europe, and they welcome me back, give me a hug and say, come on, show us what you're made of.
Good stuff, Tom. Well done on the victory. Good luck for tomorrow as well, with the other 2 races to come as well. We'll move further down. We'll grab a quick word with Matt Highcock, who finished in 2nd place, as Ian described the pistachio car. Matt, come and join us. Well done. A quick turnaround from 120s to MX5s. The guys were saying in commentary, maybe a little bit different in terms of the racing that you're used to. How did you find it?
Good fun, very good fun. Yeah, it's intense. Very different car, obviously. No power steering, no ABS. It's hard to adjust on the first couple of laps, obviously.
But still, you came away with a podium, which is not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. No, I'm chuffed to bits with that, yeah. I actually hit my kill switch as well halfway through the race, so I had to restart it on the go. So. Is
that the reason you kind of dropped back and then had to kind of work your way back through again?
Yeah, 2nd to 3rd, I hit the switch and turned the car off.
At least you gave it some moves to get back through the order, which is kind of nice, kept the race alive.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant racing. I had loads of fun. Yeah.
It looked like you were having fun. Well done, Matt.
Cheers, mate.
There we go. 2nd place. And we'll grab a quick word as well with our 3rd place driver. Great race there for Matt Hallam. Matt, congratulations. 3rd place. Again, a bit like Matt, lots of people to play with there. Must have been fun.
Yeah, and I started 8th, so it was all in the start, really. I think it must have been up to 4th. And then, yeah, picked my way through. I think I was in 3rd, and then Ben Hansey in 2nd. He slipped off the road, and I had a gap. And then I think I took everything out my tyres at the start. It's pretty horrible at the end, but yeah, it got me into position, so I just held it at the end, so it was good.
A little bit of drama around there at the lap as well. There was kind of people going off around you and stuff happening down at the Melbourne hairpin, so you had to try and avoid all of that.
Yeah, I can't really see what happened. I just saw a lot of smoke and then cars facing the wrong way, so I was glad I was ahead of that, and really good to get on the podium because I haven't done many races this year, so it's good to be back straight on the podium, which is good. So yeah.
Yeah, what's the reason you've been away? Kind of other things got in the way there?
Yeah, I had a bit of damage on the car early in the season, so I was fixing that, and then just other life sort of finances, things like that, and work. So and then it's really nice to come back and get a podium, so it's good.
Well, still 2 more races to come tomorrow, so maybe you can make it to the top step as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if Tom doesn't get away at the start, then maybe it can be maybe a lead battle rather than sort of 2nd and 3rd backwards. So we'll see if we can slow him down a bit.
Good stuff. Well, Matt, congratulations. Good luck for tomorrow. So there you go. Matt Hallam, who picked up his podium in that first race of the weekend for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. We've got more to look forward to in terms of single make racing to come with the Rogue Motorsport Totem 2 Championship on the way next.
So time for the final race of the season for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. The cars will be released out shortly, just a bit of clearing up to be done after that MX5 race. And of course, again, the MR2s did not have a green flag lap. We had a race for these before the lunch break, which resulted in a win for Jim Mew, his second win of the season, but Sean Traynor was second, and that was enough for him to clinch the overall championship. Adam Lockwood was third. Class B was won by Tim Heron from Veer Aldridge and Andrew Ruthven. Josh, what's the situation, if you checked, in Class B now for the Mark IIs?
I reckon if Ruthven is 7th or better, he will win it, and there are 7 Bs, aren't they? So he needs to finish.
Yeah.
I reckon all he needs to do is finish.
Okay, so that should touch wood. Hopeful for Andrew Ruthven, but not necessarily based on what's gone on so far today. Sean Traynor, number 27, lines up for this race on pole position. That was set by the fastest lap time in the earlier race. Next to him on the front of the grid is 53, Scott Edbrook. Row 2 of the grid is 78, Jim Mew, the race 1 winner, and number 11, Adam Lockwood. Row 3 is 84, Neil Stratton, and number 9, Tim Heron. On the 4th row of the grid, it's going to be 34th Shane Mansbridge and 69 Daniel Bryant. The aforementioned Andrew Ruthven, number 82, lines up on the inside of row 5, next to 15, which is the car of Gavin Aldworth. On the 6th row of the grid, it's 65 and 7. 65 is Veer Aldridge, and 7 is Jeff Howarth. On the 7th row of the grid, it's number 12, which is Aaron Laverty, alongside 17 Maxine Nichols. The 8th row 5, which is Ian Ledbetter, and 47 Richard Dales. Martin Orger is next up in the number 76 car beside 35 Richard Brown. It's 51 Andrew Strange and 30 Andy Williams on row 10. Row 11 is 87 Neil Cummins and 72 Tim O'Brien. Row 12, 3 Martin Collins and 26 Paul Cook, with 20 Patrick Jonah and 10 Andrew Baranowski at the back.
About a second overall, it's pretty close in the championship. Just 4 points between Adam Lockwood and Neil Stratton. So that's very much to be contested in this race, with Jim Mew only a further 8 back. So Lockwood, Stratton and Mew can all get second.
There's Sean Traynor, though, on pole position. Next to him is Scott Edbrook, looking for his first win. And then we've got the second row, Jim Mew and Adam Lockwood. Some interesting drivers to come through from the back. Didn't see if they're all there. The likes of Paul Cook at the back, his first meeting in a roadster. Andrew Baranowski has been a front runner as well during the course of this season, if he's managed to get back out. Revs are rising ahead of the 15-minute race. Lights go out. The race gets underway. Not a great start from Scott Edbrook on the front of the grid. I think he might find himself a little bit swallowed up by others. Indeed, he is. And it's Sean Traynor leading from Jim Mew as they head into the first corner. It looks like Adam Lockwood is third, Edbrook down to fourth. It's Tim Heron in the first of the Mark IIs in fifth position overall. And there's some contact further back into the. Is that Paul Cook into the gravel at the first corner? Not a happy debut for him in the roadsters, in that Rogue Motorsport hire car. That's a real shame, but I think there were probably 2 or 3 cars involved in that one there, Josh.
Tim O'Brien was involved. I don't think Andy Ruthven was he, which is important for his class title.
Okay, so it's Sean Traynor in the lead then. It's Jim Mew, the race 1 winner, in second place, and we've got the safety car because of that incident at the first corner. Yes, because of my comment, there is still Paul Cook's car stranded in the gravel trap. And so the cars, when they see the yellow flags, will have to just acknowledge those and fall in position. The yellow flags are now waving. It's in the background shot there at McLaren. So that's a shame that the race has started that way. Hopefully it won't be a very long safety car period. I think some have seen, yes.
Not everybody has.
Some have seen the flags, but not everybody. In the 65 car yet into the barrier. That's Veer Aldridge, having touched the back of another car on the way down to the Fogarty S's. And yes, that's unfortunate to say at the very least. Mind you, Sean Traynor has seen the flags. Oh, and yes, there's 1 or 2 cars. That's the 15 car that seems keen to make a place. That's Gavin Aldworth there.
Still.
Now I think has probably seen got the message. Meanwhile, Paul Cook's car is almost already out of the gravel trap, so it will be, I think, almost just a 1 lap safety car period, won't it, this one? Arguably, it might get behind the barrier before we even get the cars back round to start the lap behind the safety car.
And it's possibly caused more problems than it's solved.
Yes, because we've now got the Veer Aldridge car that's off the circuit. Veer's still in the car. Just that's part, I think, on the exit of the S's now, hasn't it? Because it did get going again. That's where that's parked, on the exit of the Fogarty S's. But that might now need to be recovered.
So they're in an order which may or may not be the order they should be in some of the contenders. Aaron Baranowski made the start this time, didn't he? Where he didn't.
Yeah, it did. Got up to 18th on the opening lap, so he made up 8 places. There's a lot of gravel on the circuit. That sweep is going to be out. Look at that. I mean, there's more gravel on the circuit than the gravel trap, I think, between Redgate and Hollywood. So that's going to be very tricky. It's going to be very slippery. Probably account for some windscreens as well during the course of this race. The order: 27 Sean Traynor, 78 Jim Yu, 11 Adam Lockwood, 84 Neil Stratton, 53 Scott Edbrook, 9 Tim Heron, 34 Shane Mansbridge, 82 Andrew Ruthven. So he was up to 3rd within Class B. 15 Gavin Aldworth and 7 Jeff Howarth at the end of the opening lap. That's your top
nice.
10. No, and that's the 72 car of Tim O'Brien, isn't it? Which was involved, we think, at the first corner.
Went through the gravel. And he's going to make it back to the pits, but hopefully not doing any more damage to the car than already has been done, because it certainly doesn't sound particularly pleasant. That on its way back to the pit lane into retirement. A shame for him to end the season like that.
I think the view is that the 65 car is probably in an okay position, the Veer Aldridge car. So hopefully that means that that's not going to need to be recovered until the end of the race. We can get racing back in the race sooner rather than later.
So that means safety car should be in this lap then, because Redgate has been dealt with. Car's still behind the safety car, 10.5 minutes on the clock. Sean Traynor looking for win number 7, which would be half the wins of the season if he could make it. But Jim Yu made a really good start, didn't he, and was really challenging well, the 46-year-old from Portsmouth, who's only ever raced in Toyota MR2s, as actually probably is the same for quite a few drivers on this grid.
Yeah, I would think so. Obviously there are others that haven't, so but not many of them. He said, trying to think of who they might be. Andrew Ruthven is the obvious one, who's raced minis as well.
The safety car perhaps not coming in this time, so have they reassessed the Veer Aldridge position?
Well, maybe that's it. They're not seeing any more update on that particular car. I know that they're looking at some issues with cars overtaking under the safety car and the incident that happened behind the safety car. Those are both to be addressed. Looks like the car, I think the driver's out of the car, isn't he, by the looks of it.
Oh, well, they dealing with gravel at Redgate, I wonder, because you did notice that it was...
There's nothing on the circuit in terms of a vehicle or marshals dealing with that.
Or is the sweeper on its way?
Possibly. I'll have to wait and see, but at the moment the car's still behind the safety car and no immediate signs of resumption in racing here in this Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship contest. Final round of 14 this season. Slightly shorter calendar. We've had 16 race calendars in the past, but 7 double headers has been the format for 2025. So a few drivers new to Roadsters this weekend, and some more Mark IIs set up here on the grid next season as well, which is good news, bolstering the grids. But the only driver that's raced a Mark 1 in the past couple of seasons, Martin Collins, he's switching to a Roadster for next year. So maybe the last time we see a Mark 1 in the Rogue Motorsport MR2 Championship. I think they're still eligible. If anyone's got one still and wants to race, I mean, in the past there was huge numbers of them. Now we've got the recovery vehicle going out, so I think they possibly are now going to try and recover the car of Veer Aldridge, but this could take a little bit longer, I fear, Josh.
Yeah. It's a shame, because it's not that often we get safety cars in MR2 Championship races.
It's not, and just unfortunate that the first one, the one incident precipitated another, really.
Yeah.
And that ultimately is now why we need that recovery truck on track to go and pick up a car that was involved in an incident that happened behind the safety car, or at least while the safety car yellow flags were out. The safety car hadn't yet appeared in front of them at that point.
Yeah, race control probably going to be quite busy after this, I suspect. We've already mentioned that's been noted by race control. So for Andy Ruffin, looking for his first championship, I think, in car racing. He did mini sevens for 7 years. Did finish third in the championship once. He's finished fourth in the championship last year. Did he win the class championship last year now, saying that? Have you got that information?
Well, sorry, I was
I
not
have
paying
somewhere.
attention. What are you looking for?
Class B champion last year.
Class B champion last year was Ben Rome.
Oh, so this would be Ruffin's then
Yeah.
first car racing championship if he pulls it off. Had that third in Mini 7s, had a second presumably then in MR2 Class B before, but never the overall, or never the class championship. And again for Tim Herron, it's going to be another year where he's been right there or thereabouts, but perhaps not a class champion.
No, he's a very solid performer, isn't he? Always there or thereabouts. Just have a look here. We should get.
Had his best result of the season earlier. He's 6th place, first top 6 finish overall of the year.
So the recovery truck is now on scene. I would hope that they can just hook it up, tow it back into the exit at the Melbourne hairpin, and we'll get them race back underway at the end of the next lap. But that's probably only going to leave time for 1 lap, maybe 2 at the very outside. But we just need to wait and see.
There's Martin Collins in that Mark 1, just ahead of Andy Williams. So good to see actually Martin Collins having a good end to the year, because there's been a few mechanicals for that car this year. He's, I think, only finished 5 races.
Oh, a car into the pit lane there. Who's that? It's one of the...
Aldworth.
Yeah, it's Aldworth in the 15 car.
Having an early visit to the clocks if he's not
Yeah,
careful.
well, exactly. I mean, I've not seen any sort of flagged indication to come into the pits, but clearly he's got something he thinks is wrong with the car, so he's heading in.
It's a slightly scary moment for Andy Ruffin fans because it was the car behind with not a dissimilar colour.
No.
So gave a little bit of a worry, but for Andy Ruffin, he's still going. And he had that overall win this year, didn't he, at Silverstone?
Yes, that's right, on the national circuit, where the MR2 Mark II is really well suited to that particular layout. And he was able to have the overall victory there, very well deserved.
Him and Tim Herron have done majority of the winnings in B, apart from the second race on the international circuit at Silverstone, which Via Aldridge won. Otherwise, Ruffin and Herron have shared the wins all season.
Yep, it's 2008, I think it was, that the MR2 Championship first ran. So, what's this? Its 18th season of racing.
Slightly unusual to be racing on a Saturday, isn't it? Because the majority of year race meetings are Sundays for MR2s. It was Mark Jessup who won the first 2 titles. And in that very first year, there were no roadsters at all. Roadsters came in 09.
Yes, and they were cars that were sort of manufactured in the 2000s, so they are more modern cars than the Mark IIs, which were sort of 1990s. The Mark 1s were out in the 1980s. But yeah, I mean, the different championship winners, quite a few of them over the years. Mark Jessup, he won twice. Zach Chapman, is it really 15 years ago since he won the championship? James Cross won it in 2011. Paul Hinson, who we still see out regularly in various different categories. Probably going to be at the Birkett, I would think.
I think there's a change to the team. I think Life has got in Paul Hinton's way, so he won't be racing. But
that's a shame.
I understand there will be a new member.
There will be a third Amigo still.
I think that's the plan anyway.
Okay. Matt Palmer, he won it twice in 2013 and 2014. And that's then really when Sean Traynor sort of started to win championships. 2015, 17, 18, 19 and 24. Safety car is not going to be in this time, unfortunately, which I think means we're not going to see any more racing laps in this race. which we've not really seen any racing laps in this race. Jim Davis won it in 2016. Aaron Cook 2020, 2021, 2022. Adam Lockwood won it dramatically in 2023. Oh, this is annoying, isn't it? It's just pulling off now.
Is that when the safety car could come in?
I think it probably could. But will it, is the question.
The fact if you're going to be risk adverse to need to pick the car up,
yes.
presumably you'd be risk adverse to not bring the safety car in at this point.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm not sure it was in a particularly dangerous position, to be honest with you. Safety car boards are still out. So with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go and a safety car lap taking 3 minutes and a half.
We're not even going to get a checkered flag.
Yeah, we're not going to get the checkered flag, so we are going to have...
The safety car's going for it now, isn't it? Can it do a lap in under 2 minutes, 10 seconds?
There's a challenge. Challenge laid down. I mean, the race lap times for these are 1:52s, so they're not going to be that far off a race lap time if they're going to get around to do one more lap.
Richard Brown for the pits, did that graphic suggest? Yeah, Richard Brown into the pit lane. So we get a lot of cars in the pit considering we haven't done anything lately. Richard, the retired army officer from Gloucestershire, he's done something else. He won a low-cost race 20 years ago.
And he's done Armed Force race challenge as well, hasn't he?
And
but in an MRT. Yeah.
And he won 1/6 trophy. So there is someone else on this grid that's raced other stuff. Paul Cook, of course, as well.
Yes.
He's done BMWs recently, although I think he had quite a big incident at Thruxton, didn't he, a few weeks ago?
From what I gather, yes.
Safety car is pushing on.
It is. It's definitely upped its pace. It would be a shame if this was all futile if it didn't make it back around in time.
It's still over a minute. Done about half the lap.
It has, okay. This is the most exciting thing that's happened so far in this race. Is the safety car going to get back round in time for us to have any more racing?
But then, of course, Sean Trainer might back off and make the whole point pointless.
Yeah. Our producer Luke is in our ears comparing this to the 2021 Formula One finale and suggesting that second Mr. Massey might be in charge of race direction here. 36 seconds to go, 33, 32, 31, 30 seconds to go.
I reckon the safety car will get the pit lane, but Trainer might back them off so it doesn't happen.
I think Sean would want to race. But he's probably not aware of the exact situation on the calendar. I don't think he's going to get there, is he? He's not going to get there. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Well, the safety car driver's done its job. Fastest safety car lap of the year at Donington.
Sean Trainer's now going for it. Is he going to get enough time? He's got 8 seconds to get to the finish line to get a green flag waved to him rather than a checkered flag. Which one's it going to be? It's going to be a green flag. I don't think we'd even got the checkered flag. Someone had hidden it. So we're going to get one racing lap. And the 15 minutes were by the time they crossed the line in actual fact. But never mind. So we've got Sean Trainer leading. We've got Jim Mew second. Up the inside for third place goes Neil Stratton trying to take the place away from Adam Lockwood. And he's done it. So Neil Stratton now goes up to third place. Down to fourth goes Adam Lockwood. Still Scott Edbrook in fifth, who started on the front row, of course. But Sean Trainer here getting away in the lead.
And Stratton's moved there in that battle for second in the championship as well against Lockwood. So through the old hairpin they come. It Lockwood to be okay where he is, but can't afford to lose too many more. And we know Scott Edbrook's pretty rapid here. But Sean Trainer trying to end the season on a high. A one-lap dash for what would have been a championship battle should there been an overall championship battle to be had.
Yes.
Stratton's given his best shot for second, isn't he, in the championship and in this race?
Imagine if the championship had come down to this. That would have been something, wouldn't it? Anyway, side by side for second place now. Neil Stratton, he said he had one lap of racing, but he's making the most of it. He's trying to get past Jim Mew now. He's on the outside line for the first part of the focus. Yes, can he do it? No, I don't think he can, because Jim Mew a bit later on the brakes. Carries more speed through the corner. Does he run wide now? Stratton's in the danger of losing out again to Adam Lockwood, who's ahead of him now, but on the outside line for the Melbourne hairpin. Scott Edbrook's going through as well, but then Neil Stratton's later on the brakes for the hairpin. It's great racing, this one lap we're having.
I think more's happened in the whole race, hasn't it?
Absolutely right. So it's Sean Trainer leading. It's now Jim Mew second, and it is Adam Lockwood third. And who's going to be fourth? Scott Edbrook up the inside of Neil Stratton. just about avoid making contact, but they're going to be side by side over the line. Checker flag goes out. Sean Traynor gets the win. Second is Mew. Third is Lockwood, who is fourth. It's Scott Edbrook by 12,000th of a second.
For all of that, Stratton lost positions.
But he had fun doing it, though.
That's right. So he didn't get second in the championship after all. So I think that went to Lockwood. Just
and to confirm that Andrew Ruthven has finished the race in fourth position in Class B behind Tim Harron and Shane Mansbridge. Sorry, third position behind Tim Harron and Shane Mansbridge. So he's done enough for the Class B championship as well, we think.
Yeah, I think Lockwood second in the championship, Stratton third, Mew fourth.
Okay, and Sean Traynor did the best lap of the race on the last lap at 1:53.547, which is not surprising given it was the only real flying lap of the race. So he gets the extra point for fastest lap just to make sure of that championship. 27 Sean Traynor it was that took the win though. Second to number 78 Jim Mew. Third to number 11 Adam Lockwood. Fourth to number 53 Scott Edbrook. Fifth to number 84 Neil Stratton. Those all in roadsters. Then the Mark IIs. Sixth number 9 Tim Hemmon. Seventh was 34 Shane Mansbridge. Eighth was 82 Andrew Ruthven, and ninth was 69 Daniel Bryant. Jeff Howarth was 10th in his roadster. Then Aaron Laverty. Andrew Baranowski from the back of the grid. Maxine Nichols up to 13th. Then Ian Ledbetter 14th. Richard Dowes 15th, then Martin Orger, Neil Hoven, Andrew Strange, Patrick Stoner, Andy Williams and Martin Collins in his last race in the Mark 1, the final finisher. Richard Brown, Gavin Aldworth and Tim O'Brien all retiring from that race, and there'll be more from the MR2 Championship next season. Still 3 races to come this evening here at Donington Park as the sun dipping ever lower in the sky. We've got the Jedi Racing Cars F1000s up next, then the Radical Club Challenge and the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup to round out the day's racing, Josh.
What other stuff can happen today?
Yes.
Some real exciting racing and some unusual things happening all together, but good we saw that super fast lap from the safety car, setting lap records to allow us to get that one lap of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the marshal on the start-finish line had got the green flag. He was committed to it as well, whatever Sean Traynor was doing, whether he was dallying about or not. Sean Traynor on the slowing down lap now, just heading into pit lane very shortly. He'll be able to have a word with Matt Suckling, because we didn't hear from Sean earlier on because a bit of a miscommunication about where everything was supposed to be happening, I think, to be honest with you. But yeah, very shortly we'll have the top 3 in there for a word with Matt in pit lane. Look forward to that. Reminder, 750 Motors Club back out again next weekend at Mallory Park. That's next Saturday. You can follow that on Alpha Live, so subscribe to the YouTube channel to get the reminders. We'll be on air for 12 races from Mallory Park next weekend, and from Silverstone for the Burkitt 6 Over race. You think there's less than that?
Is it 10 or 12?
Well, I thought it was 12, but maybe wrong.
It might be. Good grids at Mallory Park next weekend anyway.
No, they are good. Giles Greenbridge, the competition managing director of the 750 Motors Club, was telling me that well subscribed grids for Mallory Park next weekend. And then Burkitt Relay race the weekend after.
It is 6,
It is 6 categories, which are Clio's, Formula V, Historic 750, Formula Hot Hatches, Mazda 7s, and the Swift as well, who've got a very good grid.
Yes.
Understanding.
I think pretty much full for Swifts. 29 currently on the entry. Mazda 7 slightly lower after the championship was sealed at Alton, but one of the better hot hatch grids this year, 23 currently. Good grid of historic 750s.
Yeah, but that's more than 20 as well, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that. Let's go down to Matt in pit lane.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner, Sean Traynor, who picked up a podium in race number 1. We didn't get to speak to you. You've already wrapped up the championship as well, so many congratulations on that as well, Sean.
Cheers. Now, in the first race, I thought I just needed to sort of keep it on the black stuff, really, and I just drove a sensible race. I got a decent lap time in, which stuck me on pole for this one. Jim, I said to him, I'm not going to make any silly moves. As long as you're on the line, you're going to. You don't expect any silly moves happening in the first race. But I think all gloves were going to be off for this one, and then all of a sudden the safety car's done the whole race, and I think it probably ruined a good race out there for all of us at the end, because I think everything was pretty much sorted by the end there. So we were just going to go out and have a laugh. So it was a shame. I'm not really sure what happened at the beginning, but it just seemed quite a long time to get them cleared. But
yeah,
but good year.
I think probably the longest 2 laps in terms of racing at Donington Park we've ever had.
Yeah, I think it probably was. Yeah, the safe, and then all of a sudden the safety car decided to put his foot down. We had a job to go with him. It was like.
I think you just scraped through about 1 second to go to get one final lap.
I see the final lap board, but Jim never see it. So he said, I knew we didn't have long. I said, didn't you see the last lap board? He said, no. He said, because like he said, we were trying to catch the safety car. But yeah, all good. Ended up good weekend and a good season, as it always is in the MR2 Championship.
Yeah, definitely. And for you, Sean, you keep racking up these championships as well.
Yeah, well, I had a few dodgy years. I think that's 50% of the championships I've entered now that I've won. So that's where I wanted to get back to the 50% mark. So I've just got to bring it back next year to see what happens next year. They keep trying to get me to jump into Mark 1, but I don't think it's possible in a Mark 1.
Good stuff. Well, I'm sure many congratulations this year. Let's head over and have a quick chat with Jim Mew. Jim, come and join us. We didn't get to speak to you after race 1, which was a race win. Yep. Second place in race 2, so a good weekend all in all.
Yeah. Really good, to be honest with you. I wasn't expecting to be on pole. We've done a little bit of testing yesterday, but yeah, I was surprised with that. I get really pleased with the result, obviously. I thought this race was going to be really good, to be honest with you, but unfortunately it didn't turn out to be. We all really wanted a really good dice and a really good race, but it just unfortunately didn't happen. But it was quite a mad dash. The last couple of laps were a bit spicy, so yeah.
Lots going on out there. It's been a fantastic season. I think for you in terms of how it's gone, it's been a pretty good one.
Yeah. It's been my best so far with the best results. That's 2 race wins I've had now in the season. So yeah, it all comes down to having a good bit of coaching, really, to be honest with you. So hands off to my coach. He's been brilliant this year. It's made all the difference. So yeah, really pleased.
Good stuff. Well done, Jim. Congratulations. And Adam Lockwood is the man who finished in 3rd place. Adam, come and join us very quickly. We'll pull you away from Sean. 2 third places. You had to work for that last one, didn't you?
Yeah, that almost went really wrong, didn't it? Neil was on a bit of a charge and dropped me on the restart, which I didn't think he was going to do, but he did, and it made it interesting for 1 lap.
Yeah, that's all we got, unfortunately, wasn't it? It's one of those circuits, though, where it's the nature of flow and you go for one move and then you're on the kind of back foot for the next corner.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it flowed pretty well for Neil. He managed to stay in front, and then he messed it up into one of the corners and managed to get back past again at the last corner, I think. So yeah, it's a good 1 lap.
Well, 2025 is now done. What's the plans for 2026?
I'll be back again. Yeah, I'm sure.
Good stuff. Well done, Adam.
Thank you very much.
There we go. 2 podiums, and in fact, our top 3 in a slightly different order from what we had in race number 1 for the Tota MR2 Championship, which is now that season done. But you can hear the klaxon in the background, which means we're going racing once again with the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship.
Yes, and the cars moving off already on their green flag lap ahead of the Jedi Racing Cars F1000s, as Matt was saying there. This championship, which has got 2 races this weekend, the final 2 rounds of the championship, 1 today and 1 tomorrow. The championship already wrapped up in favour of Matt Higginson, his first championship after a few attempts at it, to add to his multiple successes in RGB over the years. There's an atmospheric shot now of the light conditions here. We're about, what are we, an hour or so away from sunset here at Donington Park. Here's the grid though for this race. 5 Rob Wellham on the front row has 83 Matthew Higginson, Matt Higginson alongside him. Row 2 is number 1 Craig Pollard and number 3 Tom Westworth. The 3rd row is 42 James Clennell and 18 Cales Cole. On the 4th row it's 24 and 77. 24 is Eric Cowell and 77 James Hills. On the 5th row, 9 and 82. 9 is Ryan Thomas and 82 Mark Higginson. Good to see him back out again. Row 6, 44 Bert Chapman and 7 Stuart Miller. Row 7 is 98 Daniel Hunter and 29 David Shepherd. And number 91 Wayne Pearson lines up on row 8 of the grid. So 15 cars we should have then for this Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship, which is already set just by about a point. Matt Higginson's advantage, we think, is unassailable. But I'm sure we're still going to be in some good racing this weekend, Josh.
Yes, particularly we've got 5 really quick guys at the front, haven't we? Wellham, Higginson, Pollard, Westworth and Clennell. And Westworth's the one that hasn't won a race this year, so can Thomas Westworth win here at Donington? He had a 2nd at Snetterton, and he's had a couple of 3rds as well, but yet to win a race where the other 4 have. James Clennell took his first win in the championship at Cadwell Park, the driver who travels the furthest, I think, because at 50 Racing Club race meetings. And still got a battle probably for second in the championship between Pollard and Wellham, but as you say, Higginson that bit further ahead. He hasn't won as often as Pollard. Higginson's had 4 wins. Oh dear, Kelly Cole has spun on the green flag lap, but hasn't been passed by everyone, so she'll be able to reclaim her position, even if her tyres aren't as clean as they were. Yeah, Higginson's won 4 times, Pollard's won 5, but Higginson has been on the podium, actually in the top 2 in every race bar 1, and then he finished 4th anyway, so he's been very consistently in the front. 4 wins, 8 seconds, 9 podiums to Pollard and Wellham. Wellham's had 3 wins. So yeah, those 3 have been the drivers to beat, and again they're the 3 drivers at the front of the grid.
So here they come then, up to the line, and it's a staggered grid, as you can see, these being single-seaters, slicks and wings, of course. Well, I'm just making sure he's absolutely where he thinks he should be. Anyway, we'll see if he is in the right spot. The officials will keep an eye on that, whether he has just crept a little bit too far forward. Yeah, slick tyres, wings, bike engines, mostly, if not all of them, Suzuki Hayabusas. Might be 1 or 2 Yamaha still on the grid. 5-second board is shown. Red lights go on for 15 minutes of racing. Lights go out, and away we go then. And it's a pretty good start from Rob Wellham on pole position and Matt Higginson in 2nd place. They're driving up towards the right-hander at Redgate Corner for the first time, and they remain in the same order there. And dropping now down through Hollywood. There's still quite a bit of gravel on the circuit, I can see, as well. At Redgate, there's not been a chance to clear all of that off, so that might cause a bit of a few grip issues for some of the drivers as well. Oh, big moment for one of the cars there.
Eric Cowell.
It was Eric Cowell, so hopefully he managed to get that straightened up again on the exit of the corner. But it's Wellham leading from Higginson as they head towards McLean's.
Yeah, Higginson right with Wellham. Wellham won the extremely wet race at Brands Hatch last month. Higginson won the dry race there, but yeah, extreme conditions at Brands Hatch, the most recent race of the season. Those top 5 have already gone away from the pack. Wellham, Higginson, they've got a gap to Pollard, and then you've got Westworth in next, and then Clennell. But diving up the inside, it's been a good opening lap, a very good opening lap from Ryan Thomas, who started 9th on the grid. He's already up into 6th place. But
and he's got his hand up though, so, and yellow flag, safety car. So he's seen the yellow flag. I'm not sure Eric Cowell had done, but this is for what?
No, either a car get moving slowly or people going past.
Well, there's a marshal on the circuit at Coppice. We've not had notification of a car that is stuck up there, but it's out of. Right, there we go. It's the 98 car of Hunter, isn't it? Daniel Hunter, the Cambridgeshire driver, off into the gravel trap up at Coppice Corner. So that's why we've had a very early safety car being called here. So that's a real shame, because it was building up into a good race.
Looks like Thomas has gone past Cal, so they're back in the order that they should be in.
Yeah, that's right. So yes, confirmation that 98 is in the gravel at Coppice, appearing on my screen now.
But Chapman's not come through.
No, he's not, has he? And that means we only had 13 cars through. Did Bert Chapman take the start of the race? I think he did.
They had
on screen, but I've not had any indication of where he might be.
Samuel Garrod on the live stream came here to watch Bert Chapman race, or on the live stream anyway, but not sure where Bert has got. Katie Kohler also had some support on the stream from Lee Lanham. Neither of them have had a great time so far, it has to be said.
Well, although Kales is 8th at the end of lap 1. But yeah, hoping for a restart here before too much longer. It just depends how long it's going to take to recover that car of Daniel Hunter from the gravel trap up there at Coppice Corner. So yes, I mean the F1000s has gone through a few evolutions over the years. Previously known as from the Jedi and from the Honda and from the 600, when it ran with 600cc Honda engines in the Jedis. Known as F1000 for several seasons now, switched to the auspices of the 750 Motor Club quite a few years ago now from another organising club. and that's quite interesting because it brought in some different 750 Motor Club categories into it, really. And consequently, some drivers have gone the other way into other 750 Motor Club categories, like Dan Clues, who won the 2020 Championship going into Sports 1000 Championship. But last year's champion, Craig Pollard, of course, he was a 2-time Formula V champion before he won F1000 last year. Tom Gadd had previously won in low costs as well. Matthew Booth had been a Sports Specials champion before he won in 2019 as well, which was the first year under the 750 Motor Club's organisation.
Safety car lights are out, so much quicker turnaround this time.
Yeah, well, this is some of the fastest racing you see at club racing level, isn't it? The F1000s.
Almost mostly British motorsport, really. I think the F1000 cars again this year did the fastest lap on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit of anything. F4 didn't go there this year, so that you didn't have that comparison then. They're pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
On lap times, not in budget.
No, not at all. Okay, so there's a report that number 44, which is Bert Chapman, is in needs a lift and there's a leak.
Oh yeah, the safety car lights are back on.
Yeah, they are. The car that is pulled off at Fogarty S is the Bert Chapman car. I think it's actually not in a bad position, potentially. But nevertheless, we've still got the safety car out because that rescue vehicle has not cleared the circuit yet. So I think we'll have probably one more lap behind the safety car, then the race will resume this F1000 Championship race. Often they have triple headers, but the last two meetings, I think at Brands Hatch and Donington, both the only two double headers of the season. So 2 races over the course of the weekend rather than 3.
And sort of unusually, it's over 2 days today with the 2 races rather than a single day we had at Brands Hatch.
Oh, now there's a problem for number 7, Stuart Miller, who's also off now at the Fogarty S's, I think. And yeah, hasn't come through again at the end of lap 2. So
what's going on today?
So yeah, it's surprising for cars having issues behind the safety car, either mechanical or otherwise. But yeah, Stuart Miller's car has stopped, so that's not good news. That's the drive from Hamilton. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see whether that also then needs a recovery before the race can get back underway, because it feels like we might be in a sort of MR2 type situation again with another delay.
For Bert Chapman, doing half a lap's not very good for YouTube content, is it?
It's not. He's got his Chapman's Corner YouTube channel, which is well worth a look. Documenting his racing.
Coached this year by Matt Round-Garrido, former front runner in Formula 4 1600 racing. And I think raced in the States on the IndyCar package.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Matt's has been sort of successful driver in his own right.
He's got a busy time coming up with the 2 big events at the end of the year. This is not in a safe place.
No, it's not, is it? And it's going to need some kind of outside assistance. So it's going to be a little bit longer behind the safety car, I'm afraid. And once again, we're not going to get a huge number of racing laps in here in this July Racing Cars F1000 Championship race.
We've had 3 in 4 races now, haven't we? 1000. MX-5s were okay.
I hope there's enough fuel in the safety car. It's done quite a few laps today. Good to see Mark Higginson on the grid here, brother of Matt. Of course, we saw him out in Civics, didn't we, a few years ago?
Race winner.
Yeah, absolutely front runner in those.
This is a new car as well, I understand. Brand new car to the championship.
Do we know if he's going to be doing more racing in it after this season?
You'd assume so, otherwise it's a bit of a cost for one meeting,
well, and it is Disclock liveried up, isn't it?
Yes.
Disclock business, the family business.
Run by Mattel, as Matt's car has been. And still is.
Now Matt Higginson is now going rather slowly all of a sudden and has dropped back from Rob Wellham, causing a bit of a concertina effect behind him.
The incident at Coppice is now fully clear, but we've got this larger problem really of Stuart Miller.
Yes, and they're just about to go past that stricken car now, I think.
Somewhere?
Yeah, is it? Well, it must be still there. Safety car lights are still on.
Good if cars could just disappear whenever you'd needed them to.
Yeah, it would be handy, wouldn't it? 6.5 minutes to go in this race. Drivers perhaps were hoping to get going again this time, but I don't think they will. There's Mark Higginson. I think the Higginsons at one point, they raced those range buggies as well, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
Yeah. I think, I'm trying to remember what year that would have been. They, raced
Oh, I
those.
remember now, yes. Not many places you can race
No,
like that.
no, exactly.
We had some all-comers races then.
That's
didn't
right. And then often appeared in those.
So another lap. But yes, we're in the 750 Motor Club safety car, aren't we, rather than the electric Hyundais that are at MSV venues. I think the clerk of the course is using one of those, and the medical cars as well. So it's a lift needed for Stuart Miller. So that's being done at the moment. But we know the safety car can go quickly when needed, so might not quite match F1000 lap times, but it can go quicker than the current pace should we need to speed up at some point.
I think it's probably about 2014, that kind of time, that they were racing the buggies. If you can find a video here of Matt in the assembly area waiting for a Castle Coombe GT race that year, in which he was racing the buggy.
Well, you should get a fairly good result there.
Absolutely. 5 minutes of this race left to go. So hopefully we'll get going next time, maybe, which would give us perhaps enough time for 2 laps.
Yeah, these laps should be significantly quicker than at some other categories. The bar shuts, that's bad news for anybody hoping for a drink at this point.
So 4.5 minutes to go in this July Racing Cars F1000 Championship. Let's say 2 races for them this weekend. Hopefully more to come tomorrow and more racing laps. And we're certainly getting today. It's very frustrating, isn't it, for drivers that spend all day looking forward to their race, and then for issues out of their control, they don't get very many racing laps because of cars going off or having problems and retiring. Looks like the safety car is now getting a bit of a wriggle on, I would say, compared to what it was, which possibly means that the lights are going to go out. Surely, yes, they do. So safety car lights are out, hopefully for good this time.
Should get 2 laps, shouldn't we, here, at least?
Yes, I mean, a good lap time is sort of,
Tom Gadd's lap record's on 27.71.
Yeah, I don't think we'll quite get 3, will we? But we'll certainly get 2 laps here for this restarted race. But yeah, disappointing for the drivers and for us as well, because we were looking forward to a good race here in the F1000.
Even if it wasn't a good race, it's more exciting than being behind a safety car.
It certainly is. Anything beats this, really. So now Wellham is getting some heat back into his tyres, weaving around a bit, and now he's started to accelerate away. Higginson going with him.
Hasn't got as much grip as he'd like, and a big twitch there in the middle of the hairpin.
And of course Higginson can't overtake him until they get back to the timing line. But I mean, Wellham is approaching cars reasonably quickly, isn't he? This is almost at racing speed here. Safety car's already pulled in, and green flag should wave, and there'll be time for 2 more laps. So Wellham leading, Higginson second, Craig Pollard is third, Tom Westworth is fourth, and James Cornell completes the top 5 as they go on to lap number 5.
Wellham timed that quite well because he went for it really at Melbourne. He had 2 corners to not catch the safety car, but he timed it, the safety car was in. Because that would have been very bad if he'd caught the safety car before it came into the pit, so that wasn't a problem. And Higginson, though, went with him, and everybody else was left straggling a little bit. So can Matt Higginson win the title with another victory here at Donington? He won at Croft, and then had a bit of a gap actually. He won twice at Silverstone, and then one last time out at Brands Hatch. So he leads the way. Beating second place rather, behind Wellham, who won at Brands, won at Cadwell and at Snetterton.
Yep, 2022 champion Rob Wellham. Been racing in this category for a few seasons now. We might drive from Suffolk. A bit further back, Kales Cole doing battle with, I think James... No, that's Ryan Thomas, is it? That's slowing. So yeah, Ryan Thomas is pulling off. Hopefully that's in a place of safety. A minute and a half to go, so just time for one more lap. But Ryan Thomas looks like he's going to be a non-finisher, unfortunately. That's allowed Kales Cole up into 7th, and she's catching Eric Cowell, who is in 6th.
Yeah, Eric, just 19 from Coventry. Raced him on a Posto last year. Now he's moved over to F1000. Had a season. He's 6th in the championship with a best result of 5th this year. There's Ryan Thomas. He'll be disappointed. He was on for one of his better results of the year. Higgins, a big twitch there through the Craners. 129.6 was Wellham's previous lap, but Higginson's basically going with him here, and they've dropped Craig Pollard pretty significantly. They're in 3rd. Westworth is 4th. So now is 5th. And then there's a large gap back to the rest.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, looks like they're fairly well spread out into this final lap of the race. It's not been quite as hectic as the MR2 last lap restart was. They've had 2 laps here, but not quite as much action. Really, Craig Pollard there in 3rd spot, flicking his way left and right through the Fogarty S's. And James Cornell commutes over from Massachusetts, of course. He's there in 5th position. Close for the lead now into the last couple of corners, but I don't think Williams quite under threat from Higginson here. Into Goddard for the final time. And it is going to be Rob Wellham, number 5, that takes the victory, pole to flag victory in the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship from Matt Higginson, number 83, in 2nd. And Craig Pollard, number 1, will be 3rd.
Got reverse grid tomorrow, haven't we? So that'll be hectic on the opening lap with 10 reversal, and we can see that there's probably a larger variation in lap times than what we've seen in F1000 in most recent years.
Yes.
This year there's a bit more of a variation in lap times, so it makes those opening laps quite interesting. But it doesn't generally take very long, does it, for these front runners to come through? But a win for Wellham then from Higginson and Pollard. Westworth Clanell, and Eric Cow was best of the rest. He held off Kaylee Cole by 8/10. James Hills was 8. Mark Higginson is 9th, but no one else has come through.
Well, they have now. David Shepherd has just come through. He's completed the top 10. There he goes, past our commentary box. And so too is Wayne Pearson, and that's going to be the 11 finishes, isn't it? So Rob Wellham, 6 laps completed, admittedly, all but 2 of them behind the safety car. So he takes the win in car number 5 by 0.461 seconds from 83 Matt Higginson in 2nd place. 3rd was number 1 Craig Pollard, last year's champion. 4th number 3 Thomas Westworth. 5th 42 James Cornell. 6th number 24 Eric Cowell. 7th was number 18 Kaylee Cole. 8th number 77 James Hills. 9th was 82 Mark Higginson. 10th was 29 David Shepherd. And rounding out the finishers was number 91 Wayne Pearson, with Ryan Thomas, Stuart Miller, Bert Chapman and Daniel Hunter failing to make it to the checkered flag.
See praise coming through on the comments of the sound of these Jedi cars, powered by the majority by Suzuki GSXR 1000 Superbike engines, making that noise that we got to enjoy for a couple of laps at full speed.
And there'll be more motorcycle engine cars coming up very shortly, because our penultimate race of the day is also bike powered. That's the Radical Club Challenge Championship, final round of that. They had a frenetic earlier race, so let's hope for less drama this time around.
Let's hope it doesn't take as long.
No.
Or we might be going home in the dark.
Well, we had lunch in between the start and finish of that race earlier on, so we might have dinner. We'll be back with him shortly. Just getting a note that the Radical Challenge race, the 25 minutes, is going to start counting down when the green flag lap gets underway. So that is going to save us a few minutes.
Wondered if it might be shortened a bit, and it has in a slightly different way.
So we'll see those cars out on the circuit shortly. Let's head down to Matt now and see what insightful questions he's going to ask Rob Wellham.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner, Rob Wellham, for the 4th time this year. Rob, one of those races, just like the previous one, that didn't really get going, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of them. It happens. But yeah, we got three laps of racing, which is not ideal. But it is what it is. Like, you can't do much about it.
And in terms of Matt, he was right on your tail there all the way through towards the end, wasn't he? So the pressure was definitely on.
Yeah. No, Matt's done a brilliant job this year. Like, he's kept it on the track, he's kept reliable, and yeah, it's always good to have a battle with Matt and Craig, which has always been pretty much us top 3 this year. But it's been good. Yeah.
And in terms of the safety car, of course, what about the tyre temperature? Because it's been a mild day, but temperature's starting to drop off now.
Yeah, I think it was actually more tricky keeping the tyre temp in, because you could probably see it's just weaving in, out, and it's actually quite physical on your arms. But other than that, it was all right.
Good stuff. Well done, Rob. Congratulations on the victory. Let's bring Matt into the conversation as well. Matt, you had some good pace there. Unfortunately, not too many green laps.
Yeah, I thought I would have got maybe 1 or 2 more laps, so disappointing. And yeah, I didn't get a chance to use some pace we had, so unlucky, but that's the way it goes. But thanks to the supporters all on the grandstand. Loads come to see us this weekend. Thanks for Mattel cars all year. Brilliant job with the car. So yeah, can't really grumble.
And you got a little bit of sibling on the grid this weekend. Nice to have Mark back on the grid with you. Of course, we saw him out in Civics a few years ago, but in the F1000s for this weekend.
Yeah, he's having a go in the spare car, which is basically all my spare bits, so I thought we'd build a car out of it and get it going. But yeah, Mark's had a really good experience in the car so far. Just pleased I didn't see him on the circle in there, so he must have made it home.
And the guy's just asking in the box, what's the plan for Mark next year? Is it to be in these cars or just a one-off?
We're not sure yet. Maybe one-off, maybe a few rounds next year.
And for you, in terms of a season, what a season it's been. I think inside the top 5 in every single race and pretty much on the podium in most of those races.
Yes, consistency is the key to the series. You know, finish every race, you have a good chance of winning the whole thing. So that's what we concentrated on. We found a bit of power over the winter, so we're on a level on power. And yeah, we've driven pretty well. So yeah, that's what you need.
And for you, I'm sure tomorrow you'd like to go out in style with a win, but Rob's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, any of us 3 are going to want to do that, so yeah, it should be a good race if we get one.
Good stuff. Cheers, Matt. And we'll bring Craig into the conversation as well, who finished on the 3rd step of the podium. Craig, not quite with the pace of the top 2 there. Anything you need to change for tomorrow at all?
No, apart from the driver, maybe. We did a couple of changes, and we've got another maybe setting that we can change. I don't know, car felt a little bit loose, but only so much you can tell in 2 laps.
And that's the problem, isn't it? The race didn't really get going, which is a real shame because we were on for a cracking fight between you 3.
Yeah, I'd like to think that I maybe would have caught up a little bit, but just getting the confidence in the car in the first couple of laps, probably not totally there, but some things we can do for tomorrow.
Looking forward to a good day and then maybe a win for you.
It'd be nice to sign up with a win, for sure, yeah, especially after winning last year overall, and obviously Matt taking it this year. It's always nice to sign off with a win.
Good stuff. Well done, Craig. Congratulations on your 3rd place. So there you go, top 3 within the F1000 Championship, which will be back in action here tomorrow at Donington Park. 2 more races to come as the sun starts to set. Hopefully the safety car is not the winner of the next race, because we have the final round of the year for the Radical Club Challenge Championship on the way next.
So the car's heading out onto the track now for the Radical Club Challenge Championship final round of 2025. In the background you can see the F1000 car dangling from the JCB, ready to be taken back into the Bike Sports, sorry, the Radicals Freudian slip, already back out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. It's a rolling start. The 25 minutes are going to start counting down when the green flag lap waves, because we are up against, not the curfew as such here, but up against darkness impending, because it is now 5:40. The sun sets around about 20 past 6, and we've got one more race to go after this as well. So still, fortunately, relatively good visibility, because the skies are mostly blue above us, a few clouds, but there's still a little bit of weak sunshine coming through. Right, so this grid has Shane Stoney on pole position this time, and it's got Leon Morrell alongside him again. It is a big grid. A reminder that earlier on today it was Shane Stoney that took the win. Lowen Stevens on the very last lap of the race took the honours for second place from Leon Morrell. Those two had been battling. Dan Headlam took fourth place overall and won in Class B, importantly from a championship point of view. Here's how the grid lines up for this one though. 89 Shane Stoney on the front row has number 1 Leon Morrell next to him. On the second row it's 57 Pedro Oliveira and 84 Paul Stewart, so 2 Class B cars on the second row overall. On the third row it's 12 Lowen Stevens and 55 Daniel Headlam. On the fourth row it's 11 Philip Brown and 86 Stephen Bell. On the fifth row it's 90 and 7, 90 Ben Higgs and 7 Ross Drew. On the sixth row 92 and 41, 92 Gordy Much and 41 Ian Carvel. Row 7, 72 Barry Liversidge and 13 Ian McDonald. The car's now off on their green flag lap and the 25 minutes counting down. So yes, that was Barry Liversidge 72 and Ian McDonald 13 on the 7th row. The 8th row 24 Ian Charles and 5 Doug Carter. The 9th row 19 Richard Gilman and 15 Dean Hudson. On the 10th row, 6 Robert Gilman and 3 Calvin O'Connor, I should say. On the 11th row, 50 and 37, 50 Darren Nutton and 37 Scott Lear. The 12th row, 45 and 30, that's George Nutton and Mark Grayson. 13th row, 66 and 93, that's Vikram Sidera and Alex Spooner. Then Finley Williams and John Davis, 18 and 91 on the 14th row. John Davis with a 5-place grid penalty for a yellow flag infringement in race 1. The 15th row, 17 and 21, that's Stephanie Herbiker and Phil Waite, and Christopher Seymour, number 77, at the back of the grid. So Josh, what do we need to look out for here?
Well, firstly, some admin from the earlier race, because 2 podium finishers within Class C were excluded, the Nutton family for ride height. So that means Scott Lear actually got second in the end in Class C, and Alex Spooner got third. Championship-wise, most of the main positions already done. Class A's been won by Shane Stoney. Class B's been won by Dan Headlam. Class C and overall has been won by Gordon Much. There are a couple of close battles for third within class, and you do get prizes for that, don't you, at the end of the season in the awards. 2 long-time radical races, Doug Carter and Ian Charles, are separated by 2 points in Class A.
And Doug Carter had heavy damage in race 1, didn't he?
And in Class C, just 1 point for third separates Stephanie Habika and Scott Lear. So there is prizes, end-of-season prizes still to be contested out of this. But hopefully we get a good race. That's what we really want to see, isn't it, after the interruptions in race 1.
That's right. So a 25-minute race it was at the start. Now we're counting down already through the minutes, down to 23 minutes now. So it'll be about 22 minutes or so by the time they get around to start the race proper.
Phil Brown's there. That car's been repaired. And he is actually battling for third in Class B, 9 points behind Steve Bell. So Steve Bell should get it. But
Ross Drew's there as well, I could see. He was also involved, wasn't he? But no Ben Higgs, I don't think.
Okay, so Ian... Doug Carter's car was quite badly damaged. That's one to be concerned about.
Yes, that should have been on row 8 of the grid.
Not sure if Ian Charles has had any of those top 3 end of season awards before, but it's obviously been a good consistent season for him to be in that opportunity. But he's been racing this car for a very long time, hasn't he?
That's right. So safety car lights are out. It's going to pull in at the end of this green flag rolling lap.
There's Charles and there's no Carter, so
that's a shame.
Looks like Ian Charles has got a very good opportunity to end third in the season end scoring with England class.
We've got this bevy of SR1s at the back of the field, biggest grid of SR1s so far. So 2x2 rolling start here for the Radical Club Challenge. We're going to have about 21 3/4 minutes left by the time the green or the red lights go out. Up towards the line they come, and lights are on, and out they go. Yes, the engine notes increase as they head off towards the first corner. Shane Stoney it is in the lead then. Leon Morrell second, Pedro Oliveira third, and Paul Stewart in 4th position. Now, do they make it all through Redgate? Some, no, they don't. There's 2 in the gravel. There's 1 facing backwards.
Is that Lear? I think the SR1. And Ian McDonald was the SR3. There was a small touch between the 2 Liam Morel cars as well, so that means Oliveira's lost some places here. Morel is still 2nd, but Oliveira's got down to something like 5th.
So hopefully that issue at Redgate can be cleared fairly quickly. We'll have to wait and see though. But Shane Stoney leading. Yes, there's Pedro Oliveira. He has lost ground a few places, but still with Headlam behind him, it seems. And there's the 13 car. That is the Ian McDonald car, as you were saying. It's pointing in exactly the wrong direction. Marshall's stood on the scene to see if they can get it moving, but not in time before the safety car comes out, it would seem. And so again, some of them I think possibly seeing the yellow flags quicker than others, because there they are, we can see them, they are waving. Yeah. And now the marshals have managed to, in relay, get that car pushed onto the runoff area, so it is going to be into the paddock by the time the cars get back round again. So, but the safety car's already gone onto the track, so it's going to have to do 1 lap.
Yes, something we've seen rather too often this afternoon. Shame for Ian McDonald, the driver from Wales who competed in motocross previously. He's in a brand new 2025 SR3 XXR. Better start this time from Stoney to keep the lead. Morale was able to pass him in race 1. Paul Seward then in 3rd. He leads Class B, and he's not won the class yet this year, has he? Headlam's had 6 wins, Oliveira's had 4, and Steve Bell has won 1. So can Paul Seward take a first win in Class B here at Donington?
Best lap of the race so far, 5 minutes 00.057 for Shane Stoney.
It was really 2 laps.
It was really 2 laps though, to be fair to him. I'm sure we'll see faster laps before the end of the race. So the car has been recovered, the 13 car Ian McDonald, confirmation of that, so we should be good to go again at the end of this lap. Unless something happens behind the safety car, which has been a little bit of a feature of the day so far.
Good start from Phil Waite. He's up to 3rd in the Class C.
Yeah, 8 places made upon the opening laps. That's really good. So we had 2 non-starters, which were Higgs and Carter. Those were the 2 that didn't start, weren't they, after the earlier incident?
Scott Lear got out of the gravel and is behind his championship rival Stephanie Habika. So that's to be contested, but with that non-start for Doug Carter, Ian Charles just really needs to finish this, I'd imagine.
Yep, so this time they're again weaving to get some heat into the slick tyres. It's a cool evening now, although it's a pleasant evening. Safety car lights are off. This time, of course, rather than go 2 by 2, they'll be going 1 by 1, single file for the restart. Shane Stoney leading them around, looking to make sure he does end the season with a perfect score of 10 lots of 16 points in his class. He's had the 2 zeros, but not counting those for his championship.
Equal scoring, if that's the case, of course, won't it?
It will, yeah, but with Gordy much getting the nod by going back to results that they haven't dropped.
What's Lowen Stevens doing?
I'm not quite sure, because he was 4th and now is not, and now is
Morale is slowing,
and now Lowen Stevens is slowing as well. I think probably some overtaking there, but unwitting overtaking before the start and finish line. Anyway,
well, Paul Stewart's 8th, so
yeah, what happened there? Because he was 3rd.
Well, today's been weird. Why not?
Yeah, confusion reigns. Anyway, Shane Stoney. Where's Shane Stoney? There he is, miles in front. I was going to say, where is he? He's miles ahead. Leon Morel. No, Pedro Oliveira is 2nd now. Leon Morel is 5th.
Make sense of this if you can. Fastest up in the race is with Stephanie Habika. Might not last too long, you imagine.
No, just someone take a photo of that timing screen. Yeah, so Shane Stoney.
I suspect the officials might be, because there will be words to be had with a few about what happened on that restart.
Yeah, I think so.
There's Gordy Much, just behind Ian Carvel, the former Volkswagen champion. Good to see Ian back racing this end of this year.
Yeah, him and his brother both racing, aren't they? Robbing the 120 coupes as well this weekend.
And the PR6 so small, tucked in there behind Ross Drew, who's well up the order, up in 9th, but Carvel can't go through. PR6s are quite old cars now, really, aren't they? I don't think they've made any lately.
Yeah, but still very rapid.
What was going on with Morel at the restart?
Not quite sure. I mean, he's in 5th still, isn't he, I think?
I presume he didn't get tagged by Lowen Stevens, who's weirdless, going past people.
That might have explained it. Was just a touch out of sight on the exit of Goddard Head before the restart.
That looked like it could have gone wrong here. The SR1 really going at it right round the outside for Finley Williams in 18. The one's got quite a lot of damage, though, hasn't it? Behind, it's losing all kind of bodywork. Is 45. I think that went through the gravel at the start. George Nutter, the 26-year-old, but he's gone through on 93. Alex Spooner. So yeah, the SR1's having great racing. If this is more to come next year with these big grids in SR1s, that's going to be really good in Class C.
Bit of damage there on the back of the 45 car there at Nutton. And I think there is some debris reported down the track at Goddard's as well.
There'll be more when the rest of this bodywork falls off.
No, there will. I just wonder if that might be maybe some black and orange. We've seen it for less in some championships.
I feel sorry for Paul Seward out of all this, don't you? Because it looked like he was going to have a chance at being a class winner for the first time. Instead, he's off the Class B podium, well and truly.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Shane Steady leading then by 4.4 seconds from Daniel Oliveira second, Daniel Headland third, Stephen Bell fourth. So it's Class B cars second, third and fourth overall, but we're still watching here the cars a bit further back down here. John Davis in 23rd, and then the SR1 scrap involving Nutton, Spooner, Scott Lear et al. Here's Ross Drew, local driver from Nottingham, non-finisher in the first race, of course. He's in a Class B car. He's got a Class A car, Ian Carvel, just behind him. And you've got a Class C car next up. That's Gordy Much, who's giant killing yet again, as he has done that season. The car that, again, is a locally run car with his students from the University of Derby.
Yes.
Responsible for that.
There was a near touch there through Goddard's. The SR1s are still at it. John Davis, don't know where to go, does he, with all these SR1s around him? The driver from Hertfordshire, who's in his 4th season in a 2024 XXR this year. They've got all these SR1s scrapping. There's that battle, the 3rd in the Class C Championship between Scott Lear and Stephanie Habika. Lear, who's in his first real season of racing, he did a round of the mini challenge last year, but in his first full season. George Nutton goes down the inside of Finley Williams and gets what is 5th in Class C.
Yeah, Finley Williams' retirement from the race earlier on. A better race this time around.
Black and orange for Nutton with that damage.
Okay, it's possibly not a complete surprise. Just ring a bit wide there on the exit of the old hairpin as well. It's probably not handling quite right because of the aero is all messed up.
Big battle packs, aren't there? There's this big grid today, including Dean Hudson there, the driver from Kent, who made his debut last year in the 2011 SR3 RS, the ex-Mark Thompson car. And then Ian Charles behind. Carvel's gone really wide, so Drew slots down the inside. Much can't quite make it, but Ross Drew then back up to 9th. Ian Carvel had just passed him.
There's a few cars now that are going to be looked at for overtaking the safety car as well.
Who would have thought it?
So we'll get updates on that. I'm sure there'll be investigations after the race into all of that, but it might be quite hard to unpick exactly what went on there. So Ross Drew coming towards us then, in 9th place.
Barry Liversidge just behind, making his debut, I think, in the championship today. Stevens down the inside of Bell for 5th, so Lowen Stevens up into 5th place, an 18-year-old from Somerset who won the Norman Lackford Trophy this year. 2009 Radical SR3, car up for sale by Josh Smith at RJ Motorsport, who runs so many cars in this championship. There's Paul Seward, the 50-year-old former motorcycle racer. 2004 Supersport 600 champion was Paul Seward. So didn't go too far away from motorcycle engine machines, but the Radical quite a different car, you'd think.
There's Lowen Stevens in the number 12 car, just going through shot there. He's in 6th position at the moment. The two, yes, indeed, the two teammates are together just up ahead. Leon Morel and Pedro Oliveira now. And here's that battle involving Ross Drew and Ian Carvel and Gordy Much trying to get past the Class A car into the Melbourne hairpin, and he's done it. More cars coming up problem, couldn't it?
A big problem. Second in Class E is Darren Nutton there, the 63-year-old from Cheshire, who raced a couple of decades ago in Britcar, but returned to racing more recently with his son in these SR1s, in the SR1 Cup, but now having his debut in the Radical Club Challenge. Hopefully the car a bit higher off the ground than it was in race 1, but he's going very strongly there in second place within the class and clear of Phil Waite by some 6 seconds or so. But a great battle behind for third. Waite, Nutton, Sadira are all together. So for third in Class C, perhaps if we hold this shot if we can, and have a look at the cars behind Nutton, because there's a big battle for third in Class C. And here we go. And we wait that big gap that has reduced. But then, Ian, this good battle for third in the class.
Yeah, so as you say, we've got several cars doing battle here. Phil Waite there in the number 21 car. George Nutton is there with that damage, but now of course he's going to have to go into the pits. 14 McDonald's, but a couple of laps now that black and orange flag has been shown. It'll soon turn into a black flag if he's not very careful, so he needs to mind out for that. And then it's Vic Sedera, isn't it, that's third of these cars, fifth in this class, with then next car up being that of Williams. And off Ian Carvel there on the exit of the hairpin. Quite a long way after the exit, interestingly enough, so not quite sure how that started.
No, and hopefully Gordy Much wasn't involved, because they were together when we last saw them. But he's come through. But Ian Carvel has dropped back. So Ian Charles is up to fourth in Class A now. Nutton's been past, so I don't think he knows what's going on now, doesn't he? He's moved out the way. So he'll be for the pits. So Vic Sedera was having a go there, was he not, at Phil Waite for third in the class. Oh, Carvel's car's still off, isn't it? So there's yellows there. There's Scott Lears. Again, he's making progress from being at the back after dramas at the start. 2 races he's had a drama at the start. But, so Waite's got away, but Sedera has Spooner coming down the inside.
Yeah, Spooner. And he's not going to do it there. No, Ian Carvel's on the move.
And George Nutton pitted with the damage.
He did, and so whether they'll be able to just sort of get that temporarily fixed, so he's able to go back out into the race. Of course, it won't be much of a result for him, but might get a few more racing laps in.
Looks like we've had that change to second. Leon Morales ahead of Pedro Oliveira, and Lowen Stevens might get him before the end too. But they are 17 seconds behind Shane Stoney.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a 1:28.664. He's just done the best lap of the race. Not quite as quick as he went in race 1. A 1:28.466. 1:28.2 is Shane Stoney's own lap record from a year ago. So he's not quite got down to those times, but he's not needed to.
Stevens is in the 29s, where Morel's done a 30, so he's a bit quicker, again, like he was in race 1.
Yeah, so 8 minutes to go. If he can get past Oliveira fairly quickly, he could take the fight to Leon Morel before the end of this race. I think there's a floppy marker that's just been tagged into oblivion there.
What could come into all of this is if they lap the masses of SR1s, which is possible, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they've started a bit of lap traffic already. So that could change. Well, one of them's had a spin. That's Finlay Williams.
Yeah, he's back into the race, the Scottish driver.
I think Finlay must be related to Mark, who was the front runner in the Radical Challenge, who passed away a few years ago. I could see a decal on the side of the car in memory of Mark Williams. I'm not sure what the relation is, but great to have Finlay here racing.
Pedro Oliveira trying to put a lap on Ian Carvel, who of course spun a couple of laps ago at this part of the circuit. Looks like both he and Lowen Stevens are going to get through. They have to. They're quite experienced, so not getting in the way of other cars that are coming through. So over the line those two go. Morel in second, Oliveira third, and Lowen Stevens in fourth. Gap back then to Daniel Headlam in fifth. So quite a gap this time between those two Class B front runners, isn't there? Whereas they were sort of nose to tail in the first race earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, not helped by the strangeness of the restart, because that changed the order somewhat, didn't it?
It did.
Because Paul Seward was the one leading at the start. So battle for third between these SR3s continue. 20-year-old Oliveira ahead of the 18-year-old. Probably two youngest drivers on the grid, possibly. So two of in this battle for third position. Different power, and through goes Lowen Stevens at McLean's corner. slightly older car, the Stevens car. That's a 2009 chassis.
No, absolutely. It's good to see some younger drivers in this field as well. But interesting to see what Lauren Stevens goes on to do. He's obviously been pretty quick, hasn't he, in his debut season in car racing, winning at Castle Combe in those Norman Lackford Trophy races there.
He's not been much slower than Shane Stoney, really, has he?
No.
Which is very impressive. I know he's done some testing in this car with RJ Motorsport, but yeah, the car's up for sale, I understand.
Yeah, so I wonder what his plans are for 2026.
It's not his car, this is a hire car from RJ, so
absolutely.
So he could still be back. Yeah, the SR1 Lappery is about to begin, isn't it?
Yeah, in earnest, I think. So that could shake things up a little bit. We've got 5.5 minutes to go.
Spooner's got third in that class, NAM Class C, so like he was in the earlier race. Alex Spooner up to a podium place and ahead of Phil Waite.
Yeah, so how much has he got to make up on Darren Nuttall? Oh, quite a lot, 14 seconds, so I think third is probably the limit of the ambitions for Alex Spooner today.
And Stephanie Habika is back ahead of Scott Lear. So them two drivers have been battling all year and come into this race a point apart, going side by side, changing positions in the final round of the year, seemingly.
Yeah.
Scott Lear seems to be the faster, but perhaps makes a bit more errors and has had a few moments today.
Yeah, his best lap time is a couple of tenths faster than Stephanie, but not a great deal in it. There is our race leader, Shane Stoney, number 89, of course, from York. I have a history of championship winning drivers from that.
Whoever gets the best of that could change the battle for second place in this race. And you just wonder what Liam Morrell has thought about his first season in this PR6, because he hasn't had the success that he had in the SR3 over the last few years.
No, it's not. That's certainly true.
Stevens better through that first bit of traffic, and he's now pretty much with Morrell. So battle for second in this race is absolutely on, and the traffic's just going to get a bit thicker over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that's right. Because Morrell was out in the MX-5s as well earlier. His debut in that went pretty well. Good result for him there, out again twice in those tomorrow.
Scott Lear's now gone after Vikram Sadira, who's the other full-timer in those sort of third place battles over the course of the season. So he's quickly caught, hasn't he? Yeah, he did a very quick last lap, Scott Lear, 1:37.4.
Oh, so quite a lot quicker than it had been before when he was in the 1:39s.
Yeah.
So possibly he was being upheld up a little bit by Stephanie.
But when he got past and then fell behind again, didn't he?
Yeah,
to start
it
with.
must have just been a small mistake or something, you'd think. 2.5 minutes to go in the race, a pretty couple of laps. Yeah, and it is going to be about whether Liam Morrell can cling on for second place here from Lawrence Stevens. It was right on the last lap earlier on today that he lost out. He's getting a back marker between himself and Lowen for the moment, just to help prolong things a little bit more. Pedro Oliveira is not too far behind either, is he? He's sort of also getting involved in this lap. John Davis, I think he is about to lap in the number 91 car, and then he's got the 21 car to deal with as well, which is that of Phil Waite. So there is Morrell, carpet company owner from Newark. So again, there's his local circuit here at Donington Park this weekend. Not too far away. Oh, and there's someone who's been off of the goal trap, but resuming the circuit on the exit of the old hairpin, I'm pleased to say. So Lowen Stevens probably got a lap and a little bit now to try and find a way past Leon Morrell.
Pedro Oliveira proving that SR3s do have headlights. Saw him flashing his lights there at the slower car.
Certainly coming into their own now. Those of them that have got the lights fitted, making them their presence known. Oh, and a bit of a lock up there from Leon Morel. Is that going to give Lowen Stevens an opportunity on the exit of the corner? He's right underneath the rear wing of Leon Morel's PR6 with his SR3, jinks to the right hand side of the circuit, gets a bit of an overlap. Can he get the cut back on the exit of the corner? It's a back marker to their driver's right, and so Stevens still behind as they go on to what will be now their last lap of the race.
Yeah, Stevens is quicker at this point for sure. So can he find a way past Morel? Good battle between these two. And Lowen Stevens, better exit maybe out of Redgate, underneath the rear wing of Morel. Super fast here through the crane of curves. Morel has a good look in his mirror. Stevens going to shoot down the inside. It's such a small braking zone in these cars. John Davis has spun in front of that SR1 battle that's put Vic Sedera off by the looks of things. But there's battle for second. That's going to continue right to the flag. Down the inside comes Stevens. Oh, they clobbered each other. He was up the grass, I think, with Lowen Stevens. Well, he hasn't really had a superb race, has he, after that incident on the restart? And now a secondary incident with Morel as he went down the inside. Not sure if Morel shut the door or not, but Stevens had a wheel on the grass, which triggered it. Well, they're both going to get out, but that should put Oliveira up to second overall.
It should, and Shane Stoney not too far away from the checkered flag at all, because here he is now, out of the final corner. Shane Stoney takes the checkered flag. A perfect 10 wins out of 10 in the points that count towards his championship. Fastest lap in each of those as well. He and Gordy Much have reigned supreme, but it's Much that just gets the nod in the championship, overall championship battle. Leon Morel is going to come home a little bit further down there. It's going to be Pedro Oliveira that comes through in second place there. He sort of managed to be just far enough behind those two cars that fell over one another, Lowen Stevens and Leon Morel. Fortunately, they both managed to escape from the gravel trap, so they're going to come through. Here is Stevens now coming through. So Oliveira's come through second, and who's going to be third over the line? Stephen Bell is getting caught up with one or two of the back markers. Third is Daniel Headlam. Fourth is going to be Stephen Bell. Fifth, Philip Brown. Sixth is Lowen Stevens. And Leon Morel has yet to come through.
Got some damage.
Yeah.
So that. It was fair contact there between the two.
Paul Seward comes home seventh. And eighth goes the way of Gordy Much.
Vic Sedera made it home, but hobbled after the incident at Redgate, which in the end Scott Lear beat Stephanie Habika by 0.6 of a second.
Oh, so how did that close up again? Well, that was probably because of the incident that we saw with the with spinning John Davis.
So I reckon they will finish equal on points to end the year, which is quite fitting for two drivers who have been battling all season long.
That's very good. It's been a dramatic conclusion to the season for the Radical Club Challenge, the first Radical Club Challenge under the auspices of the 750 Motor Club this season. Some great performances from Gordy Much and Shane Stoney all season long. Some great battling in Class B, but we think it's Daniel Headlam that's wrapped the Class B Championship up despite Pedro Oliveira's class win today. So Shane Stoney, number 89, the winner at the end of 14 laps. He finished nearly half a minute ahead of number 57 Pedro Oliveira, who won Class B, but just missed out on the championship to the driver that was third behind him, 55 Daniel Headlam, and the results disappeared from the screen there. So fourth, I can tell you, was number 86 Stephen Bell. Fifth was number 11 Philip Brown. Sixth was number 12 Lowen Stevens. There we are, it's back again, although I'm sure there'll be some investigations into Lowen Stevens driving in that race. Seventh was 84 Paul Seward. Eighth, number 92 Gordy Much. Ninth was 7 Ross Drew, much better result than the first time around. And 10th was number 15 Dean Hudson. Barry Livicic was 11th, Ian Charles 12th, Richard Gilman 13th, Robert Gilman 14th. A bit further back in 15th position, Leon Morel, well, he's shown a lap down, so I'm not sure he did make it to the checkered flag. 16th was Calvin O'Connor, 17th Mark Grays, and 18th Darren Nutton. 19th Alex Spooner, and 20th was Ian Carvell. The Class C top three, of course, Gordy Much from in second within that class, Darren Nutton, and third Alex Spooner. So that's the Radical Club Challenge over for the 2025 season. Look forward to some more good racing, great grids in 2026. One more race to come this evening is for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup, and a reminder that there's more racing to come tomorrow here at the circuit. You can also watch it on Alpha Live. We've got qualifying underway at 9:10. We've got 3 qualifying sessions first. They're for the Tagiwa Time Bar Trophy, Gashock's 116 Trophy, and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, with racing getting underway tomorrow at 10:35. But for now, let's head down to Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, down here with Shane Stoney. As Beautiful South One sang, it's been a perfect 10 for you this year. 10 wins now in 2025.
Yeah, 10 from the ones. Every race I started, I won, so I can't do much better than that, really. So yeah, big thank you to my dad. Big thanks to Will and everyone in the paddock. You know, it's been a cracking year. You know, congrats to Gordy. You know, he got the overall. I tried my best, but just couldn't quite do it.
And in terms of that final race of the season, it was a cracking one. I think over 20 seconds you won by. You worked your way through nicely, got past that traffic, no hanging about.
Yeah, I was lucky. I was watching the pit board and I could see the gap, so I could take it a little bit easier than I had to. But yeah, I was being a bit careful through the traffic. I didn't want to get caught up in the SR1s having their own battle. But yeah, no, it's been a brilliant year, brilliant weekend, and you know, a big thank you to all the marshals and all the officials and everyone who puts a weekend like this on, because we can't go racing without them. So,
what's the plan for next year? Thinking about that, or winter's time to relax and rest?
Probably same again. I think there's a little bit of work we need to do to the car, but nothing major. And yeah, unless something crops up over the winter, I imagine we'll be doing this again. I've got no plans to change unless we get a chance to do challenge. Maybe that could possibly come into it. But yeah, plan is this again.
Cracking season. Well done, Shane.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Race winner for the final time this year in Radicals. Pedro Oliveira, who took victory in Class B. Pedro picked up a nice victory there by quite a substantial margin over Dan Headlam.
Yeah, it was a good race. That was a bit of a messy start, but I managed to keep the lead out the start of the race, and yeah, carried it to the end of the race.
What did you see towards the end there? I think there was a little bit of an incident between Leon and who he was battling with.
Yeah, it was Leon on the low one, I think. I don't actually quite know what happened because I was going through the left-hander as they were going into the right-hander, so I know they had it coming together. I just don't know exactly what happened. So yeah.
And it was nice for you and Dan to come here this weekend to try and fight out for Class B Championship. I think it's just gone his way though.
Yeah, I knew what I needed to do coming into this weekend. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite get it done in race 1, but yeah, still nice to get a win in race 2.
Good stuff. Well done, Pedro. Congratulations on the final Class B win. And we'll bring in Gordy Mudge for his final word as well, our champion for this year. Gordy, come and join us. Class C victory for, I don't know, time this year. Quite a few times. You've done every single win this year. What a great way to end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolutely fantastic year. We got lap record in that race as well with 33.4. So I managed to get into my own little space out there because it's really tricky with the PR6s and the SR3s. But I managed to get ahead of them and then had my own clean air and yeah, just started racking in laps. So it was a really, really enjoyable sprint to end the year, just doing the fastest laps I possibly could. So hopefully that record will be staying for a while.
And I think you're about 10 places overall up the road from your fellow Class C second place person.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year. End of the year with a 100% win record. So yeah, perfect form from Derby University and myself.
Gordy, just like earlier on, many congratulations this season. A perfect year for you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Final word from our Radical Club Challenge champion for this year, Gordy Mudge. He'll be looking forward to what's to come in 2026. Here at Donington Park, though, one more race to come. We're just going to squeeze this in. It's going to be the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup. So the final time today, let's hand back upstairs to Ian Soman and Josh Barrett.
Green flag lap is already underway for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. For most of the drivers, there's one car that has not been got going there. Now, there was one car that we were notified should be taken off the grid. It might well be that one, which was the 101 car of Bill Tyndall and I think James Allen for this particular race, and that is going to come into the in the pit lane exit, and I think the exhaust rubbing along the tarmac is why that is. Right, grid 555 Matt Highcock on pole position, besides number 5 Matt Priestwood. Second row 59 Rob Carvell and 21 David Williams. Third row is going to be the 109 car of Ian Bate this time, and 121 the best of the 116 is Luke Fox. Row 4 is 151, that's Peter Keane, who wrapped up the championship earlier, and 24 James Hipkins in the 120. Row 5 228 James Waring and treble 7 Thomas Law. And then on the next row, row 6, it's 173 Dan Lavery and 71 Jack Godden. On the 7th row, 249 is Scott Jeffs and 86 is Pete Brown. The 8th row is 47 Conor Anderson and 212 Sean McInerney. On the 9th row, it's 101 James Allen, he's now in the pit lane, and 234 Lee Pearce. The 10th row, treble 6 Ben Wilshire and 25 Ethan Moore. The 11th row, 27 Ben Dobbs and 78 James Paul. The 12th row, 82 Benjamin Gallagher and 200 Giles Carter. The 13th row, 34 Toby O'Reilly, Stefan Guarnieri in 53. On row 14 is Mark McCann in 119 and 89 Graham Tatham. 83 is Sammy Walton and 30 Harry Miles next to him on row 15. And 209 Will Abraham starting from the back because, as he said earlier on, he just didn't get a lap in qualifying. Only a short session, 10-minute sessions for the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup.
And they had a red flag.
They did.
So that's a limited thing. So there are a few out of position, certainly Abraham, Ethan Hall on row 10. So there's 2 that will progress. So in some ways, it's perhaps a good job the championship was done earlier because, well, it would almost have been impossible, wouldn't it, for Will Abraham to do anything about Peter Keane here. So it means that there's no championship really to worry about. I think most of the major positions have been settled. Keane, Abraham, Godden, the top 3 in the 116s, then Highcock, Seddon, Williams, the top 3 in 120. So it's just a race to enjoy.
And they've all got the lights on, or pretty much all of them have, and the lights are certainly shining brightly. There is Will Abraham at the back of the grid in 209. Meanwhile, already, as he rounds the Melbourne hairpin, the front runners are taking up their slots on the grid. So 555 Matt Highcock, the champion in the 120s this season, making a guest appearance. Next to him on the grid is Matt Priestwood, the young driver from Halifax, who has been racing in the GT Cup this season, but a lot of success in 116 Trophy and was the runner-up in the 116 Sprints last season. He's driving Anthony Seddon's car. Second row of the grid, then you've got the 2 120s, 59 Rob Carvell and 21 David Williams.
There's a James Allen fan on the live stream, but I don't think we're going to see very much of James, are we, after that car had its problem, and so it is for the retirement before the race even got underway.
I assume
there we go.
Probably back tomorrow for the trophy race, which will at least give him another chance.
Interesting props for putting it up on the jack there.
Yeah. Right, so we've got the grid formed up. Headlights on most of the cars. 5-second board is shown, and at 18 minutes past 6, final race of the day is about to get underway. Red lights go on, red lights go out, and we are off and running for the 116 Sprint Trophy 120 Coupe Cup. Off they go then, up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It's Matt Highcock in the lead of the race. Bit sluggish away there was Matt Priestwood in second place. He's dropped down to 4th position. It's David Williams, I think, he's got up to P2. Rob Carvell to P3 within the 120s. Didn't spot who was leading the 116s as they went through. Of course, it was Luke Fox that was on pole for those, and I think he is still there in the front of that particular division as they make their way through the Craner curves for the first time. Quite a spectacular sight they make with their headlamps on in the dusk here at Donington.
Yeah, it looks like Fox might have got a 120 between him and the pack. Conor Anderson was up the curb there, the Kent-based driver, the former Bangor racer, but he managed to continue on as they head uphill towards McLean's Corner. And yes, it is indeed Fox. One way up the curve is 212. That is McInerney, isn't it, for this weekend? Former Mosler racer. Slightly less power in these cars, I suspect. But good close racing nevertheless. And we are going to get James Allen into the race. Quick repair means that car has just headed out the pit lane.
Yeah, so he's about 2/3 of a lap behind or something, isn't he? Something like that.
Big move there from Carvell to get second up the curbs through the S's, through on Dave Williams, the driver from London. He's made his full season debut this year, but that didn't go to plan for him because Carvell come through and Matt Priestwood's going to give it a go as well, down towards the Melbourne Loop, and he will grab 3rd place.
Yeah, so Priestwood up to 2nd, the 228 car, James Waring, he's trying to make up some ground there in that pack. You've got that final of the 120s in that gaggle of cars, as well as they're coming up now towards the end of the first lap. Peter Keane, you can see in the 151 car, the champion, that James Hipkins car is going a little bit wide. Oh, there's one off, that's one of the 120s, it's the 109 car, isn't it, which is Ian Bate for this race.
That car has some adventures.
It certainly does, doesn't it? But Luke Fox there coming towards us. He's the leader of the 116 part of the race, from Peter Keane in 2nd, James Waring in 3rd.
McInerney and Godden touched there. McInerney was squeezing Godden to the grass and has fired himself off the road.
Yeah, and I think hopefully not managed to involve anybody else in all of that, which is a relief, because that looked like it could be a bit better.
Godden's damaged though from the contact.
Yeah.
Slowing.
So he's possibly going to be out of the race. Jack Godden, very quick driver in his own right. Here's Waring up the inside of that James Hipkins car, so making a place overall on the road, but not for a class position. Dan Lavery, it is just behind Hipkins now in the Union Flag liveried car, and then Thomas Law in the Treble 7 car next up.
Will Abraham got to 20th on the first lap.
And Jack Godden's been off the road and is back on it again. Yeah, I think it is a black tyre, isn't it, that he's contending with after all of that.
Tom Law's going well here, isn't he? He's 4th perhaps in the 116s. So really going well is Tom Law, who's not... he was 5th at the line, wasn't he? Perhaps he's still 5th. We've got Keane in 2nd, 3rd is Waring, 4th is Lavery, then 5th is Thomas Law, having a really strong race here, racing newcomer this year. By far the highest we've seen him this season in the sprint race. He's 3 abreast. In the middle is Scott Jeffs, Connor Anderson right round the outside of them all, and Pete Brand was the other one involved in all of that.
Black and orange flag is going to go out to James Allen now, because that car rejoined the circuit without getting the scrutineer's approval, which it should have, having been taken off the grid. There's contact there. That's between Thomas Law and Dan Lavery, so that is a shame. And Thomas Law, I think, he's going to head straight back into the paddock. Looking at that, damage to the front of the car, I think damage to the left front wheel, and so he's going to go no further.
Abraham is up with Pete Brand now and squeezes through, so he's made loads more progress on this lap. But yeah, Thomas Law not going to get his best results of the season now, came far too late on the brakes. Dave Williams for the pits, so he's going to retire. Dan Lavery for the pits, the driver who was 4th in the 116s, I think. So that, of course, he got hit, didn't he?
Yeah, Law, yeah.
So Lee Pearce now up in 4th, on for a best result. And Ethan Hall, from way back on the grid, is 5th. Dave Williams drove through the pit lane and continued, so not sure what that was all about. Well, why not on a day like today? So here's the battle for 4th place in 116s. Ethan Hall has got a good chance to get past Lee Pearce, you'd imagine. Ethan Hall, who won the 116 trophy race at Thruxton earlier this year. He's been on the podium in the sprints. He's 6th in the championships at those 2 podiums.
Yeah, let's see if Ethan Hall can make a challenge up towards McLean's, because it was a bit of a wide moment there for Lee Pearce going through the old hairpin that time. So Ethan Hall was going to have a look at the inside, I think. We're watching a battle a bit further back. It's Abraham coming through. Yeah, he's made up another place there on the 249 car. Scott Jeffs, that's the 2 drivers that sometimes race together.
7th, I think that is, for Abraham in 116s. So great drive.
Impressive effort. Here is Rob Carvell against Matt Priestwood. This is for 2nd place overall and in the 120s. Priestwood was faster than Carvell in qualifying, but Carvell's a very experienced driver, tough to find a way past. And Matt Priestwood having his first race meeting in one of these 120s, so still finding his feet in the car, you would think. And Rob Carvell, who won the championship in the 120s last season, is going to be a hard man to find a way past, I think.
Yes, you'd think so. Very experienced driver. Going back to the Volkswagen days with his brother Ian. Priestwood fastest lap though, 52.8. So he is charging along, but hasn't got past Carvell yet. Well, this is good kind of conditions for an aspirant GT racer, really, isn't it? As we go into dusk here at Donington.
That's right. He'll be right in his wheelhouse here. So here is Carvell in 2nd place. Matt Priestwood, who got the fastest lap of the race last time round, 152.843, got about a 10th of a second faster than Matt Highcock has been here, and closed in by about 7/10 of a second on Carvel on that lap, so he's getting to grips with this car now.
For the first time, I think, ever on the Donington Grand Prix track, a 1:16 car has done a sub 2 minute lap. Peter Keane, 1:59.638, new lap record in 1:16, his first sub 2 minute lap we've seen from one of those cars in racing conditions.
Okay, that is very interesting that he's been able to do that. Of course, he's second in that class at the moment to Fox, but they're only about 9/10 of a second between it. It's getting quite a bit darker now here at Donington Park as well. Now the sun is set. Down the inside goes Priestwood to try and find a way past Carvel.
Carvel's lost it.
He has. He's over the gravel, and so he's just going to have to concede the position there. I think he was probably feeling the pressure being put on him by Matt Priestwood, so Priestwood goes up to second. Carvel doesn't lose too much time and lives to take the fight to Seddon once again, to Seddon's car, driven by Matt Priestwood once again. They're out of the Melbourne hairpin now, and about halfway through this race, 7.5 to go.
Yeah, we got 8 laps earlier. Not sure what the light levels will be like in 7.5. But it got back down the inside. Super aggressive. Gets the place though. So nice move from Rob Carvel. So Matt Priestwood will have to try again.
All of this allowing Matthew Highcock to escape up the road. Matt Highcock leading this race by 5 seconds now from Carvel. Priestwood there in third, and they're quite a long way to the next car, which is one of the 1:16's Luke Fox.
Quite a lot of understeer there for Carvel. He's all right on the ragged edge in that car, but he's held on to second. Actually got a pretty good exit to Redgate Corner out of all of that. So larger gap between himself and his rival. Luke Fox still leads 1:16s, but is only at half a second ahead now of Peter Keane. James Waring is third.
Yeah, so still some great dice going on further back. Lee Pearson, the pressure from Ethan Hall, I could see going into Redgate that time for fourth place in the class. Cover out of shape there, wasn't he?
Sideways. But yeah, interesting that Hall's not found a way past Pearce, because that was a while ago we were wondering when that would happen. And they've both been caught by Will Abraham, so for fourth in the 1:16s, that is a good battle. Okay, and a good indication here how much faster the 120s are on the 1:16s. Big gap has been produced between their leaders there and here, the leaders in 1:16s. Luke Fox ahead of Peter Keane, then James Waring, he's got a 120 behind him, the James Hipkins car that's debuting this weekend. Then Ian Bake, and the cars behind, is it still Lee Pearce? Well, only just, because right round the outside comes Ethan Hall. Hall is suggested to go wide. Not too much room left there on the exit of the corner, so through the gravel goes Ethan Hall. Still not through then, and dirt on the tyres, sideways through Coppice Corner. Still, I think, ahead of Will Abraham for now. Abraham was only 7/10 behind at the start of the lap, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, he's dropped back further, hasn't he? He was, right, so that's James Hipkins now being pressured by James Waring. So Hipkins got ahead, actually, of Waring. Here's the class leaders, because Luke Fox now has been reeled in a little bit by Peter Keane. It's half a second at the start of the lap. It's perhaps a little bit less than that now.
Here's Abraham.
That's why he has disappeared, because he's got a problem. He's going very slowly on the exit of Coppice Corner, so it looks like he's going to be retiring from the race. So just as well, it sort of wasn't this depending on the championship, depending on this race from his point of view, I think.
Ben Wilshire involved in a three-way battle. Is that McInerney on the right, trying to gain position?
No, I don't think it is.
Oh no,
it's wrong colour.
80-something, isn't it? Walton maybe, Sammy Walton.
Yeah, or Graham Tatham, possibly. I don't know if that makes sense from the positions point of view. Change for 120 class position there, because Ian Bate has got ahead of James Hipkins there, up into fourth position in that class.
Recovering from that spin.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it is Walton, and O'Reilly was the other one. They're still side by side. It's just past the commentary box. Here's the battle then. Big curb usage through the old hairpin. Too much for Peter Keane. He's off the road. They have clobbered the curb on the inside of the old hairpin. Talk about track limits. Luke Fox, though, still leading. He had that first win at Thruxton back at the beginning of the season.
And Will Abraham has not made it very far at all. He's just pulling off at the bottom of the straight, the exhibition straight there, the opposite side of the circuit from the exhibition centre.
You said Rob Carvel would be hard to pass, so Max Fleetwood still hasn't gone through.
Well, it was a mistake that allowed him through briefly, and then Carvel got the place back and has sort of kept his elbows out since then, really, hasn't he? And there's going to be probably 2 more laps to go, I think, at the end of this. Yeah, going to be that'll make it 8, won't it? Which is what we're expecting.
That's right.
And Matt Highcock has already gone on to his penultimate lap of the race, and now Carvel and Priestwood following, but they're both 7 seconds or so behind now. I think the Abraham car is being pushed into a safe position, so I don't think that's going to cause any problems. 3 and a bit minutes to go then. It's be interesting to see how close the battle is between the two 116s in a moment.
Sound like Matt Priestwood was struggling for a gear on the exit of the Redgate corner, and that means a bigger gap has emerged between him and Carvel.
So he's got a bit of work to do to get back on terms, hasn't he? And these are, well, we've still not had the 116 come through. They just come through now. 8/10 now between Fox and Keane. So a bigger gap. And we might find that Ian Bates now is going to get involved with those two 116s that are leading their class. Here is, in fact, he has already gone past Peter Keane, is yet to pass Luke Fox.
Lee Pearce still ahead of Ethan Hall in the battle for 4th.
And you can see how bright the headlights are, the effect they're having now, with them shining quite brightly on the rear of the car in front, can't you? So it's we are right up to the edge here, I think, of what we can do.
It's still light enough, though.
It's still light enough, but I think we wouldn't go on to go for more than another lap and a half, which is about what we've got left.
That's right. Unless it was all planned, then it would have been such a problem with the fact that this wasn't planned to be quite like this. Ian Bates going to have another trip into the gravel.
Yeah.
Someone told me that was an immaculately prepared car at the beginning of the day. You think it might have a bit of a gravel rash on it by the end of this?
Yes. And again, I thought there for a moment he might manage to collect someone else on the way back onto the circuit. Unfortunately, that was avoided, which was good news. Right.
Oh, Ethan Hall's done it. He's ahead of Lee Pearce for 4th.
And who's that with them now? That is Scott Jeffs, isn't it? I think that's with them.
This shot makes it look particularly dark, doesn't it?
It does. That's with Luke Fox and Peter Keane heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the penultimate time in the race.
But anyone that suggests a 116 24-hour race, which I've seen a few suggestions for that, I think there'll be some in the race of remembrance about their Anglesey at the end of the year.
Yes,
It's all good practice for that. Well, here comes Jeff. Big moment for Pearce on the brakes as well. Lee Pearce has been having a really good race, but he has lost 2 positions in about half a lap now in the Ryan scaffolding car.
Yeah, so Jeffs goes through to what's going to be 4th in class. No, 5th in class, I think it will be, won't it? You've got Fox, Keane, Waring, Hall ahead of him. He will be 5th, Pearce will be 6th.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, that's right. Highcock's already started his final lap of the race a little while ago.
Some of the floodlights have just come on opposite us, for the marshals to get back to their cars post-race. There's a few marshals are going to have to hang on and clear up the cars that are track side.
Now, Matt Highcock is just ahead of this battle, of course. There is Matt Highcock heading down into the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. Again, another dominant performance from him. He's actually conceded a little bit of time on the last lap to Rob Carvel, who did a PB, and Matt Priestwood, but he's still going to have a comfortable win by about 6 seconds here into Goddard's for the final time. So Matt Priestwood has been very tough to beat this season in the 120 Coupe Cup, won nearly all of the races, bar 2 I think. Check flag goes out and the champion bows out with a win in the 120 Coupe Cup. Second place goes the way of Rob Carvel. Matt Priestwood takes 3rd, and certainly was difficult to get past, wasn't Rob Carvel. And then it's going to be a gap back, I think, to the 116 battle. So Luke Fox and Peter Keane. See if we can
they were about a minute behind, so it might be quite a bit further back, but they were having a good battle. If we can pick them up on the back markers, still coming through. Here is Fox, so can he take his 2nd win of the year? Only Keane and Abraham have won more than once this year, and Ian Bates not really helping life ahead.
No, out of the final corner come because Fox won earlier on as well. So
oh yes,
that was his 2nd win. This would be his 3rd, and it looks like he's going to do it unless he messes up Goddard's for the final time. Peter Keane about a car length behind him. Out of the final corner they go, and these two 116s just ahead of those two 120s. So it's going to be Luke Fox to win the 116s and take 4th place overall. Peter Keane takes 5th, Ian Bates 6th, James Hipkins 7th. I think it's going to be James Waring in 8th place. Should be Ethan Hall 9th. And Scott Jeff's 10th, I think.
Looks like Lee Pearce is back ahead.
Yeah, you might be right. So that might be a change on the fun lap. Yeah, it is. And that concludes our racing for the day here at Donington Park. So as the cars now make their way around the slowing down lap, I will just add my thanks to all of the marshals here at Donington Park today, and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club that have helped to keep this race meeting ticking along as best we can. We are finishing in the semi-darkness, but it's been a good day's racing. Lots of drama, lots of entertainment, and more to come tomorrow with 8 races. We get underway at 10:35, 4 races before lunch and 4 more after lunch as well, with 2 longer distance races tomorrow afternoon. The Gashox 116 Trophy and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which will round out the weekend's racing with their 2-hour race. So that's all to come tomorrow. I do hope you join us again on Alpha Live for that, or indeed here at the circuit. Been a good day's racing, Josh, before we go through the result?
Yeah, we had that drama of the road sports race really being the highlight, and it may be no different in Club Enduro tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for the final race tomorrow, because it's a similar situation going on there. But yeah, we had a bit too much of the safety car later on this afternoon, but the good racing around that.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the result then of the final race of today at Donington Park. Matthew Highcott, number 555, took the race win. His BMW 120i. After 8 laps of racing, it was nearly 7 seconds clear of 59 Rob Carvalho in second. Matt Peacewood, number 5, was third. 4th place was number 121. That was Luke Fox. He won the 116s ahead of 151 Peter Keane. 6th was 109 Ian Bates. 7th was number 24 James Hipkins. And then completing the 116 podium in 8th place overall was 228 James Waring. 9th was 25 Ethan Hall. 10th was 234 Lee Pearce ahead of Scott Jeffs, Connor Anderson, Pete Brand and Ben Dobbs. And then further back it was Sean McInerney, Sammy Walton, Ben Wilshire, Toby O'Reilly, Benjamin Gallagher and Harry Miles completing the top 20. And then for Paul McCann, Carter, Guarnieri, Tatham, Allen, although had a couple of pit visits, and then into the pits were Williams and Lavery and Godden and Law, all having dramas during the race and failing as a result to get to the checkered flag. So yeah, excellent way to finish the day, Josh, and looking forward to tomorrow. So Phil will say thank you to Josh. Have a good evening to you.
Thanks, Ian. Good luck to Matt getting back to his gig.
And we'll head down to the pit lane for the final time today, and Matt Stuckling is going to do the interviews. Good night from all of us.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, let's make this snappy as I've got to get away. But no, here's Matt Highcott. We'll bring him in for a conversation. Well done, Matt. It's been a stellar season for you. I think there's only 2 races this year in 120s that you haven't won, so it's been a good year.
Yeah, it has been a good year. Yeah, very good year. Just chuffed to bits with the car, mate. It's awesome. I don't even have to think about driving anymore. It's so good.
You just step in and get on with the job, and again, you did the job. You got away, and no one really was able to catch you.
No, yeah. I mean, I think Mac was having a bit of a tough battle with Rob, was he? I saw it in the mirror. Yeah, I think he would have kept with me though. If he got into clean air, he would have been right on me. Usually is anyway. So yeah.
A nice season in BMWs, and of course you got the MX-5s to look forward to tomorrow now again.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired, but yeah, I can't wait for that. Yeah, it'll be great. The MX-5 race was brilliant before, so yeah, can't wait.
Cracking stuff. What a Matt. Good luck for tomorrow. Let's head to, where's Luke? He's here, isn't he? Luke, come and join us very quickly if you wouldn't mind. Congratulations to you. Victory in the 116s. Second time this season, once at Thruxton and once here at Donington.
Yeah, we love it here, love it at Thruxton. A good way to round off the day after the disappointment earlier. But yeah, really pleased.
And you still had Peter there, didn't you? About half a second adrift towards the end.
Yeah, it's even worse in the dark. You get the shiny lights, and it's so off-putting. But yeah, we held on and got right home first.
Enjoyed the season though?
Yeah, brilliant season. First season, really in his own car. We had one car and we shared it for the first year. So yeah, good. Hopefully back next year and have a championship challenge.
We look forward to it. Well done. Congratulations to you, Luke. And we'll grab Peter for a quick chat as well. Peter, come and join us if you wouldn't mind. We know you've wrapped up the championship, so you went into that race with a bit of a fight on your hands, but you had a good one.
Yeah, really good. Again, like, annoyingly, the coupe's got in the way a little bit, which is a bit sad to say. Otherwise, me and Luke would have had a nice little run at the end there, because he sort of got a bit of a gap where I was sort of trying to battle with the other guys, but then I sort of reeled him in, tried to catch him, and yeah, just like the coupe's getting in the way. I was like, ah! But honestly, super happy, good result. Car was going well, especially after testing where the engine blew up in testing and I had to put a new one in it. So like the weekend's been testing me no end. But honestly, absolutely made up. Wicked day.
And different conditions as well, a little bit dark out there.
I don't mind, it's all the same. The cars get better at night anyway, a bit cooler, but honestly, it's wicked. Driving in dusk is awesome, like around the circuit, and I honestly, what a weekend, what a year, so happy.
Cracking season. Well done, Peter. Congratulations to you. We'll grab James for a quick chat as well. Third place in 116 is James. What a great race to end the season for you as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Based off this morning, I didn't think I would do very well, but now I'm really happy with how it went. So yeah, it's a very good race to end the season.
Busy grid out there, so it's nice to come away with a podium with kind of 30 plus on the grid.
Yeah, definitely. It was very scrappy this morning, but luckily we just managed to pull away from the pack and yeah, get a nice P3. So.
You back with us tomorrow for 116 Trophy?
I am. I'll be in the endurance, so I'm looking forward to that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go, James Warren, the final man we hear from today. He picks up the podium in the final race here at Donington Park. And as the guys said, things are now getting a little bit dark here at Donington Park. But it's been a great first day from the 750 Motor Club. And we're joined tomorrow with some of the championships we've seen today. And of course, we'll be joined by the Tagira Club Enduro. We'll have the Tagira Type R Trophy. And also we look forward to having as well the 116 Trophy with us as well. Busy day ahead tomorrow. Join us at 10:30 for all the action here for day 2 at Donington Park. But from Ian Soman, from Josh Barrett and myself, Matt Suckling, it's good night from Donington.